Whoa. Got the date wrong, first of all. We are live. It is not December 236. It's December 26th. Got the wrong digit in there. All right. Welcome, everybody. Happy day after Christmas. Happy day after Christmas. Let's put that right there. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Wow. Busy night ahead of us. Welcome to Collectco. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see. Okay. Welcome to the machine. Bum, 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 bum. Let's close out all these. Okay. We got that. I got a crate that needs pricing. I got all this stuff back here. Great. Okay. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. I had a great Christmas. I got up at like 4 o'clock. So I got up at 4 o'clock. I was supposed to be at my mom's house at 2 o'clock. And that gives you an idea of how much I was prepared. But they know I'm on night shift. And I didn't stop to sell early Christmas Eve like I was supposed to. I was here till like 2 a.m. selling as usual, Eastern time. And so I decided to get up there. I'd already missed my brother. He'd already left and his family. But had my sister still up there, my nephew, one of my nephews. I had a cousin up there, my uncle. All right, let me start clearing off the table. So it looks like two things. It looks like I hadn't cleaned up since Christmas Eve, which we were going through Funkos. And usually when I clear off the table, I'll give an opportunity to sell some stuff early here. It also looks like we had a huge delivery today from our bullion distributor, which is great because silver, what am I trying to say here? Silver hit $80 an ounce today. Now, for you record buyers, you probably meaningless to y'all, but for us that have silver investments and people who buy and sell silver on a daily basis like us, that's a pretty big dang deal. So it's pretty much jumped up 100% in just this year. So good time because we got a lot of new stuff in, and it's Friday night. And anything goes. And it's also Friday night metal night. I don't know if y'all got the memo, but it's also Friday night metal night. So let me start clear off the table. I need to take these Funkos up front. I'm going to get all of our Funkos together and do one big post. And then I got to start reordering these things. We have pretty much, at this time of the year, we pretty much sell down our Funko inventory. And then we start reordering and then buying collections if we think it's stuff we need, et cetera, et cetera. So first of all, let me take these up front and lay them up front so I can get them out of the way. I've got Jor-El, Superman's father on Krypton. That's also Marlon Brando, by the way. $14.99 on those. I've got Fredo Clorioni and Wonder Woman. That's from the Wonder Woman movie. So Jor-El, Fredo, and Wonder Woman. I'm going to start stacking these back here behind me so I can carry them up front. Whoop, don't fall on me. Let me see the best way to do that. Let me put them like that. Okay, and then we have Cookies and Cream from Hershey's. And then we got Ash from Army of Darkness. And then I've got Vito Corleone from Godfather Part 2. That's Robert De Niro. And then Tony Stark, Iron Man from Avengers, Robert Downey Jr. Those are all $14.99. I'm going to go through all these as I'm clearing off the table. I'm also going to take them up here and stack them on the record so we can photograph them. And it's been a while since I've done a total inventory of Funkos. So there's that. We get them all together tonight and do that. Friday night metal night, but we got plenty of other stuff. There is a crate of new vinyl over here. And we also looks like we have a crate of Japanese. Some of it is going to require additional research. All right, let's jump over here. I'm going to go ahead and set my phone down. This might be one of our first auctions of the night. And let's go ahead and show these CDs. Japanese Taylor Swift Folklore, $33.99. Taylor Swift, Japanese Folklore. Somebody call Guy Shard. That is $33.99. And then our first auction tonight is going to be this Prince Sign of the Times World Tour book. That's an original 1987 Prince tour book. And it's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? $20 start on Prince. And then these last four Funkos are the following. We had Luke Skywalker, Travis Kelce, Batman, and Magic Johnson. And I'm going to go ahead and take these up here, and that pretty much means my table is almost completely sold. Or cleared, I mean. I wish it was all sold. Nobody wants to say, yeah, Chad, I'll go ahead and take all of your Funkos that's left. I need those. I want those. Give them to me, Chad. Trust me, we'll hook you up. All right. And then this was actually from a Hatchet Ed putback the other night. It's a Ted Nugent Out of Control, which is a box set. I think it's a double CD, and we last sold that for $11. So I never did get around to showing that. But that is Ted Nugent Out of Control. $20 on that, and it is available for sale. Okay? For some reason, there's a roll of tape on my table. I never use tape. Not really a big fan of tape. Tape can easily damage stuff. All right, Prince is now at 2022. Japanese Taylor Swift, 33. Stones, let's get the Limp Bizkits off. Limp Bizkit, 44. Limp Bizkit, 39. And then this is a pretty cool rarity. That's Jimmy Reed's very first record. Chance VJ 53-104. And that's $400. That's a 78 RPM. I'm going to put that right there. I'm going to put Limp Bizkits right there for just a second. And that Rolling Stone CD is bubblegum. It's 50-year-old bubblegum, 40-year-old bubblegum. That's 30-year-old bubblegum if anybody wants it. Let's put all that right here. Okay. So, and then here's the rest of the Funkos. All right, we already got an auction up, which is Prince. I just got to share the links in the group. Make sure everybody's on and with us. Welcome to Coleco. You got to sing that like Pink Floyd. Welcome to the machine. Bum 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 bum. Beep 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 beep. All right. Let me see what I got over here. The Rolling Stones thing was $6.99, by the way. Had a panic attack at 9 a.m. this morning. No discount crates. Oh, that's right. There wasn't, and I forgot to make a post. You're absolutely right. We'll blame that on Otis. So I kept Otis yesterday for Tanner and Addison, took him to my mom's house, and I had to get him back home. And I think when I took him home and dropped him off, I got home and realized I didn't have any videos ready. And that was bad because that was a time I truly forgot. And it was pretty much too late. I mean, the rush of probably having to come here and do them and then going back home, it was like, oh no, I have messed up big time. And then I was falling asleep and I was going to make a post saying, sorry, no 9 a.m. videos. And then guess what happened? I fell asleep watching Seinfeld after I got done watching Stranger Things. So yeah, it's Otis's fault. We're going to blame him. No, we'll just blame Seth. That's a better idea. Ted Nugent. Brad, these were actually only $11. So I'm going to sell you the Taylor Swift Ted Nugent CDs for $11, okay? That's one of our first sales of the night. That is gone. And yeah, my bad. I was at my mom's house for Christmas until 3:30 a.m. So everybody was like, well, there'll be a video for Christmas Day. And I was like, yeah, there'll probably be a less chance there'll be one the day after Christmas because I won't actually be here that morning. So yeah, we'll be back on schedule tonight. All right, so right now our first auction is Prince, Sign of the Times World Tour. Stanley Richmond has that for $25. That's Sign of the Times World Tour 1987. This is an original tour book, really clean and nice too, and that's at $25. That's our first auction of the night. Still got a few more things to move out of my way over here, and I'm going to do that right now. I got big boxes of coins over here in my way. I can't even hardly get to Laura's auctions. And then Scott Oman on somebody wanted the Rolling Stone CD, right? It was a Scott Oman. This right here for the bubblegum CD. If that's true, just let me know. Let me take these coins up front. That was those coin rolls. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. That's Jose Feliciano. And I think John is officially on his yearly, I don't know if I've even told Laura or Paul, I was going to text him when I confirm. I think John is officially on his yearly end of the year vacation. And with that being said, I'm pretty sure we just got Laura here and she's working on auctions and not for sure what else is on the agenda, but that for sure is one of the things we're missing tonight. But don't worry, we got plenty of other crates we can go through. Okay, so here we go. I'm in position. My crates are cleared. I just got to go up front and get the new ones. Let's go ahead and sell this for $25 to Stanley Richmond. And let's make sure we get that in a cardboard backer over there from the shipping department. I need to keep a stack of those that's over here next to me for whenever we do that. But that's sold for $25, Stanley Richmond. This is sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. Stephen A. Young wants a Japanese Taylor Swift. He gets one of those for $33.99. We've got 3 left, $33.99. The Beatles White Album is sold to Matt Nichols. I missed that, but now I'm actively seeing claims. And so I think it was Wednesday. Which day was it? Was it Christmas? It wasn't Christmas morning, was it? Christmas Eve video? It was Christmas Eve video. Those hadn't been tagged yet. Yeah, so up here is several crates. This is Laura's Best of 2025. We hadn't done that one yet. Laura's Best of 2025. Here is the Best of the 80s leftovers. No one's tagged that yet, so that has to be done. There's a flip crate that hadn't been tagged yet. And then underneath it is 2 crates of new vinyl that I need to go through right now. And that's the ones I was talking about that hadn't been tagged yet. So let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, some of these have not been tagged yet. There is a bonus crate and the hot pictures, yes. There is a bonus crate and the hot picture. So there was no video. There was no video this morning, but there was also this one from the other morning that hadn't been tagged yet. So let me find that video. Vinyl for Christmas morning, December 25th. Okay, that one is somewhere around here too. We need to go through that one. Let me figure out where. Is that one but behind the counter? Let me see here. Looks like I was filming that one back here. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. It's right here. Done. All right, let me lay all this over here. And now I can get to that crate whenever it's necessary. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started from the bonus crate. The bonus crate, let's pull out a Saxon record and let's pull out a Crocus record. That sounds pretty cool to me. All right, so we got Crocus, the Blitz, an 84 USOG Indianapolis. It has the original lyric inner sleeve. That's in EX Plus condition, and Crocus is a $20 start. Saxon Crusader, an 84 French OG, VG++, a $20 start, Saxon Crusader. There's that. Right over here, first thing we have is, let me find this video. And so there's Christmas morning. And then there's the restock alert on Megadeth. Should be one more in here. Best of 80s. I'm getting there. They've made it difficult to find my own videos. They've changed Facebook as usual. And they make it a little bit more trickier now to find my videos. You got to click, and then you got to wait for my name to pop up. And then you got to click on that, and then you got to click on see more from the author of this video. And then, yes, I want to see the author of this video. And then here's what I'm looking for right here. And I have sold the following records. I have sold Elvis, Bob Dylan, and Neil Young, Danger Danger, Dave Matthews Band, Doors, Thrice, Black Crowes, Zeppelin, Nine Inch Nails, Elvis, Alice Cooper, Black Crowes, Thrice, Alice Cooper, Led Zeppelin, Dylan and Young, The Doors, Dave Matthews Band, 311, The Smiths, New Order, Dave Matthews, Motorhead, Young and Dylan, Dave Matthews Band, Black Crowes, Transformers, The Doors, and Joy Division. Boy, there was a lot of y'all awake on Christmas Eve morning buying records for sure. That's a lot. So let's start tagging those. Let's put up some auctions. Probably start doing 3 auctions at a time back there. Sounds good to me. Hopefully it sounds wonderful to you. And let me find that empty slot back there is kind of bothering me. So let's put an audio file pressing back there. Let's put The Doors, LA Woman, Analog Productions, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. Okay. And right now, here's the bids on these. The bids on these are the following. The bids on these are following. One bid on Saxon, $25. None of the advertised records have been sold, and they won't be sold for about at least another half hour. Hotter Than Hell is $33.99, new and sealed, Hotter Than Hell. Okay, so we have Sleep Token. I don't think I've seen any claims for that. Sleep Token is $38.99. Sleep Token, $38.99. That is available. Gatefold Jacket, Take Me Back to Eden, Sleep Token. We have 2 of those. Also, we have Untouchables. That's Korn. Korn is $33.99. That's a 2 LP Korn. $33.99. $33.99 for Korn Untouchables. We have 2 of those available, and Enough's Enough. That is a Friday music pressing on purple vinyl. That's Friday music pressing, Enough's Enough, self-titled. That's on purple vinyl, $39.99. We have 2 of those available. There is only 1 bid on Saxon, and we're going to go ahead and officially sell that to Matt Nichols for $25. Let's go ahead and tag that and bag that, and let's put that right over here. And then Crocus is a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now. Crocus the Blitz, $20 buy it now. That's a no bid. We'll put that right over there. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is $33.99. That's called Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden, $33.99. Peace of Mind. $33.99. Of course, that's the 83 remaster. That is available. We have 2 of those. Crocus is sold for $20, and that is sold to Red Cave Collections, $20 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's do this. Let's grab this one, and let me grab one of these and one of those. And here is Scorpions and Volbeat. First thing is Scorpions in Trance. This is a 1976 OG. This is with the censored cover, no boob exposed, EX Plus condition, $30 start on that. And then Volbeat, Rewind, Replay, Rebound. Volbeat's a 2019 U.S. limited edition numbered, EX Plus condition. Volbeat, that's going to go up for a $30 start. Rewind, Replay, Rebound. So we have Caius, the best of Caius. That's on blue vinyl. That's a 2LP, a limited edition from the Run Out Groove. And Caius is $44.99. $44.99 on that. And then Danger Danger. And this one did get claimed. Danger Danger over here is officially sold. And Danger Danger, I saw that somewhere. Where are you? And this is a music on vinyl press, and we can get more of these if anybody else wants one. This happened to be the last copy. This is sold to Cameron Koning. Cameron Koning, that's sold to you. Thank you on that one. I'm going to go ahead and move the Taylor Swift Japanese CDs off the table. So I've got 3 left. They're new and sealed. Folklore, $33.99. We have Motorhead, Iron Fist. Motorhead is on 40th anniversary black and blue swirl colored vinyl, and Motorhead is $39.99. Volbeat has bids for $30 and $35. No bid yet on Scorpions. And over here we have Wasp, the best of, $44.99. I'm going to adjust this camera a little bit better so we can get at a higher angle on these auctions here. Sometimes they're hard to see if they're in shrink because of the glare, but there's Scorpions and there's that. We also have Wasp. I guess I got 2 of those. Yeah, I got 2 of those. The best of the best, $44.99 on Wasp. And then Linkin Park Meteora. Linkin Park is $33.99. Scorpions has a bid for $30. Volbeat right now is at $36. And we have Pearl Jam Unplugged, $38.99. Jameson Kaysen wanted the Kiss Alive. Jameson Kaysen, I'll take the Kiss Hotter Than Hell. Okay, I never did see that. Kiss Hotter Than Hell is new and sealed. 2014 remaster, $33.99. Jameson, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I'll need to get you registered, okay? But first, make sure you say yes, first-time buyer. And then that's sold to Jameson Kaysen, which I believe is a first-time buyer. Tori Amos, and this is $38.99 for Tori Amos. That's a 2LP, $38.99 for that. Under the Pink, I still got 2 of those. And then King Crimson, In the Court of the Crimson King. And King Crimson's $34.99, 200 gram. 40th Anniversary Edition, King Crimson, $34.99 on that. And then Led Zeppelin, this is a live unofficial. Texas International Pop Festival. And then Led Zeppelin is officially sold to Matt Nichols. Yep, thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to you. And I have more of those available to order if anybody else wants one. I think there's going to be a waiting list. I'll do that later. I think Danny Thomason's going to be on a waiting list for that, but just FYI. All right, so if you're a first-time buyer, thank you, and make sure you message our page so you can send us a DM on Facebook. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Just send that in the form of a Facebook message. We got some pretty sweet auctions to do tonight. Just FYI. And we'll be showing records like these in the bins all night. We'll have pre-owned. We'll have pre-owned discounts. It'll be a fun night to be watching. Some people's probably off. Some people get off this time of year and they're off until like the first of the year, and they're like, Chad, I'm ready to buy some records. And I'm like, well, I'm ready to sell them to you. We just got to get going. We have Phil Collins Face Value. That's a 2015 remaster, $33.99. Now Phil can stare at you for the rest of the night until somebody buys them, okay? We have Pulp Fiction soundtrack. That's $36.99 for Pulp Fiction. And then Tyler Childers' Purgatory. $24.99 for Tyler Childers' Purgatory. Also have Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. Bush is $36.99. That's pink vinyl, razor blade suitcase. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory. Oasis is a 2LP, $44.99. Transformers the movie. Transformers the movie is $39.99. And then Greatest Hits of 311. And this was actually sold to Alvo Dabney Jr., okay? That's sold. And then we have Mike Owen says he'll take Phil Collins. That's sold to Mike Owens. Mike Owen, thank you on that one. That's sold to him. We'll replace Phil Collins with a much pleasant cover. There's King Crimson, $34.99. Scorpions just got one bid, and this is sold for $30 to Cindy Yarborough. Hope Santa Claus brought everybody everything they wanted, all your favorite grails, all of your most rarest and expensive records that you've been wanting to buy your entire life, or maybe the most inexpensive yet treasured record that possibly, you know, like your girlfriend gave you. Here is your favorite copy of Volbeat, which is a final call to Matt Shepard for $40, okay? $40 on that. Michael Snare said, I asked a question on the Scorpions album. What is the grade on the Scorpions album? He did. The Scorpions album, In Trance, has got to go back up for bid. This is a 1976 USOG. It's on the tan RCA. It does have the censored cover, EX Plus condition, and a really nice jacket. The high bid is at $30 with Cindy Yarborough. Cindy Yarborough has it for $30. We sold Phil Collins. And then over here, Volbeat. Volbeat, the last bid on that one was Matt Shepard at $40. Tim Rory has not set out, nor has he bid again. It's all up to Tim Rory. It's all up to Tim Rory. So I'm also looking for the following records: Nine Inch Nails, Doors, Dave Matthews Band, Smiths, The Doors again, Elvis, Black Crowes, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, Alice Cooper, The Doors, Joy Division, Black Crowes, Thrice, Alice Cooper, Dylan Young, Dave Matthews, Zeppelin, Neil Young. All that's in the other crate except this right here. James Rainey got Transformers. That's sold to James Rainey. James Rainey also got a copy of Linkin Park, Meteora. That's sold to James Rainey. So he got a Transformers and a Linkin Park. And then Richard Paul Bradshaw got the Motorhead Iron Fist. Richard Paul Bradshaw got the Motorhead Iron Fist. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw, okay? And then everything else is going to be in the next video. So now Scorpions has a new bid. Now Scorpions has another bid. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that first auction is going to be Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. A 1980 US PRC Richmond. That's a reissue. VG, and then it does have some cover damage up here. Just a $15 start on that one, okay? Tim Rory says he's out on Volbeat. Let's go ahead and tag that then. Volbeat is sold to Matt Shepard for $40 before I walk up front and give that more time than it needs. Let's move over the Scorpions. It's now officially in a bidding war. Let's move the doors right back here as safely as I can, and I'm going to go get that other crate. So here's what's left in here: Oasis, Bush, Tyler Childers, Pulp Fiction, King Crimson, Tori Amos, Pearl Jam Unplugged, Wasp, Caius, Iron Maiden, Enough's Enough, Korn, and then Sleep Token. If you decide you want anything in there, or maybe you want everything in there, just let me know. We'll take care of you. And then there's one more over here I need to knock out. One more. We're going to have a wait list for a lot of these. I've read off, like I read off Dave Matthews Band, and I think there's been like 6 claims. So let's go over here and get that knocked out. A lot of people realize that Dave Matthews Band didn't have OGs. You know, a lot of these first couple here, it's like the first time on vinyl were these new pressings. And then some people's like, oh, no wonder I can't find those in the dollar bins in my local record shop. I'm like, yeah, those aren't going to happen. Those... It's not like they're rare, they just don't exist. All right. So, Scorpions is sold to Cindy Yarborough, this time for $40. Judas Priest does have a bid for $15 with Red Cave Collections. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions, and let's browse through this crate, shall we? Let's move that right over here. And I'm going to move this right over here while we put up Primal Scream and another Saxon record. So I have Primal Scream, Volume 1. 1987 US. The label is Mercenary Records. It's near mint. It has the lyric inner sleeve in shrink wrap. Primal Scream, a $25 start. Saxon. This is Strong Arm of the Law. Somebody wrote Wheels of Steel on the cover. Has an old British pounds price tag. And this is an 81 French repress. EX Plus condition. $20 start on that. First thing is this. I have Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Alice Cooper is a 2 LP, and that is $38.99. It's on brown vinyl, and I still got 2 of those. So the Alice Coopers that sold, I think, coming up are trash. We'll get to those in just one second. Here's White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1. White Zombie, La Sixta Risto, $39.99. This is a music on vinyl press, MOV. That is $39.99. And we have new orders, several new orders in here. I don't think we sold Substance, but I pretty much reordered the entire new order catalog. Here's one of them, Low Life, $29.99. Rob Zombie sold to Brad Waits. Thank you on that one. That's gone. And then we have Alice Cooper Trash. So the first person who gets one of these is the following, Crystal Newman. And then the next person who gets one of these is Josh Tanner. And there is going to be a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, that's what we're going to do right now. Album says Wheels 2. Is album and sleeve different on? This is Saxon Strong Arm of the Law. Wheels of Steel is the disc. Yeah, so I think what's happened is this has been Frankenstein. I'm glad you just caught that. I was trying to figure out what's going on here. So yeah, this is Wheels of Steel. And I think it's in a Strong Arm of the Law jacket, which I'm just now catching. We'll blame that on Seth, who tags the bonus auction. Boy, this is due for a firing, isn't it? Oh my gosh, look. So I think what somebody did is they had an incorrect jacket and they matched it up. I think that's more worthy of like a $10 start. So it's in the incorrect jacket. The actual disc you're buying is Wheels of Steel. Judas Priest got one bid, and that was $15, and that's sold to Red Cave Collections. That's sold to Red Cave Collections for $15. And sorry, most of these I'm looking at for the first time myself as well. So everybody, anytime I show y'all a record, I'm pretty much looking at it for the first time myself as well. I'm like, okay, what do we have here? Like this Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. This is a 2013 2LP with a bonus 10-inch EX Plus condition, $125 start. Nobody bid on Primal Scream. That can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. Saxon has a bid for 10. Saxon has another bid for 10. And Volbeat's $125 start. That's a little bit tougher one to get, it looks like there. Price of new order. New order is $29.99. $29.99. Emma Rosa. This is called Peach Club. Emma Rosa's on purple vinyl, $29.99. Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division is $29.99. That's Unknown Pleasures. Also, we had 2 copies of The Cure, Three Imaginary Boys. The Cure is $29.99. That is for Three Imaginary Boys. I still got both copies of that. There's the other new order, Power, Corruption, Lies. That one's $29.99. I'm going to try to keep all these together. And then we have Neil Young and Bob Dylan. This is what we had a serious waiting list for. So the first person who claimed this one, let me see here. The first person who claimed one of these was Bill Samus. Okay, Bill Samus. That waiting list is going to start. That waiting list is going to start with, first of all, Kelly Vlodarchek on Joy Division. Let's tag that for Kelly Vlodarchek. And then the other, Danny Thomason was next on Dylan and Young. And then Kevin J. Reit's next on Dylan and Young. So 2 people on a wait list from that one, from the video. This is a Thrice, The Illusion of Safety. I think we've sold both of these. The first Thrice was sold to Rich Recore, and then another one for Josh Tanner. I'll take care of wait list at the end of the video because it looks like there's going to be a bunch. Primal Scream is sold to Chris Flynn for $25, and then Saxon's at $16. Volbeat's on black vinyl. I'll do that one again. Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. That's a 2013 2LP inner sleeves. Plus, it has a bonus 10-inch, $125 start on that. And then Saxon Red Cave Collections has that for $16. Next thing I have is the Black Crows Shake Your Moneymaker, and this is $34.99. The Black Crows. And we had a claim for Crowology. That's coming up in just a second. We had John LeBeatty just put Black Crows. John LeBeatty, are you on the feed? Because I think there's 2 different Black Crows in here. There is. And then Stephen Parton definitely wanted a Shake Your Moneymaker. So there's at least, as of right now, one of those still left, $34.99. And then New Order, that was $29.99. That one's for Movement. All the new orders are $29.99, a bargain compared to what OG pressings sell for. Evanescence Fallen is $33.99. And then the Sisters of Mercy Floodland, limited edition Black Ice Galaxy colored vinyl, $29.99 for the Sisters of Mercy Floodland. Nobody bid on Volbeat. That's a $125 buy now. Let's put that right over here. And then Saxon is sold to Matt Nichols for $20. Let's put that away, and let's put up a whole new slew of auctions. I'm going to do something over here for the $15 and up tab, which looks like Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Black Sabbath is a 1978 Jacksonville reissue. It does have the company inner sleeve. It does have the insert. VG condition, a $15 start on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. This is the Black Crow Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. This one's $33.99. And this one at $33.99, Black Crow Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, is sold right now to nobody, unless whichever one John LeBady want. Two people on Alice Cooper additional, two more additional people tonight. There is Alice Cooper Trash, and that is sold to Cosmo Kramer. And then Red Cave Collections also went on Alice Cooper Trash. So there was, I think, two people from the video, and then two more people on Alice Cooper Trash. Red Cave Collections, Saxon 15s, 20. We've already sold Saxon, my bad. Cosmo Kramer, Black Sabbath 15, Black Sabbath 15, Black Sabbath 15, and I've got more new order. This is Brotherhood. That one's $29.99, new order Brotherhood. And then Elvis, the rock and roots of Elvis Presley. So the first claim over here for these are $29.99. Tim Holloway said he would take one, and he's okay with a seam split. So that's sold to Tim Holloway, and he said he's okay with a seam split. And then there's two more here. And let me see if there was another claim. Don Nicole is good with one. That's sold to Don Nicole. And then there's one left. Okay, now this one has a seam split, $29.99. And then put down Scott Corcoran for a waiting list for one without a seam split. And then here is The Doors, a journey through the inner world of The Doors. Before I start tagging those, that's the rock and roots of The Doors. Let me grab a couple more auctions over here. And let's grab Judas Priest and Armored Saint. That sounds pretty cool. We got Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, and that's an 84 USOG EX Plus condition. That has the original inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $30 start. And then Armored Saint is a 1983 USOG EX Plus condition. I don't see that one as often. $30 start on that one. All right, so let's go back and figure out who got these Doors. The rock and roots of The Doors, $29.99. George Jones was first. That's sold to George Jones. One to Scott Corcoran. Also make Scott Corcoran on a wait list for an Elvis, the rock and roots. And then Clifford Umstead wants The Doors, rock and roots. That is sold to him. And then we're good to go up until right now. So there's one extra Doors left if anybody wants that. So up here at the top, we had Black Sabbath at 15, Black Sabbath 15, Black Sabbath 15. Next is Black Sabbath 17. Black Sabbath 17, Black Sabbath 18, Armored Saint 30, Black Sabbath 20, Armored Saint 30, Armored Saint 40, and then we got 3 copies of The Smiths, Meat is Murder, and we've sold one at $29.99. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, and this one was sold to, give me one second, Alvo Dabney Jr. Alvo C. Abney Jr. gets that one done, and then over here we have the Black Crows Crowology. The Black Crows Crowology, that's sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn Betts. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. Black Sabbath at 25, Armored Saints at 41, and then Judas Priest is also up for bid. No bid yet. I'll do that in just a second. And the starting bid on Judas Priest was this, an 84 USOG EX Plus condition, $30 start on that. Dennis wants to know what's on the Doors, and then Mo Loco wants to claim it. In the Eye of the Sun, Good Rockin' Tonight, Who Scared You, I'm a King Bee, Love Me 2 Times, Crawling King Snake, I'm Horny, I'm Stoned, Get Off My Life. Now, if you don't want that Dennis Jackson, then it's sold to Mo Loco. And Mo Loco, I recognize your profile picture, but I can't see your actual name anymore. And then we have 2 copies of New Order Substance, and I think we've sold both of these. New Order Substance is $39.99. $39.99, New Order Substance. And I know one went to MG Sanchez. Yep, there's one for MG Sanchez. Thank you on that one. And I think we're going to have one extra New Order. Yep, $39.99, just FYI. And then here is the best of Jimi Hendrix. This is an incredible compilation here. $29.99 on that one. And then we have first thing, one second, we have Red Cave Collections on a White Zombie. That is sold. Red Cave Collections, that is sold. And then over here we have Nine Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine. The first one is sold to Ken Helplin. Thank you, Ken Helplin. That's sold to him. That was from over on the video. And then I'm holding one more left in my hand, which very well may be the last copy, and that's $33.99. And then Dave Matthews Band Crash was a Gatefold 2 LP. This one was sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. That's sold to you. And then the other one, Dave Matthews Band, was sold to Charlie Sales. And then we're going to have a waiting list from the video. Make sure Kevin J. Reitz is on a waiting list for Dave Matthews Band Crash. And make sure that Vince Lano is on a wait list for Dave Matthews Band Crash. And make sure Thomas Fish is on a wait list for Dave Matthews Band Crash. 3 people. If anybody else wants one, this was the first time on vinyl, and it's all analog, cut by Chris Bellman, $34.99. Okay, so first thing we have is a quick update on the auctions. Dennis Jackson passes on the door, so put Moses E on a waiting list for that, tag this for Moses E, and then Devin Reese is the first on the wait list, okay? So Devin, you'll be first on the wait list for the Rockin' Roots of the Doors. The last thing I said on Black Sabbath was the following. Somebody bid, then several people went out. This is sold to Corey Ross for $25. Sold to Corey Ross for $25. Now, Judas Priest is going to have a bid, so let's do a quick update on that. Judas Priest has a bid and then another bid. So Sean Miller has this for $38. This is an 84 USOG Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeve EX Plus condition, $30 on that. And then Armored Saint, the last bid that came in on that was Paul Cruz at $45. That's an 83 OG Metal Blade OG Lyric inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, nice, and the final call on that was Paul Cruz at $45. Everybody else is out. Bob McKinney gets 9 Inch Nails. So quickly over here for the video, make sure I didn't miss anybody's claims. Everybody got everything except Scott Corcoran on a waiting list for a nice copy of the Rockin' Roots of Elvis Presley. Okay, so make sure Scott Corcoran's on a wait list for that. And then we need a wait list for, well, let me ask John LeBady. He didn't say which Black Crows. There was 3 different ones, and I need to figure out which one he wanted. Okay, John LeBady, if you're on the live chat, there was 3 different Black Crows, so I got to figure out which one he wanted. And then Danny Thomason on the Bob Dylan, Neil Young waiting list. So make sure Danny's on the Dylan and Young waiting list. Make sure Danny Thomason's on the wait list for Led Zeppelin Live at Texas. Make sure Kevin J. Reitz is on a wait list for Dave Matthews Band Crash. Make sure Kevin J. Reitz is on the wait list for Neil Young and Bob Dylan Live. And then make sure Vince Lano's on the Dave Matthews Band waiting list. And then make sure that Thomas Fish is on the Dave Matthews Band waiting list. And if that's all done, then everybody got everything they wanted in there. And I'm going to quickly show you what's left in here. Okay, Priest has a new bid for $45. And then let's jump up here and let's go ahead and pull up this video right here, which was Christmas morning. There was no videos this morning. I figured it'd be this morning that I either wouldn't be able to do it or I would forget. And it was kind of a little bit of both. I forgot when I was already at home and I was like, man. And then I had in my mind, okay, I'll make a post to let everybody know there's not going to be any new videos. And I think I fell asleep before I scheduled the post saying there wouldn't be any new videos. So Merry Christmas. That was my second slip up of December. So I think we're probably going to have 31 flip crates in December, or we're supposed to have 31 vintage flip crates in December. That's okay. We're going to probably end up having 29 though. So hope everybody was okay with that. Sorry. That's on me. We blame Seth. Okay, so let's go back to the top. And Armored Saint did not get another bid. So this is sold for $45 to Paul Cruz. Priest has a new bid with Matthew Copus at $45. That's now a final call. And then over here, Brad Waite's Elvis Rockin' Roots wait list, okay? I do have one in stock with a seam split. Otherwise, that is the last one I have. And then we're going to take a wait list. So what these Rockin' Roots are, they basically take live shows, and they don't really ever say where or when. Sometimes they might say when, like this is obviously Las Vegas themed, but they're doing this. These are all essentially semi-unofficials. They're coming from a main distributor that never does bootlegs. So, I'm pretty sure they're unofficials, but they've made them from about every band. They've done even the big bands you never see bootlegged, like on a big scale, like Zeppelin and Beatles and artists like that, Pearl Jam. Not saying there's not bootlegs of those bands, but this particular distributor never has stuff like that. So I guess they're semi-unofficial. It's one of those like radio broadcast loopholes, maybe. Sorry, I had to get some Chick-fil-A Diet Coke in me. $29.99 on that. And then we have Alice Cooper Brutal Planet. That's $38.99. And let's put up some auctions. It is 7 o'clock. I've already put a couple of the low-end ones up, but it is time, and it is Friday Metal Night. We have Motley Crue, girls. We're going to have a little bit of everything tonight. I mean, we're going to be going through discount crates, whatever is marked tonight, whatever I can find, whatever new vinyl we need to go back through, whatever I need to put on sale. Motley Crue, girls, and 87 USOG, VG cover, VG vinyl, $15 start on that. Judas Priest is sold to Matthew Copus for $45. Thank you on that. That's sold. There's Motley Crue. It's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and put something else up. And don't forget, there's a heck of a bonus crate over here with unadvertised stuff, like Alice in Chains Dirt, a music on vinyl press, which is a pretty desirable pressing of this. Alice in Chains Dirt, it is a 2009 UK music on vinyl, EX Plus condition, $75 start on that one. All right, so here's the new orders I have. These are $29.99. New order Low Life, new order Power Corruption Lies, new order Movement, new order Brotherhood, and then there was new order Substance, which is $39. It's a double LP. So all those are $29, and then there's those, okay? So here's the update. Motley Crue 20, Motley Crue 15, and then I'll take Motley Crue 15, Alice in Chains 80. If I lay a record back here, these are auctions, so you have to bid in the chat. These back here in the back are auctions. The ones in the crate are buy it now. So if I say Motley Crue $15 start, right now, it's already up to $25. Michelle's bid right there with my finger going up and down at the bottom of the screen. She's watching over on Twitch. We also have people watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. And the only way you can see all their comments is if you're watching on Twitch or if you pay attention to this feed right here. $8 in limited shipping. We've already had 2 new buyers tonight, I think, or 1. And that's great. Hopefully everybody has like millions of dollars in Christmas money to spend. Now, this didn't come out of a Japanese crate, but it could have. It should have. It was in the bonus crate. This is the Eagles Live. It's a 1980 Japanese pressing, complete with posters. That's a $45 start. Motley Crue was in VG condition and a VG or less cover. The rest of this crate was Emarosa Peach Club. That was $29.99. Joy Division Unknown Pleasures, $29. The Cure, 3 Imaginary Boys, it was also $29. And then here's what's left. This is $34.99. The Black Crowes 30th Anniversary Edition of Shake Your Moneymaker. Evanescence Fallen, $33.99. Bring Me to Life. The Sisters of Mercy Floodlands, $29. The Black Crowes Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, that's $33. I've got 2 of those. The Smiths Meat is Murder is $29. And then Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. All right, let's go ahead and show. We had some silver come in today from our mint distributor. And boy, what a great day. These silver hit $80 an ounce today. I got Scottsdale silver stackers, $100. I've got 3 of them in stock. These always carry a huge premium. These are already carded, assayed, number 498 of 499. They're numbered. I've got 3 of those. They're $100 a piece. $100 a piece. Alice in Chains jacket. No damage to the jacket. It's in the original. It's in the original music on vinyl baggie. Has the sticker, and that is right now the high bid on that. Somebody already bid 80, and then somebody just bid 75, okay? Matt Nichols wants a Scottsdale stacker. These are $100. I've got 2 left. Okay? Stanley Richmond says he'll take 1. I've got 1 left. Scottsdale stackers. Bob McKinney takes the Alice Cooper Brutal Planet. There's now 1 of those left. All right. There's 1 Scottsdale stacker left on that one. Okay, let me ask Tanner about these quarters. So ST takes the last silver stacker. Okay, those are sold, $100 each. Those are all gone. And then we had I saw where somebody shared a picture. So Costco earlier this year started selling silver. I don't know exactly when they started doing that exactly, but somebody had shared a picture where I think it was earlier this year or a year ago. Maybe it was a year ago today. You could have walked in Costco, a place like Costco, and bought a 100-ounce silver bar, or a 10-ounce silver bar for like $289. $289, and of course that same price today would be like, well, they probably have them at like $900 today, so that's pretty crazy. All right, there's that. When will the invoice from the 23rd be sent out? The 23rd. If you bought anything this week, if you bought something on the 22nd through tomorrow night, you'll get invoiced on Monday the 29th. Okay, anybody else? Motley Crue's at $38, Allison Chains at $85, and the Eagles is a no bid. That's a $45 buy now. We've only had 2 no bids tonight. Okay, there's a lot of miscellaneous stuff over here in this crate when I was cleaning up my table the other night, and we'll go through those in just a second. All right, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. When did he go through this crate right here? Yes. Laura's over here dropping off the rest of tonight's auctions. I'm bringing you the next crate of vinyl greatness, and I'm going to put up some more auctions. Allison Chains at 86. It's up to Cason on Motley Crue. He's out. And then let's grab another auction. I'll pull one from the bonus crate while Laura's loading that up. This is Saxon. Innocence is no excuse. Saxon's a 1986 USOG. It's a sealed promo stamp. So the shrink's been torn where they gave it a gold stamp promo, and that's sealed, never been opened. A $35 start on that. Okay, very quickly, I have Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. That's a limited edition numbered on gold vinyl, $39.99. Wow, we got a lot of auctions for Metal Night tonight. A lot of stuff. This was Christmas Eve. I'm trying to find Christmas Day. 19 comments on this video. Wow, let me read these out loud so maybe I can try to remember some of them. So I'm looking for the following records. Black Sabbath, The Humanizer, Led Zeppelin 2, Merry Christmas, Chad. Merry Christmas, Chad. Thank you, Dan White. Thank you, Bill Samus. And then Helmet and Battle of Los Angeles for Michael Malliott. Merry Christmas, Chad. Susie and the Banshees, 9 Inch Nails. Rolling Stone, Sticky Fingers, Queen's Rock, Dehumanizer, Bark at the Moon, Blizzard of Oz, Dehumanizer again, Pink Floyd Paris, and Dream Theater. Okay, so Faster Pussycat is available. That's Wake Me Up When It's Over. Music on Vinyl, limited edition 1000 gold, $39.99. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. And this is on red vinyl. That's Zach Wild doing the Black Sabbath covers. Awesome stuff there. $33.99. We've got 2 of those. And then 4 different Dream Theaters, which came out earlier this year for Rocktober exclusives, and these are all $39.99 each, and they're all 2 LPs, and they're all on clear vinyl. The first one was Train of Thought. That sold Train of Thought, and that one sold to Clay Moore. Thank you, Clay Moore, $39.99. And then that left Systematic Chaos, Octavarium, and 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. So I've got those 3 left, and if anybody wants on a Train of Thought wait list, let me know. Motley Crue is officially sold to Michelle Clements for $38. That's sold to Michelle for $38. Let's put that back in its sleeve. Now, the Allison Chains is a music on vinyl press. Single LP. Stephen Tinley has it for $91. A lot of people like that one because it's a single LP. I think that was mentioned in the comments a moment ago. And then Saxon over here, Matt Nichols has that for $45. And it is sealed. It is sealed, by the way. It is sealed. Oh, did we get more Christmas silver in? I guess we did. Well, it's never too late. These are $78. These are $78. These are, we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Are these actually dated? Yeah, these are dated 2025. They have Santa Claus and Rudolph on them. Never too late to be buying these. I have 10 in stock, $78 a piece on the Christmas silver. $78 a piece, and that would be some good bullion. Gosh, that's below. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I guess that is a great price because what did, wait a minute. What did spot close today? Yeah, spot closed at 79.39. I didn't think that one through. Yeah, somebody needs to be all over those. That's a below spot right now. $78 a piece on those. I should have said like $80 a piece. But yeah, 78. I'll honor that for the next 60 seconds, okay? I'll honor that deal for the next 60 seconds, and then I need to change them to about, they really need to be about $84 a piece. Probably $86 a piece. So take advantage of that. That's $1.39 below spot right now. Okay, I also have Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning. Chris Cornell is $33.99, Euphoria Morning. By the way, no sales tax on silver. That's Tennessee state law. No sales tax on silver, gold, and precious metals. Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. Gin Blossoms is $33.99. And we have Pantera Reinventing the Steel, $29.99 for Pantera. Okay, Allison Chains over here. The last bid was Chris Frazier at 101. Saxon 48. Saxon 48, that's Sean Miller. And then Matt Nichols, you were out on that. So I got 10 Christmas silver rounds at $78 a piece. ST gets 2. Thomas Baumhart gets 2. Brian G. Owens gets 1. Stanley Richmond gets 2. Stephen A. Young gets 1. David Tate gets 1. And I've only got 1 left, Anthony Correa. I can't give you 10, but I can give you 1. I can give you 1 at $78 if that's okay. Everybody else is ahead of you. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You get the 10th one, okay? Those are all sold. Those are all sold. 10 at $78 a piece. See you later, silver. Those are gone. They should have been about $84 a piece. Man, that's a good way to shoot yourself in the foot over about $4, and then you do it 10 times. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have a bloody foot tonight. Next thing over here is Gorgira La Font Sauvage. That's a 2LP orange vinyl, $44.99. So Allison Chains, I want to make sure we're done. Chris Frazier, 101. The bidder before him was Stephen Tinley. Stephen, I want to make sure you're done. Make sure he did say out. He did. Saxon still getting bids. And Brad Waite said he would do 30 on the Eagles. Go ahead and sell that to Brad Waite for $30. That's a crazy good deal, but you got it. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman is $29.99. And we have 1 copy of Kiss Psycho Circus. Well, you know, Tanner tagged all this silver earlier today, and it rallied at the end. So he was probably tagging all that this morning when it was probably like in the 77s or 76s, and you see it rallied and ended up closing at 743. So I guarantee he tagged that stuff before the market closed, and then it just kept on jumping right there at the end. So yeah, a couple of these prices, that's why a couple of these he says check spot. Check spot, check spot. So I need to on these quarters, because I think somebody walked in today and sold these. I have a couple people that have said, I am literally trying to go through every nook and cranny in my safe and make sure I've got all the silver out to sell you, Chad. And then some people's the direct opposite. They're like, heck, I'm not selling anything. I'm wanting to buy. I'll buy all you've got at a fair price. So we're trying our best to get our hands on some. Gorgira is sold to Bob McKinney, and we're also trying to get our hands on some fantastic metal collections. It's almost the first of the year, and I think Paul's going to go on a buying spree. So if you're out there looking for metal, we're buying all kinds of metals. We're looking for heavy metal. We're looking for heavy metal, and we're looking for precious metal. I'm looking for both. We deal in metal here. Metal and metal. Metal music and precious metals. I'll buy both. Just let me know. We'll come to you. We'll fly to you. We'll drive to you. I'll teleport to you. We got Vol Beat, Rewind, Replay, Rebound, and then I can bring it all back here and sell it to you. And then I can bring it all back here and sell it to you. We got a 2019 U.S. Limited Edition. This is numbered 562 Volbeat Rewind, Replay, Rebound. That's a $35 start. Chris Frazier does get the Allison Chains for $101. Thank you on that, Chris Frazier. That's my best Lane Staley. Nobody please try to do a Lane Staley. You will greatly fail. I think only a couple people are qualified to even get close to covering him. Washington quarters. Okay. So I've got Saxon. Last bid on Saxon that came in was Matt Nichols, and he went out, sold to Matt Nichols for $55. And then over here we have Bob McKinney got a Gorgiera. Scott Nichols gets a Kiss. Now, Scott, if that's your first purchase with us, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need to get your email address and mailing address. Okay, here's another deal. This is 21 silver quarters. They are Washington silver quarters. This is going to be just a few dollars below melt. $305. $305. The melt on these right now are $301.28. So you're buying these just a few bucks above melt price. The direct melt value of these right now is $301.28. $305 for those 21 Washington quarters. $305 right now. $305. Washington quarters, 21 of them. Those are 90% silver. Susie and the Banshees, by the way, this did sell over here. Susie and the Banshees was $36.99, and that was sold over here to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson, on that. Volbeat, 35. Volbeat, 40. Volbeat, 35. Volbeat, 45. That's the high bid. All right, let's pull something from the advertised bunch. Oh, boy. This one's always popular. The Heavy Metal soundtrack. Sabbath, BOC, Cheap Trick, Devo, Donald Fagen, an 81 U.S. Terre Haute OG, has the original inner sleeves, VG Plus condition, nice jacket, $25 start on Heavy Metal. I've got Soundgarden, $34.99. That is Gatefold 2 LP. Outcast, Atelians, $33.99 on that. And then Ozzy's Blizzard of Oz, Crazy Train, $29.99. Led Zeppelin 2 remaster with the bonus tracks. And that's pretty much an on-sale price at $38.99. Sell that to Clifford Umstead, okay? Volbeat may be done. Sean Miller has it for $45, final call. In the bin, you just saw a new and sealed Ozzy remaster. Here is an OG pressing. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz with the original inner sleeve is an 81 U.S. Terre Haute OG, VG condition, a $30 start for Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. That's now up for bid. I've got 2 copies of Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Pantera is $29.99. Vulgar Display of Power. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, that is $33.99. That has, first of all, I think there is an OG of this, but I think it's a picture disc only. $33.99. I think that's the story on that one. Paris, Pink Floyd, Live in Paris, 1970. This was sold to Thomas Reed. Thank you, Thomas Reed. That's sold to you. And then Queensryche Empire, which is a 2 LP silver vinyl. This is $38.99. This is Queensryche, sold to A.J. Clark. Thank you, A.J. Clark. Red Cave Collections on Rob Zombie. And then are we done on Volbeat? No other bids came in. Volbeat is sold to Sean Miller for $45. The Heavy Metal soundtrack is now at $30, and 2 people's at $30. VW Wanda was first, and Ozzy has an open bid of $30 as well. Here's more Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, $29.99. More Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill, $29, and then Helmet. And I know we've sold one, maybe both of these. The first helmet is sold to Michael Malliott, and that has filled up my crate. So let me go ahead and swap those out. That'll be the last thing I put in there. This is sold to Michael Malliott. There's that. And then let me adjust my knuckles and grab a new empty crate. Thanks for everybody who tuned in on the Christmas Eve show. We sold quite a bit. There's 2 tables over here of miscellaneous we sold. I'm sure they're going to have fun tagging and sorting all of that. And then we came back here and sold a lot of vinyl and other cool stuff as well. We have Ozzy, the best of, that's Memoirs of a Madman 38, and then Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, Ooh Waka Aka. That's on green vinyl, $33.99. So I'm still looking for Los Angeles, 9 Inch Nails, Sticky Fingers, Dehumanizer. Here we go. Brian Call wanted Bark at the Moon. Brian Call got Bark at the Moon, and Brian Call got Blizzard of Oz. Thank you, Brian Call. He got both of those. Appreciate that. And everything else is in the other crate. So let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Let's go ahead and put up some other stuff. And let's go ahead and put up Halloween. This is Keeper of the 7 Keys, Part 1. I've always loved their jackets, especially these early ones. It's very cool. This is a 1987 USOG, has the original inner sleeve, EX condition. Halloween, $35 start. $35 start. Thank you, Brian. That is good taste. That's some great Ozzy remasters there. Let's breeze through these one more time. Nobody on the silver quarters. I have silver quarters back here just a few dollars below melt. This time next week, you'll be wishing you bought them. Oh, boy, these are awesome here. Yeah. Okay, this is more of a collectible piece of silver, but I think we got the customers on that's going to love these. $165. These are 2.1 ounce, I think. $165. Look at the detail on these, though. Hulksters. Hulk Hogan. I think that's a 2.1 ounce is the weightage on that one. They kind of have an antique finish. Very cool. They're on a card, and that's, of course, pure silver. $9999999. $165 for Hulk Hogan. $165. That's pretty cool. But, I mean, 2.1 ounce at how much an ounce? That is, let's see here, 2.1 ounce. Let me adjust that one. So 879 times 2.1. Yeah, that's right at melt. That's wild. I mean, because I locked in when I bought these from the mint distributor. I bought these months ago at a much cheaper price. That's a crazy price. That's melt for something like that. That's crazy. That is insane. $79 an ounce, 2.1 ounces. So you're buying Hulk at $165. I retract my statement. That is at melt value. That's pretty dang crazy. Faster Pussycat, wake me up when it's over, $39.99. Some of the stuff I'm in a real good position on because we locked in prices from mint distributors like months ago, and now it's done nothing but increase, and they kind of already do the orders and do the buying, and then that's why some of this I'm like, man, we're selling like little collectible silver at melt. Zach Sabbath, $33.99. That's on red vinyl. Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, Dream Theater Octavarium, and Dream Theater 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. So 3 different Dream Theaters left. Those are clear vinyl, $39.99. And then Zach Sabbath, $33, and then Faster Pussycat, $39. Heavy Metal over here, Shane Lanedote has it for $32. Red Cave Collections has it for $35. This is a final call for $35 with Red Cave Collections. Ozzy, the last bid just came in at $35 with Tony McDaniel. $35 with Tony McDaniel. That's going in once and going in twice, and we're about to sell those, okay? So somebody just got outbid. Steven's back in at $36. No bid yet on Halloween for $35. And if you want a price on anything else in here, let me know. Faster Pussycat, Zach Sabbath, Dream Theater, Chris Cornell, Gin Blossoms, Pantera, Gorgira, 2 more Ozzy Diaries of Madmans left, Flying High again, $29.99, Audio Slave, Outcast, Pantera, Rob Zombie, Ozzy Bark at the Moon, Pantera, Helmet, Ozzy, and Disturbed. I still got a crate of new stuff to go through tonight. And I think I've got one more video to knock out, or one more crate to knock out from videos. That's because we hadn't been able to do this in a couple of days, and I'm still been posting videos. So let's knock these out. And I'll be doing a show tomorrow night as well. Sunday, I'll be doing something. Sunday, I'll be doing something. Hopefully, coins and knives, whatever we don't sell tonight, okay? So let me see if I can get a hold of Tanner. I got to ask him about a couple things because I see some stuff over here. All right. Bark at the Moon was $29.99. If anybody new is watching, I think every once in a while Facebook, even though we advertise them almost on a daily basis, Facebook will like start suggesting our page. I'm sure every once in a while y'all are on Facebook and you'll see like a page you don't follow, but it'll just appear in your timeline. They do that every once in a while, and they do that every once in a while for us, and we'll get all these new followers, and I'll see a lot of new names on the chat. And I know we run ads almost every day for our sales, but still, I'll see just a wave of new people, and I think Facebook starts basically giving us free advertisement, which is great. With that being said, if anybody new is watching, these are auctions. I've got dozens and dozens over here. Great titles. This is what we call Metal Night. We usually do it on Thursdays. Obviously didn't have a sale last night. And then this right here is a video, and that's another thing I need to pro. Our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Our private group, Whole Lot of Records, that is on Facebook. That's where I post these videos. That's where I post pre-orders. We also do vintage discount crates, and that's a place where you can post stuff you've bought from Collectco and talk and see other Collectco customers. There's kind of something like that on YouTube, but not really. They have like community posts, but that's about the only thing you can do over there. So this is Metal Knight. We've moved it up to this night, and here's the Beatles Love. This is very cool. The last thing George Martin ever did with the Beatles, I'm pretty sure, $56.99. And yeah, and I think that's that kind of alternate takes, melodies, blended thing. If you've never listened to it, it's pretty cool. $56.99. Jameson New is my brother-in-law. Okay, well, if we can't get a hold of him, we'll get a hold of Greg Beddinger. What about heavy metal? Heavy metal, Red Cave Collections had it for $45. Halloween is at $45, and then Ozzy, Tony McDaniel has that at $40. So quick update: Ozzy's at $40. Ozzy's at $40. Heavy metal is at $45 of Red Cave Collections, and Halloween is at $42 with James Rainey. We have Nirvana Live and Loud. This is a 2 LP, Nirvana Live and Loud. $39.99 for Nirvana. That's a gatefold 2 LP. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. I think we sold both of these. The first 9 Inch Nails is sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. That's sold to you. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. That's a gatefold 2 LP. And yeah, there's going to be one left. And that's a 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails. And then we got 2 copies of King Crimson Discipline. $34.99. Ozzy over here is an 81 USOG. It's a Terre Haute. Inner sleeve is included. It's in VG condition. VG condition. The inner sleeve does have a few little bit of stains on the front, just FYI. The jacket's not too bad for that jacket. The jacket's not, the condition of the jacket's not too bad for the way these normally look. They're always just kind of worn out. Bob McKinney on 9 Inch Nails, that's sold. Hulk Silvers are $165. I said that, and then I did the math. These are actually at melt at $165. Hulkster, they're 2.1. $165. Crazy. I'm surprised some of my other silver buyers. We're talking about something collectible like Hulk Hogan, and it can be bought at melt. $165. I've got 3 of them. That price is good for about 10 minutes. Maybe till the end of the show. Nick Cave and the Birthday Party, Amsterdam 81, $29.99. And we have the Beatles White Album. That's the 2 LP remaster. We sold one of them when the show started tonight, $49.99. And then here's another 9 Inch Nail, the Downward Spiral, $44.99. 9 Inch Nails, the Downward Spiral, $44.99. Okay, we have okay. So here's the deal right now on Hulk, $165. If you don't want one, Brad, then Anthony Correa wants 2, and Paul Brothers wants 1. So they're going to be sold. But we just got to figure out if Brad Waits wants 1, okay? And then if Brad Waits takes 1, then Paul, you're going to be 1 short. We have Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. That's $33.99. TBI Music Room on the Beatles White Album. Thank you on that one. And then I think we're done on these auctions. Heavy Metal Info. Nope, Michael Ruttman asked about this. This is a 1981 U.S. Terre Haute OG. VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, heavy metal, VG Plus condition, and the last bid on this one was $45 with Red Cave Collections. I think that means we're out on Ozzy. Tony McDaniel gets this for $40. Tony McDaniel gets this for $40. See you later. There's that. And then over here, Halloween, and the last bid on Halloween was the following: James Rainey, $42. That's done. I'm gonna make sure Michael Ruttman doesn't want to bid on heavy metal. If he passes, then it's sold. So here's the deal on the Hulksters at $165 each. The first 2 go to Anthony Correa, and then Brad Waits gets 1. So Paul, Anthony was right ahead of you claiming 2. So all 3 of those are now officially poof and gone. So Hulkster has left the building. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan, an American icon. All right, let's put all those right there. Let's put all those right there. Probably getting a table lined up. Good night to be watching for metals, if you missed it earlier. We got precious metals and we got heavy metals. Maybe we should make that a thing. Maybe we should make Thursday night just metal night in general. We have Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. We have Pulp, different class, $29.99. King Crimson Beat. I was telling in the video how I love Neil and Jack and Me, Heartbeat. I love the 80s King Crimson just as much as I do the late 60s, early 70s King Crimson. These are bootlegs, Pink Floyd live at the Fillmore and Metallica live Market Square. The problem is it's only Volume 2 and Volume 2. I can get you a Volume 1 if you want one. So that's only like half of the bootleg. Same price for other Part 1. And yes, Matt Nichols bought a vintage White Album the other night. He wants to put that back and instead get the new copy. And I think Ed probably seen that today, and I'm sure he'll take care of that at some point. Heavy metal over here. This is officially sold. We're ready for all new auctions. These took a while. These got a lot of bids. Red Cave Collection, $45. That's so do. We're into the stuff that takes quite a bit of time. We got some pretty desirable stuff over here. We got Venom Black Metal. Venom Black Metal is a 1982 Italian OG. Track A4 is incorrectly titled on the labels as Raise the Need instead of Raise the Dead. There you go. Venom, not a bad jacket. Does have signs of ring wear though. EX condition, $35 start. $35 start. We have the Roots. We still have that available for $39.99. Oasis live at Wembley, $69.99. Guy Clark, Austin City Limits, 2LP green vinyl, $39.99. And then Billy Joe Armstrong, No Fun Mondays, blue vinyl. Billy Joe from Green Day, $24.99. We have some requests popping up, but don't forget about the bonus crate as well. And I'm pulling one from the bonus crate right now. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. This is OG, an 87 US OG, VG condition, a $35 star. Missed that Love price. Love, King Crimson Love. What was Love? Love. And then Glass Animals, Zappa, $39.99. Sticky Fingers, somebody claimed that in the video. Mike Pierce, thank you, Mike Pierce. If anybody else wants one, that'll be a waiting list, $36.99. Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, Hot. And this is $33.99. We actually sold one of these earlier tonight. It was over here in the corner. That's my last copy then. Peter Criss, $36.99 for Peter Criss, his original album. And then Rage Against the Machine Renegades, $29.99 on that. And then Black Sabbath The Humanizer. We're going to have a waiting list for this. The first one goes to Clifford Umstead, $44.99 Black Sabbath The Humanizer. RJ Myers on a waiting list. And then Wesley Stover on a waiting list, okay? So 2 people on a waiting list for Black Sabbath The Humanizer. Love, oh, you're talking about the Beatles, of course. That is $56.99. $56.99. Venom's at $36. We got a request for Coroner. We got a request for Impaled Nazarene, Emperor, and Disinfection. I think is what that said. Let me see if I can find some of those. The problem is trying to figure out what they look like and if I can find them. Here's one of them. It came right to me. Coroner, Rest in Peace. An 87 German OG, super clean. A $55 star. Good luck on that. Kiss Revenge is $36.99. Kiss Self-Titled is $36.99. Alexander Spence Orr is $39, and Rage Against the Machine Battle of Los Angeles. that one sold to Michael Malliott. That's sold to Michael Malliott. Thank you. And then Madonna Bedtime Stories silver vinyl. Madonna is $33.99. So from the video this morning, everybody got everything except RJ Myers on a wait list for Dehumanizer. I'm going to let him know. If you don't want one, always reply to me or let me know live. And then Wesley Stover on a wait list for Dehumanizer. Maybe I can come up with some more before invoices are sent out. And there's that. So 3 auctions right now. I'll try to keep 3 auctions going all night for metal. And I'll try to keep it very much a metal theme. There is a crate of Japanese back here behind me. But I don't really think it's ready because I think there's some pretty unusual or maybe even high-end stuff in here. And we have enough metal tonight to keep us busy. We'll probably run all exclusive Japanese along with whatever else Laura gets ready tomorrow, okay? And then we have a request for Skid Row. We have a request for Ozzy. We have a request for Danzig. I'm going to get to those. Y'all just, here's the way it works. When we get near the end, start throwing those reminders at me, okay? Request for. Just put request for. And as I chip one away, I'll put up another one, and then I'll probably keep at least one up that's a surprise just to keep it interesting, okay? Let's run through these again. We're about to go through a crate that's never been gone through. We're going to be going through probably lots of vintage, buy it now, best offer, etc., half off, all kinds of stuff like that. Let me take a peek in the stuff that I don't have marked yet, and I got to find an invoice for it, which I probably can do pretty quickly. All right. So the Stones poster behind Ed's Crazy Christian on the wall for sale. Yes, but we have others. I had those one night. I don't know if you remember. We had like a bunch of them kind of new in the box. Are you talking about the Voodoo Lounge poster? I guess that one's for sale too, but I think I showed one of those one night. If you remember, I had like a cardboard box and we had 4 or 5 of them. They were like new old stock essentially. Okay, let me do this. Let's change out crates. Alexander Skip Spence was $39.99. $39.99. Here's what's left in here. The Beatles, Love, Nirvana, King Crimson, Nick Cave, Nine Inch Nails, Led Zeppelin, Pulp, King Crimson, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Roots, Oasis, Guy Clark, Billy Joe, Glass Animals, Kiss, Peter Criss, Kiss, Renegades, Kiss, Alexander Skip Spence, and Madonna. Okay? Now, Venom. Let's go over all three. Venom is an 82 Italian OG VG cover EX vinyl. The high bid on this EX vinyl VG cover is Michael Thrower at $40. GNR, Appetite for Destruction, an 87 OG. An 87 OG Aussie. Excuse me. I don't know where I came with that. 87 OG Guns N' Roses. The last bid on this was nothing. $0. We're looking for a $35 start, okay? Now, up here at the top, I have Love is Beatles, and then I see that somebody put, where was that at? ST put Beatles. Was that a claim ST for the Beatles Love? I think so, yes. This is sold to ST, the Beatles Love, okay? I have one left. Thank you on that one. I'm looking through some of these requests, and then over here, corner, Rest in Peace. An 87 German OG, super clean. And corner, the last bid that came in on this was Hessen Session at $56. And I guess that's the only bid. Final call on that. Venom, final call. It's at 40. Guns N' Roses has 3 bids now, 35, 36, 40. And corner has 1 bid for 56, final call. That's where we're at. Final call. Okay, I've gone through 4 crates already of new vinyl, and here was a crate of new stuff. That was 2 days worth of videos, which has filled up about a crate and a half. That's why I do those every morning. I know we sell a lot live here every night, but man, we do move through some stuff quickly in those videos every morning. Carol, just remind me about that poster, and I'll send you a picture. But yeah, it's for sale. Everything back there is for sale. Everything back there is for sale. We will be, somebody asked earlier, we will be open tomorrow. We was open today. We will be open tomorrow. Yes. We is open today. We will be open tomorrow. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, here we go. All right, price and gun. Got it. Led Zeppelin 2, $29.99. I think that was for somebody. I know we have those all the time, but I think those were for somebody. And Laura, is this Olivia Rodrigo already been tagged? Didn't this already come in? Live from Glastonbury? I'm not for sure if it has or not, but I think that was a pre-order. I'll make sure it's been tagged. Okay, here's Kevin Willis. Yeah. He was supposed to get, I think, Led Zeppelin 3 and Led Zeppelin 2. Okay? So there's his, I think those are both for Kevin Willis. He's supposed to get Led Zeppelin 2 as well. So those are both sold to him. Thank you, Kevin Willis. Maybe you're watching. Jeremy Bryant, this is a special request for Jeremy Bryant. Fertility, $44.99 on Fertility. All right, GNR, if anybody wants any of those, let me know. Of course, we get Zeppelins all the time. Fertility, GNR, $49. Venom, $47, Dwayne Sevilla. Michael Thrower's out. GNR, $49 with Corey Ross. And Corner did not get another bid, right? Stephen Tinley bid $60. There were some other claims over here. 1 second. We had Kiss Crate Original and Dehumanizer. Okay, so Bob McKinney from that last crate wants Kiss self-titled. Bob McKinney from that last crate wants Kiss self-titled. Put Bob McKinney on a waiting list with the other two for Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. Okay. So that's sold to Bob McKinney. And then ST wants Skip Spence. I was waiting. Somebody had asked about Skip Spence. And I'm assuming they were passing. That was VW Wanda. So go ahead and sell this to ST. Okay? Now, we have the following. We have Coronor at $66 with Stephen Tinley. That's still getting bids. GNR is with Corey Ross at $49, and Dwayne Sevilla has Venom at just $47. Final call on that. There is a single in here for Troy Robinson, $24.99. This is a very lofty holiday. Santa Claus is Coming to Town edition. Sell that to Troy Robinson. I'm actually going to leave that out so it doesn't get mixed up in the crate. And then we have Alice Cooper, Detroit Stories. Haven't had this one in a while. This is me stocking up on Alice Cooper's. Detroit Stories are $29.99. $29.99 for Alice Cooper Detroit Stories. And then here's the Cure's Greatest Hits. $44.99, and I'm almost positive I had a waiting list for this. Okay? And this pricing gun sucks. I'm about to throw another pricing gun away, Tanner. I don't know. If you don't click it and it doesn't come out smoothly and clearly, I'm immediately throwing them away, even though they cost $195. We have Scott Dwallow on Alice Cooper. Don't have time for bad pricing guns, right? Scott Dwallow got an Alice Cooper Venom. The last bid on this is done. This is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $47. Let me go check my waiting list on the Cure. It's right up front, and it looks like we've sold one to Donna Bertram. I think there's one person on the waiting list, and then GNR is sold to Corey Ross for $49, and then another one of those Alice Coopers are sold to Brian Frenfrock. Okay, those are sold, and then Corners. The last bid on that just came in at $68. First of all, next auction. Let me see if I can find some of these requested auctions. I know somebody said Exciter. So here it is. Exciter, Long Live the Loud. Exciter's 185 USOG. It has the original under sleeve, EX edition, a $30 start. $30 start on that. And then Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds. Yeah, I need to go get my laptop because I think we're heavy into a few waiting lists right here. So let me step up here and grab that right quick. Neil and Jack and me. I've got King Crimson stuck in my head. Neil and Jack and me. All right, sorry for the quick timeout. Luckily, I have a Mac, and as soon as you open it, it automatically turns on. It's amazingly fast, so I'm already logged into my computer, and I've opened up my spreadsheet, and I am searching, first of all, the Cure. And the Cure Greatest Hits was Ken Helplin. Thank you, Ken Helplin. So he was on a wait list for the Cure earlier this week. That's sold to him. Whoops. And I have one left, okay? I have one left, and then the first thing I have is this. We sold Alice Cooper. We sold Alice Cooper. We sold Donna Cure. Corner 68. Corner 73. We have Exciter has a bid already for 30. Exciter has another bid for 35, now 36. This is Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds, transparent red vinyl. This is $29.99. Oh, that sucks. That's terrible. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to be sweet action. Oh, boy. That's not a good one. $29.99, Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds. And let me make sure there wasn't. We've been selling, like I've said, the heck out of some Alice Cooper. We've already sold out of Detroit Stories. If anybody wants a waiting list, Dirty Diamonds, there it is. Autumn Betts, I knew it. Autumn Betts was on a waiting list. Let's tag that for Autumn. $29.99. Tony, you just missed Venom. I literally said sold a few moments ago. Pearl Jam Versus. also $29.99. Pearl Jam Versus, $29.99 for Pearl Jam Versus. And then check out this Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper Classics. It's pressed. I love those RTI stickers. That means you're going to be getting a great sounding record. And this is called Alice Cooper Classics. The price on this one, Alice Cooper Classics, this one is $44.99. Pressed at RTI, and it's on black and blue swirl colored vinyl. Black and blue swirl colored vinyl, $44.99. HQ 180 gram RTI, Alice Cooper, $44.99. And then we got 3 copies of Death Spiritual Healing, custom tricolor merged with splatter, and Deaths were $29.99. And there was a waiting list. That's why I ordered some more of these. These are $29.99. Okay, and there's those. Done. Now, Matt Shepard says he wants, yeah, let me show Olivia Rodrigo. So we actually already got tagged for some of these. This is Olivia Rodrigo live from Glastonbury, blue and cobalt blue, colored vinyl, $49.99. Light blue and cobalt blue, so 2 different shades of blue, $49.99. And that was a pre-order. Everybody's already been tagged from a while back, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 extras. Both of these Alice Coopers are sold, one to Roxy 630 and one to TBI Music Room. Okay, those are sold and sold. And then over here, Death. Let's put up a new auction. Death, Spiritual Healing. Paul Cruz was on a waiting list. CREWZ. And there's 2 more left. All right, over here, we have Coronor. The last bid on Coronor was the following. It was Hessen Session at 73. Stephen Tinley went out. This sold a Hessen Session for $73. All right, there's that. And then we have Exciter. This is with Matt Nichols at $40. Everybody else is out. There has probably been about 20 requests for auctions. So I am going over here to find, I'm flipping through to see if I can see the first one I remember was requested next. I remember somebody saying Skid Row. Skid Row is called Thick Skin. An unofficial. This album has never been released to vinyl. It came out in 2003, and it's never officially been released on vinyl. This is a bootleg unofficial, sealed on green vinyl. Skid Row, a $35 start. And then, let me see what else is in here. Okay, Alice Cooper. This one is $1 Billion Nightmare, and this is a live unofficial, $34.99. $34.99. Alice Cooper. $1 Billion Nightmare, $34.99. And we have 2 more Peter Chris's, which we just had in the other bin. Peter Chris over here is $36.99. 36. And I'm glad I only got 2 more records to prize, because I'm about to throw another prize gun in the trash as soon as this is over. It's going straight in the trash can. And then we're going to get out a new one. And then here's another Alice Cooper. This one's called Paranormal. Alice Cooper Paranormal is $39.99. $39.99. And trash. $39.99. We're going to open up a brand new pricing gun. Skid Row, Brad Waits has it for $40. And then Exciter, the last bid on Exciter was Matt Nichols at $40. And I've already said that, nobody else bid. TBI Music Room got an Alice Cooper, and so did John Robb. John Robb got one as well. Okay, there's Skid Row. It's now up for bid, and that's already at $40. So some cool stuff in there. First is Alice Cooper Paranormal. I've only got one of those at $39.99. Peter Criss at $36. I have Alice Cooper Live $1 Billion Nightmare, $34.99. Death Spiritual Healing at $29. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a Japanese pressing of Warlord Deliver Us. Warlord is an 84 Japanese OG EX condition, a $75 start. A $75 start. This is Warlord Deliver Us. This is a $75 start. EX, $75 start on that. One second, please. All right, I'm done with that page. Okay, make sure I've tagged all these pre-orders. There's that. We have Skid Row, Final call to Brad Waits for $40. We're about to sell it. Warlord already has a bid for $75. Thank you on that. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is going to come over here from the bonus crate, and that's Judas Priest Turbo. Judas Priest Turbo is an 86 USOG Pitman press, original lyric inner sleeve, shrink and hop, solid EX plus condition. There's some like sticker residue on the front here. Looks like where somebody tried to peel off a sticker and botched it, but it's on the shrink and it has the hop sticker. $25 start on that. Okay, here's what's left in here. Olivia Rodrigo, live from Glastonbury, a 2LP, $49.99. The Cure Greatest Hits, one left, $44.99. Pearl Jam Versus, clear vinyl, $29.99. Death, Spiritual Healing, $29.99. Alice Cooper, $Billion Nightmare, $34.99. Live Unofficial. Peter Criss is $36.99. And then Alice Cooper Paranormal, a Gatefold 2LP, $39.99. Yes, the store will be open. We're usually open New Year's Eve. We're usually closed New Year's Day. Sorry, I have been hit with a barrage of questions about hours lately. But yes, tomorrow open, closed always on Sundays, closed always on Mondays, closed always on Tuesdays. And then we're open Wednesday. And then Wednesday will be, of course, the 31st. We're closed Thursday, New Year's Day. And then, so, yeah. Guess we'll be open Wednesday and then back open Friday the 2nd and then the 3rd. That's kind of our upcoming schedule. Chad, have the Alice Cooper already. Please put back, give to next person, please. Okay, John Robb wants to pass on Alice Cooper. That's okay. It's only a $30,000 restocking fee. And then when I come back, I'm ending some auctions and I'm putting up new auctions. This is going to go right here behind me. Welcome, everybody, to Collectco. All right. I got a barrage of stuff to try to sell you tonight, including some stuff right in here. Where's that crate I was going through? You find the crate I've gone through. I went through some stuff late on Christmas Eve night that we still need to take offers on. Probably this crate right here, because it's a really good crate. And let's do these buy it now best offer. And let's sell some auctions, okay? So the first thing I have this is Skid Row. And Skid Row is sold to Brad Waits, the first bid at $40. There was 2 bids after his for less, but that was it at $40 on Skid Row. That's done. And then Warlord, 1 bid for $75. And Warlord is sold to David Johnson for $75. No, sold to Richard Davis for $75. Richard Davis for $75. Judas Priest is at $42. It's an 86 USOG. EX, in shrink, hop sticker, inner sleeve, some residue on the shrink. That could be fixed. $25 start on that. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, BBC Archive, Volume 1. Iron Maiden, BBC Archive, Volume 1. Unofficial 2006 limited edition picture disc. Friday Rock Show, 1979. Reading Festival, 1982. $35 start. $35 start. Live, unofficial, Iron Maiden, $35 start. Okay? Danny Thomason says he'll take the Alice Cooper Paranormal that was put back. We got that. Alice Cooper no, he wants the Paranormal that was right here. Okay? That is done. First thing is this. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Eric is here. Eric Burden and the Animals. Eric is here. Eric Burden, the Animals, $18.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. Judas Priest is $45. Judas Priest is $45. And then Iron Maiden's at $40. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is the following. We have Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. Oh my gosh. Man, every time we tag one of these, they have kept getting more expensive. 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG. Nice copy, super clean, $150 start with the original inner sleeve. Ozzy is now up for bid. Ozzy is now up for bid. All right, what else do I have over here? I have, what are these right here? 1 ounce. These look pretty interesting. The Tanner open one. 1 ounce, pure silver, Pamp Holiday Coca-Cola vending machine, $149.99. So this is $149.99. $149.99. We have a Coca-Cola vending machine. How cool is this? Looks like a 50 style rounded Coca-Cola vending machine. And then inside is the COA. And that's really cool. It's a colorized Christmas Coke bottle. So $149.99. And I actually think it is it got a slot, actually has a bank, I guess. I guess if you take out the styrofoam, it actually truly doubles as a bank. Those are we have 5 of these, I think. I think we have 5 of these. Coca-Cola vending machine, 1 ounce silver, holiday edition, limited edition. We've already sold quite a bit of silver tonight, and I've still got more over here to go through. That's our next really cool piece. $149.99 on Coca-Cola. All right, everything in here is best offer, by the way. Don't hesitate. We've only shown 2 records. Here's Elvis sings hits from his movies, $9.99. American Pie, Don McLean, $19.99 on that one. And Rockin' Jimmy and the Brothers of the Night, an 81 UK, $19.99 on Rockin' Jimmy. And The Kings, Amazon Beach, The Kings is $9.99. Judas Priest, the last bid on Judas Priest was the following. Sean Miller at $45, final call. Iron Maiden's also at $65. Excuse me, Judas Priest is at $45, Iron Maiden $65. Ozzy is a $150 start. By the way, the Coke machines we have are sealed. So if you buy one, they're going to come sealed like this. That is officially sold to Paul Brothers, okay? I have 4 left. Iron Maiden is BBC Archives Volume 1. It's an unofficial picture disc, live Iron Maiden recordings. Near Mint and 007 Platinum has it for $65. This is your final chance to lock in a bid on Ozzy, and then you're going to be like, holy crap, why didn't I bid on Ozzy when I had the chance? Ozzy is a $150 start. $150 start on Ozzy. Jelly Bishop's King of Barstool Mountain. That's $9.99 on that. And over here I have White Animals Ecstasy. White Animals Ecstasy, $14.99. Bananarama Venus, that was a 12-inch single, $19.99 on that. And then I Start Counting, Lose Him, $9.99. I Start Counting. The Beatles, 67 to 70, that's a 2 LP. That's an Apple pressing, $49.99 on that one. And Jimmy Osborne, Singing Songs He Wrote, 1960, $39.99. The Nashville Bluegrass Band, The Boys Are Back in Town, sealed, $19.99. And Maria Muldaur, Southern Winds, $9.99. Okay, nobody else bid on Judas Priest. That sold to Sean Miller for $45. And then there was no other bids on Iron Maiden. That one is sold to 007 Platinum for $65. And then there's some confusion on Ozzy. So let me discuss this again, because somebody put an incorrect bid down, it looks like. Ozzy Osbourne, No Rest for the Wicked, is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG, near mint minus with the original on her sleeve. This album has never been reissued. It's only been available in the Ozzy box set and then these OG pressings. The minimum bid is $150. That's the minimum bid to get that one rolling. 150, and it's been up for a long time, and there's no takers yet. So it's about to be a buy it now. So if you really, 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 really want Ozzy, the bid should have already been submitted, because I'm about to make it a buy it now. Saxon, that's self-titled, 1979 French OG, near mint minus. Saxon is a $25 start. That's up for bid. We also have a Sound Spectacular, Music from Galaxies. That is $19.99. CBS Master Sound Recording. And Graham Parsons, The Early Years, 1979 sealed, $26.99. Ozzy does have a bid. Now going once, now going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Danzig. Danzig is a 2017 U.S. reissue. This is official. One of the few official ways Danzig's first album has been available as a reissue. This is the real self-titled Danzig album. It's official. It comes as a picture disc, a $75 start. Ozzy has a bid for $150, final call. Saxon has a bid for $25, final call. Roxy Music, this one's $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Larry Sparks and the Lonesome Ramblers, It's Never Too Late, $14.99. That's in shrink. And Target, Captured. Target is $19.99. Ozzy has a new bid for $155. Paul Cruz, you've been outbid. Journey Escape, a Brazil press, $16.99 for Journey Escape. $16.99. And then Fog Hat, this is live. $19.99, has the die cut lettering. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, FYI. Okay, Aussie's at $155, Danzig $75, and Saxon got one bid, sold to Matt Nichols for $25. Danny Thomason wants Alice Cooper, BSNM, Billion Dollar Nightmare, is what that abbreviation he was trying to lay over to me. So from the last crate, the only Alice Cooper that's left is Alice Cooper Classics. Okay. That's sold. All right. And then here's our next auction. Iron Maiden, BBC Archive Volume 2. Volume 2, Part 2. Reading Festival Part 2 and Reading Festival 1980. So it's still different shows, a different part of the other show, and then a completely different show. So it's kind of a Part 2 of the last stuff, but they do kind of go together. $35 star. BBC Archive 2. Okay. Fog Hat is sold to Dan Ray for $15. That's done. TBI Music Room gets Journey for $12. Danny next on Fog Hat. Danzig is $80. Iron Maiden $35. Charles Kenyard, Aphrodisiac, a 1970 press, $124.99. And we have John Cale and Terry Riley, Church of Anthrax, 1980 UK, that's $24.99. The Human League, Reproduction. The Human League is $24.99. And Bootsy Collins of 78 Los Angeles, $24.99. So last thing on Ozzy was $156. I'm going to make sure that Mark Steele doesn't want to bid again. Mark Steele bid $158. I'm going to make sure Paul Cruz doesn't want to bid again. Iron Maiden's already at $65, and now Danzig's at $90. That's the high bid on all those auctions as of right now. Oh my gosh, y'all are going to like these. 1 ounce silver, made from the same artist that's been doing all the other silver statues. These are $155. They're numbered on a card. Prince of Darkness. It's an Aussie 1 ounce silver statue. $155. How cool is that? There's one, there's two, and there's three. Looks like he's holding a microphone. The statue says Prince of Darkness. That's 1 ounce silver, $155. And they come with a card here. They come with a card. I've got them numbered 3. They're numbered to 500 here. I've got 3 of them. 1 ounce silver Aussie statues, and they're numbered, and they come with a COA. $155 on those. I have 3 of them. Just FYI, okay? And I'll give out the numbers from 3, 4, and 5 to the first 3 people. All right, $155 on those. First thing we have is Iron Maiden is now at 70 with 007 Platinum. Danzig's at 95, Danzig 105, and Mark Steele, you got outbid on Ozzy over here. The Ozzy album's at 160. Everything in this crate's buy it now or best offer, including Grateful Dead Go to Heaven. That's a 1980 Herb Serval press, $34.99. Cal Jader, and this is $29.99. And then Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $12.99. So Ozzy goes to Danny Thomason and Stanley Richmond at $155. And I have one left, which will be serial number 5, okay? Serial number 5. So make sure Danny gets number 3. Make sure Danny gets number 3. Make sure Stanley Richmond gets number 4, okay? Those are $155, $155. Let's put those right over here with all of our new miscellaneous stuff. So I'm going to put those right on top of the Coca-Cola. I have one left, serial number 5 on the card. Now, the statue isn't numbered, but the cards that come with them are. Okay, next thing over here is this. I have Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 15. That's $9.99. And then Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge. Zappa is $39.99. Okay, Ozzy is, it's up to Mark Steele. He's out. Paul Cruz gets this Ozzy for $160. Selling some Ozzy tonight. I think we're done on Iron Maiden. Hoopy's out. 007 Platinum had it for $70. That's sold to 007 Platinum. And then Patrick Malloy has the Danzig picture disc at $105. That's going to once. That's going to twice. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. Y'all keep reminding me about requests, because every time you see me sell one sold, I'm over here grabbing the next one, which means I'm looking for our next auction. Here's Guns N' Roses Lies. This is a 1988 U.S. repress. It has the second cover, so it has the edited cover. Elephant gives birth to midget, and Lies, Lies, Lies down there in the bottom left. VG Plus condition. Still hasn't ever seen a wide modern reissue yet. $75 start on that. Creator request. I'm going to start reading through some of these. I've got Halloween, Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Great White, Annihilated, South Gang, Forbidden, Iron Maiden, Wasp, Hellion, Creator, there it is, Alice in Chains, Black Sabbath, Nuclear Assault, Metallica, Motorhead, Slayer, Vixen, Nasty Savage, Fist, Slayer, Axe, Metallica, Liege Lord, Ozzy, Anthrax, Lamb of God. Wow, some great stuff. Plus all the, quote, bonus crate. We have an 89 USOG Creator, Extreme Aggression, with the original inner sleeve. Nice. $35 start on that one. Okay, so over here we have Creator. Info on Grateful Dead Go to Heaven. That was a 1980 USOG. No condition notes on the vinyl. Super nice. Has the original inner sleeve. Probably a VG cover with a couple of dings and shelfware. $34.99 on that one. We have a request for Great White. Guns N' Roses got a bid for $80. A request for Lamb of God. A request for the Ozzy. Crater has a bid for $40. And then we have John Lennon, $24.99. And then CCR Chronicle. This is a 2LP, $34.99. The best of Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. All right, Danzig over here is sold to Patrick McLoy for $105. This is sold for $105. Let's put that away. Guns N' Roses is at $80. That's going once, going twice. And then there's Creator. Let's pull something just totally unusual from, quote, the bonus crate over here. And we're going to just something completely different. Bluegrass, Tony Rice, a 1977 USOG Rounder Records in shrink, VG Plus condition, $45 start on that one, okay? Collector's Records for $5. Sell this to Mortgage Guy Rob for $5. Consider that sold. Next is Al Cooper. You never know who your friends are. Al Cooper is $19.99. Seals and Croft, one-on-one. Seals and Croft is $9.99. And Blue Jeans a Swingin'. This one has some cover damage over here. $12.99. And 10 Years After, Watt. W-A-T-T, $19.99 on that. Kenny Acosta and the House Wreckers, $9.99 for Kenny Acosta. And the music of the 23rd Olympics, 1984 sealed original, $24.99. Guns N' Roses, one bid to amenities, $80, and that's sold. Creator's also about to sell. It only has one bid, and it's at $40 with C-Buck. And then there's Tony Rice. All right, let's pull something else over here. I just seen somebody ask for Lamb of God. Here it is, a 2009 USOG limited edition box set. This is a LP with 2 CD and a USB stick. Original inner sleeves are included. Lamb of God, a $55 start. 007 gets the last Ozzy statue. This is sold to him for $155. Thank you, and those are done. Ozzy, and that one's right here. All right, $155, that is sold. Let's put that right over here. All righty. Well, really busy tonight. You guys, y'all can tell I'm literally out of breath. I think we've sold so much, and I've called out so many bids. I get literally so consumed. I'm so assumed with calling out bids and reading stuff off, I forget to breathe. We have Shriekback Care, $14.99. Also, we have Slick Band. That's $12.99. And Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $12.99. The band, Northern Light Southern Cross, the band is $29.99. And ZZ Top Afterburner in shrink, very nice, $24.99. Kelly Vladorchik on the Olympics. And wow, what a steal for Creator. Just one bid, $40. An out-of-print, high-grade Creator album, super desirable, and it just got a bid for $41. I just sold it to him for $40. Man, he had it for almost 4 minutes. I was like, man, is no one going to bid on this Creator album? And there it is. It's gone. And then Tony Rice is a no bid. You can pick up Tony Rice for a $45 buy it now. No bid on Tony Rice. And there's Lamb of God. This is a 2009. It came as like a box set. $55 start. Going once, going twice on that one. Let's jump back over here, and we had a request for Ozzy, Ultimate Sin. Here we go. This is a 1986 OG Pittman top copy with insert, shrink and hype. Oh my goodness. $175 start. OG, near mint, shrink wrap, inner sleeve, merch insert, hop sticker, $175 start. Wow. Over here, we have the Savage Rose Refuge, $24.99. Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for funkin'. A 1979 sealed copy, OG sealed with hop sticker, $39.99. James Gang Miami, $34.99. Huey Lewis Sports, that's sealed, $24.99. The most requested songs of Don Reno and Bill Harrell, a 68 Bluegrass, $49.99. Jackson Brown's, $14.99. And Woodstock 2 is $34.99. Those are all best offer. I actually went through that crate on Christmas Eve, and that was the last one I went through, so it's pretty late. I figured we'd go through it again. I'm about to go through a half-off crate, a nonsense half-off crate, but not before I do one more buy it now best offer. Creator is still trying to get bids. Boy, I wish y'all were on 10 minutes ago. He just basically got that thing at like 90% off. We have Lamb of God. What kind of condition was it in? The box itself for this kind of box set is actually really nice. VG Plus or better, and everything in it's near mint. Everything in it's near mint. And Ozzy's $175 start. And then we have an offer on Roxy Music for $20. Let's sell that for $20, okay? All right, that's sold. And then WS2, $23. Sell this to Danny Thomason for $23. Anybody else? What's my next piece of bullion over here? Well, we need to probably do something kind of expensive. Who is Jimmy? Oh, Jimi Hendrix. I got a 1-ounce silver statue of Jimi Hendrix. He's $135. It looks like his, I don't know if that was intentional. It looks like his guitar neck is a little wavy. But there's Jimi Hendrix. He's $135. $135 for Jimi Hendrix. I stand up next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. $135 on him. The only other silver that I still have for tonight, I've got 21 silver quarters at $305, which is a few dollars over melt. So if you want some cheap silver right now, that's about the best deal. That's a few dollars over melt on 21 Washington silver quarters. $305. $305. Okay? That's the only two silver deals I have left, except for the Coca-Cola things I showed earlier. Huey Lewis is sold to Calvin for $20. And then, man, I just shot myself in the foot. What did I have Woodstock marked for? Oh, my gosh. I gave Danny Thomason a heck of a deal. Steven, I wish your offer would have came in a little sooner. I just shot myself in the foot over $6. So I've shot myself in the foot this year collectively nearly 100 grand. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go home and puke after hearing those kind of numbers. I've shot myself in the foot a bunch. Golly. Golly, all the money I've left on the table. Man, I'm going to have to go home and puke. Lamb of God, did it get a bid? The answer is no. It did not get a bid, so it's a buy now for $55. Ozzy did get a bid, though. It has a bid for $175, and that's a final call. Let's go through another best offer crate. Let's put up another Halloween. Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2. An 88 USOG original on her sleeve with shrink and hop, $45 start. Shrink and hop, $45 start. Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2. $45 start on that. Silver quarters, $305. Jimi Hendrix, $135. And now we need something from the bonus crate. And I bet y'all are like, Chad, give me some metal. Chad, give me some metal. We've done a lot of Saxon. Here's another one. Saxon, the Eagle has landed live. This 84 UK, it has the merchant formats in shrink, EX Plus condition. This is a $20 start. Saxon, the Eagle has landed, $20 start on that, okay? That's with merchant cert, $20 start. Saxon, the Eagle has landed, $20 start. At one point, does it start trending back down? If you could figure that out, you would be a magician, Danny. It may not ever. How do you know it's not going to go up to 150 by next spring? It could crash tomorrow. It could be $22 in the morning. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It could also be 150 in the morning. Who knows on this stuff? It'd be like when you're watching the Nvidia stock rally, and everybody's like, when is it going to go down? All right. If you're waiting for it to go down before you buy more, you're probably going to be in a bad position. because then it's going to be 90 and then 110, then 120. Steve Miller Band, greatest hit 74.78. Steve Miller Band, $29.99. We have Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, $19.99 on Robert Plant. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, $24.99 on The Pretenders. And Janet Jackson, Control, an 87 Columbia House copy in shrink, $24.99 on that one. Over here, Amenities, only bidder on Ozzy at $125. Excuse me, $175. That's sold to Amenities. Next to that is Halloween. William Howe has it for $45. William Howe has this for $45. That is a final call. Saxon has bids for $20 and now $25. So that's our current two auctions. Susie Breedlove all over that Robert Plant. She is all over that Robert Plant. That's sold to her. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's Great White. And that's On Your Knees, the first LP. Great White is an 87 U.S. reissue. It has the company inner sleeve. It's in EX condition. There's the Enigma company inner sleeve. $25 start on that. Larry Gonzalez on JJ 15. I think you meant to say JJ 18, right, Larry? Saxon 20, Saxon 35. We have Chicago 17. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. VW Wanda gets the Steve Miller Band for $20. Were you a first-time buyer? Because I know you maybe asked about something earlier. If that was your first purchase, then I need to get you registered, okay? I do need to get you registered if that was, in fact, your first purchase. Here's some gold if y'all really want to bring out the air horn. The gold I have over here is a DC Comics 2025 Superman half ounce. This is $3,650. Half ounce Superman. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. What a cool coin. Proof 70 NGC graded. $3,650. Holy moly. All right, and then Ryan Mashaka was going to give $20 for Janet Jackson. So I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Man, I wish some of y'all had faster internet connections. I really, really do. That's sold to Larry Gonzalez for $18. Next thing I have over here is the following. We have Platinum by Mike Ofield. That's $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. These are all buy it now or best offer. Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, $14.99 for Billy Joel. And Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love, $14.99. I think Halloween over here just got one bid. Halloween did just get one bid, and that one over here is sold to William Howe for $45. Great White's at $30, and then Saxon's at $37. Saxon's at $37, and then over here, Great White was at $30. Welcome, everybody. We got a first-time buyer. $8 in limited shipping. If you're on YouTube, there's a form in the description of the video for a first-time buyer, and you can click on that, and you will fill out a form, and that will get you a first-time that'll get you registered. We'll invoice you on Monday. We have a request for anthrax spreading the disease. Yeah, there's several anthrax in here we hadn't got to yet. So let's go ahead and get to anthrax spreading disease. Another album that's not in print. This is an 85 U.S. specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve, EX edition, Anthrax, a $50 start. Okay, Great White's at $31 and now $35. Saxon's what's on a final call. And then over here, Saxon, the last bid on that was Sean Miller at $37. Here's another really cool silver piece. We had these as Halloween. Here's the Christmas theme. This is Pez, officially licensed Nutcracker. That's silver bars that look like Pez candy. $145 on those. That's an official PAMP Swiss Mint. Swiss Mint, $145 on that. Also, we have Supertramp, Famous Last Words. That's $19.99. So we have a Halloween Pez dispenser. There's the Christmas, and I've got 3 of them, by the way. Styx, Paradise Theater, and this is $19.99. Back to the turntable groove guitar on Jackson Browne. Maybe another first-time buyer. Is that right? Do we have another first-time buyer? And if you need those instructions, again, just let me know. But make sure you fill out the first time, and make sure you put your handle. Like yours says back to the turntable groove guitar. So I'm going to start calling you back to the turntable. And then VW Wanda, I'll call you VW Wanda. But make sure y'all give us your actual name and then whatever your handle that appears here on YouTube. That way we can match your handle to your name. And when you get an invoice on Monday, you don't end up with somebody else's records on your invoice because some of y'all have very similar names, etc., etc. Welcome. $8 in limited shipping. And that's for as much as you want to buy, okay? We got Chicago Hot Streets, $9.99. And Tom Tom Club Wordy Wrapping Hood. Tom Tom Club's $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Monkeys, then and now, the best of the Monkeys, $24.99. Over here is Saxon. And the last bid on Saxon that came in was that final call. And that is the winning bid. And that was Sean Miller at $37. I'm TC. Back to the turntable is TC. Okay, I think they can probably figure that out when they're filling all this out. I'll leave that up to the operations center. If you've registered, you've done everything you're supposed to then. Great White 45, Great White 45. Anthrax has two $50 bids, and now 55 of Mark Riley. 55 of Mark Riley on Anthrax, okay? The price on Supertramp, Famous Last Words, was $19.99. And then El Dorado, a symphony by the Electric Light Orchestra. ELO is $19.99. Also, Artie Johnson and his friends, You're on the Air, $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. So all these in here you can buy or you can make an offer. Totally up to you. Let's see what I got over here in the bonus crate. I've got stuff that's not metal. I'm going to skip over some of that. We'll need that for tomorrow or possibly later tonight. But here is Scorpions Animal Magnetism. A 1980 USOG Presswell, VG++ condition, a $25 start on that one. Art D. Johnson is sold to Tom Kelly. Thank you on that one. And then Supertramp is sold to Amenities for $14. Thank you on that one. And then 10cc, 10. This one is called 10 out of 10, and that one is $19.99. So last bid on Great White was Brian Frenfrock at $46, which he outbid Shane, and then he outbid Sean. Sean bid $48. I'm showing Great White at $48 with Sean Sam. Anthrax is at $58 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Everybody else is out. And then REO just got 2 offers. Matt Shepard was first at $14, sold. Paula offered $15 for ELO, sold, and now Anthrax is at $60. Next thing I have in here is the Dixie Hummingbirds and a Christian Testimonial. 1959, $34.99. Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated, that is $14.99 for MTB. And then the Monkees Greatest Hits, that's $24.99 for the Monkees. Elton John's Greatest Hits, $34.99 in shrink wrap. And Grateful Dead Wake of the Flood, a 73 Artesian Master, $49.99. Super clean copy of that, $49.99. So Great White, we have Brian Frenfrock out. Anthrax 65.65. No bid yet on the Scorpions. Final call to lock one of those in at $25, I think is what I said. And then the Beatles' second album, an Apple Press, $34.99 in shrink. So this would have been made in the early 70s. Great music on that one, as always. I mean, it's the Beatles, $34.99. Chicago 3, a double LP, $19.99 on Chicago 3. Grateful Dead is sold for $35 to Jay Beach. And then Paula gets the Monkees for $18. And welcome and thank you. Now my crate is full. Let me swap this out and we're going to start filling up a second crate. All right, let's start filling up a second crate. And with that, I need a new empty crate. So let me step over here and get that. I need a new empty crate. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's beginning to look... Boy, I just shot myself in the foot a lot on Grateful Dead. Golly. I got to stop... What I got to stop doing is taking offers. I'm cutting it out. No more offers. No, I'm joking. We have Bob Seger Night Moves, $24.99. I think sometimes I take offers without rechecking what I originally had it stickered for. Then I'm like, holy crap, somebody offered $10 more on Grateful Dead. I'm like, oh, I had that marked 49 and not 39. Man, I've shot myself in the foot over $10. Golly, that's up $200 or $300 tonight then. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $34.99. And Jackson 5, Joyful Jukebox Music, $29.99 on that. Great White is officially sold. Great White is officially sold to Sean Sam for $48. That is sold. Great White sold. $48, Sean Sam. I got to get some new auctions up. There's that. Next thing is Anthrax. Sean Miller, $70 on Anthrax. That is the high bid. All right. Over here is the Scorpions. The last bid that came in on this Scorpions album was nothing. 2 other people have asked what it is, how much does it cost, and how can I obtain it. This is a 1980 USOG pressing, VG++ condition. It's a minimum bid of $25, going once, going twice. Anthrax is at $70 with Sean Miller. Matt Shepard said C310. C310. Chicago 3, $10. Matt Shepard, I will sell this to you for $10. Okay, Ryan M. Seeger, $20. Sold Ryan M. $20. TBI Music Room, Rumors, $15. Rumors, $25. And then we have Traffic, Shoot at the Fantasy Factory. Traffic is $19.99. Bobby Lyle, New Warrior. Bobby Lyle's a 1978 press, $39.99. Anthrax is still getting bids. Scorpions is still getting bids. And then here is our next auction. Vixen. Vixen is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. This album's not in print. A $35 start. Okay. Susie gets Jackson 5 for $20. Sold. David Tate gets the Beatles for $25. Sold. Scorpions has a bid for $25. Final call. Paul Young, The Secret of Association, $19.99. Seals and Croft Get Closer, $9.99. And the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, the Moody Blues is $12.99. Love Unlimited Orchestra, Rhapsody in White, Barry White, $9.99. So, Scorpions is sold to Shane Lanedote for $25. Amenities just bid $26. This is sold to Shane Lanedote for $25. That is done. Vixen 35, Vixen 35. I was waiting for somebody to bid. Shane bid. It'd been up for a long time. I've already called it sold to him. I wouldn't hesitate to always go ahead and just bid. Because if it's up for a long, long time and then somebody finally bids, I might just go ahead and sell it to whoever bids first. I've been known to do that. Over here, Nuclear Assault. Fight to Be Free, limited edition giant poster bag. An 88 UK original, EX edition, $25 start. That is Nuclear Assault. I think we're done on Anthrax. It's been up for a while. Mark Riley has it for $73. We also have a request for Hellion. Vixen has one bid for $35, another bid for $35. And then Rumors was marked $35. We had an offer for $15. Now we had an offer for $20. I said $25 on that one. Make a note to see if we get any more Hulkster silver for Paul. I'm sure we can, but probably not at that price. The only reason we had it at that price is because we locked it in months ago. Moody Blues sold for $8 to Dan Ray. Also, we have Pillow Talk, Sylvia. Sylvia is $29.99. And then the Art of Noise, Legs. The Art of Noise is $9.99. John Denver is $9.99. And then Carly Simon Spy is $9.99. Spagana, S-B-A-G-N-A, that's $12.99 on that one. Point Blank is $19.99. And then Led Zeppelin, this is a specialty press, $44.99, mid to late 70s on that one. Anthrax has a new bid for $75. Nuclear Assault has a bid for $25. Nuclear Assault has a bid for $26. John Stevens offered $7 for the Art of Noise. That's so to John Stevens. Brittany Willie gets John Denver. That's so to Brittany Willie. Brock Hanna, you were second on Art of Noise. Vixen is tied at 35 essentially. This is an 88 USOG club copy, near mint. So 2 people. Matt Shepard has it for $37. My bad. Matt Shepard has it for $37. Over here, Nuclear Assault has one bid with Danny Thomason for $25. It comes with this gigantic poster bag. So the sleeve doubles as like a poster bag. It opens up. It's a double-sided poster sleeve. That has a bid for $26, now $27. Danny offered $12 on Point Blank. Sold. Okay? All righty. And let's just read those titles one more time. We're so close to making a deal with somebody on Rumors. It takes $25 to buy it. It's really clean. It's really nice. It's between just a couple people to say yay or nay on that one. All right. Freak out. La sheep. La freak. Freak out. Got 3 auctions up. I'm trying to pick out the next one, but we got 3 of them. We're going to have to end one of these first. I have a feeling some of them's going to get quite a bit of bids. I'm right now just going to read you what's left in here, and if you want to make an offer, go right ahead. There's Fleetwood Mac Rumors, The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, Chicago 17, Platinum, Mike Oldfield, Billy Joe Songs in the Attic, Styx, Paradise Theater, TBI Music Room gets Rumors for $25, And then Amenities was second. We have Chicago Hot Streets, Tom Tom Club, Wordy Rappin' Hood, 10cc, the Dixie Hummingbirds, Marshall Tucker Band Dedicated, the Monkees Greatest Hits, Elton John's Greatest Hits, Traffic, Shootout the Fantasy Factory, Bobby Lyle, Paul Young, Love Unlimited, Seals and Crofts, Sylvia, Carly Simon, Pagana, and Led Zeppelin. Last bid on Anthrax that came in was Sean Miller at $80. Before him was Mark Riley, so Mark, you're out on that. Vixen's now at $60, and the last bid on Nuclear Assault was Hessen Session at $28. Danny Thomason, you're out, going once, going twice to him. Let's find another new crate to go through, eh? Eh? I love going through crates. I love going through crates. All right, there's that one. And there's this one, and I need a new empty crate, so I'm glad that one's empty. What else do I got over here? Probably need to go through this one. There's some great stuff in here that you may want because it is Thursday or Friday night metal night. I'll be doing a show tomorrow as well. Okay, so over here, Vixen 50, Vixen 60, Info Nuclear Assault. Nuclear Assault is a 1988 UK original. It comes as this poster bag. It is called Fight to Be Free. The poster bag's nice, and so is the vinyl. It has a high bid right now at $30. Vixen's at $65, and Anthrax is at $85. All three of those auctions are still getting bids right now. First thing I have is the Crow soundtrack. Awesome one here. A 2 LP with etching, $44.99. Pantera, Helmet, Rage Against the Machine, Stone Temple Pilots, 9 Inch Nails, $44.99. Over here, Alice in Chains Facelift, a 2 LP remaster. Alice in Chains remastered, $38.99. Black Label Society, my last copy of Stronger Than Death, 2 LP clear vinyl, $34.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. These are all sticker price, no more, no less, including The Revenge of Alice Cooper, $39.99 for Alice Cooper, and then Bad Company, that's their self-titled debut, Gatefold Jacket, $29.99. Alice in Chains to Ken Crooker, right? Not Alice Cooper. And then over here, Anthrax, Mark Riley, $85. Sean Miller's out. That's a final call. Vixen's at $70. D-Kong, you're out. And Nuclear Assault's at $30. It's up to Danny Thomason to bid again. I've got another Black Label Society. This is called Mafia. It's a 2 LP limited edition red vinyl, $34.99. Alice Cooper Dragontown. That's a 2 LP orange vinyl, $29.99. Ken Crooker did want Alice Cooper. Okay. That came in quick, so he did get Alice Cooper. So that sold. Both Alice in Chains are still available then. Pussifer, C is 4. That's gold vinyl, $29.99. Mudvayne Lost and Found, music on vinyl, $64.99. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, $34.99. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. That's a 20th anniversary orange and red swirl, $36.99. And then Old Crow Medicine Show, Carrying It Back, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Anthrax is sold then to Mark Riley for $85. Time for new auctions. Let's put that away. Vixen still getting bids. It's at $80, and now it's at $85. And then Nuclear Assault is with Hessen Session at $30, and that is sold to Hessen Session, okay? Let's put that away. One more record in here. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. That's a limited edition 3000 magenta pink colored vinyl. I still got Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Annihilated, South Gang, Forbidden, Iron Maiden, Wasp, Hellion. That's been requested quite a bit. Hellion, Screams in the Night, an 87 USOG with the original on her sleeve. Hellion, a $35 start. I also have an Alice in Chains in the Bend over here, which is a white vinyl unofficial. Black Sabbath, Metallica, Motorhead, Slayer, Nasty Savage, Fist, Slayer, Axe, Metallica, Liege Lord, Ozzy, Anthrax, and Anthrax. Let's do another Anthrax to balance those out. Let's do Fistful of Metal. Anthrax Fistful of Metal is an 84 US Hot Pog repress. The second pressing added Fistful of Metal to the top of the back cover in red right here. EX condition, $55 start, Anthrax. That's now up for bid. Vixen, $85. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Puddle. How about Mudvayne? I almost said Puddle of Mud. And then we have Matt Shepard on Hey Stupid. That's sold. And then we have Scorpions from the first Sting. That's on a red vinyl. No, it's just the 2LP black vinyl. That's a new compilation that recently came out, $39.99. The Sundays is $33.99. Coverdale Page, original radio transmissions, $34.99 on that. Dracula, Wolfman, and Frankenstein, the Neil Adams classic, gold vinyl 50th anniversary edition, $38.99. So Vixen was at $80.85. Stephen Lewis Jr. got Mudvayne. Do you know when the Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, will be restocked? Hopefully first of the week. Keyword hopefully. Matt Shepard on Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. I've already tagged him for that. And then Hellion 36, waitlist for $1 Billion Nightmare. Can you do a waitlist for $1 Billion Nightmare? I thought you bought one of those. $1 Billion Nightmare. Vixen's at 90, Hellion at 40, Hellion at 37, Hellion 42. Amenities gets the Scorpions. That's sold to him. Also in here is Cheap Trick, All Washed Up. That's their newest album. Clear with Blue Marble, $34.99. Tyler the Creator, Chromacopia. That's his newest album, $44.99. Black Sabbath, essentially a greatest hits. We sold our soul for rock and roll, and that's on green vinyl, $38.99. We have him, $36.99. Razorblade Romance as a Zoetrope picture disc. Saxon, The Inner Sanctum, $34.99. Purple vinyl, STPs 29, red vinyl. Typo Negative, The Least Worst Of, that's $39.99. And then Ace Frehley is $33.99. Vixen's at $95 with D-Kong 52. Hellion is at 42 of Hessen Session. Nobody has been on Anthrax. It is a $95 start. Anthrax is a $95 start, just FYI. Okay, over here we have Kevin Voitosh on Black Label Society Mafia. That's sold to Kevin Voitosh. Anybody else want anything in here? Be my guest. Just a random crate of new vinyl to breeze through. And we also are about to go through another vintage crate. So here we go. I had Ace Frehley, I had Typo Negative, STP, Saxon, him, Black Sabbath, Tyler Creator, Cheap Trick, Dracula, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Coverdale Page, Sundays, Oak Crow Medicine Show, Avenged Sevenfold, Black Label Society, Pussifer, Alice Cooper, Black Label Society, Bad Company, Black Label Society, Alice in Chains, and the Crow soundtrack. Vixen's at 100, Hellion's at 47, and I'm going to bring over another new crate. Hey? Yes. Another new crate. It's been 1 week since the dun-dun-dun. Run dun 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 dun. Beep beep da dun 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 dun. Mum ba da 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 da. Bam bam da 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 da. Shoo bum ba da 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 da. Dee dee da. All right, let's go through another crate. Buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Maybe half off. Buy it now or best offer. Maybe a half off coming up very soon. Maybe a half off right now. I think it's about time. It is 8:43. I usually try to slip one in a week that we do during, quote, prime time. And prime time means a time that most people are watching, and those that don't stay up till 1 a.m. to see a truly half off nonsense crate might be a great time to do one right now. Okay? So, first thing I have is, when will we see some jazz today? Will we have some jazz today? Probably not. If it will, it'll be a total and utterly surprise. Hellion 47, Vixen 100. Tony Murphy wants Alice Cooper from the last crate, and I saw a claim from Dracula, Wolfman, Frankenstein. So I think it's time truly for a half-off nonsense crate. Prime time, half-off nonsense crate. What do you say? Let's do it. So first, Tony Murphy got Alice Cooper, Dragontown. Over here, Paula got Dracula, Wolfman, Frankenstein. And then we have a request for Nasty Savage and Slayer. And we have Vixen. The last bid on Vixen was Matt Shepard at 100. D-Kong went out. This is sold. This is sold for $100. And this is officially sold to Matt Shepard for $100. Okay, Hellion. The last bid that came in on that was Ken Crooker at 50. I'm going to make sure everybody's done. And then Anthrax did not get a bid. A $55 buy it now. Anthrax did not get a bid. A $55 buy it now. Let's put up some more auctions. Nasty Savage and Slayer. I surprisingly, luckily, know exactly where those are at. Let's take a look at Nasty Savage first. Nasty Savage is an 85 USOG, VG condition. It does have some cover damage. Bottom corner kind of dinged and worn out. So is the spine. That's why we're going to start it at just $20. Anthrax is sold to Hessen Session. Hessen Session, then Joe Barrios, and then Sean Miller. Boy, I wish y'all would have bid on that. That would have made that much more fun for everybody. Hessen Session gets it for $55. Joe Barrios second, Sean Miller third, and then over here we have Hellion, and that is Hessen Session out. This is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $47. Man. All right, so that's done. And then let's put up another auction right quick. That next auction is going to go up right now. Let's see what's going on with this Slayer. Let's do World Painted Blood first. World Painted Blood is a 2013 U.S. reissue and shrink, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Ken Crooker said he had Hellion for $50. Uh-oh. What have I done? Hellion, Ken Crooker, $50. Ken Crooker, $50 on Hellion. Who did I say? Who went out? Ken Crooker, did somebody say out on this? Oh, no, Steven hadn't said out either. My bad. I messed that one up. They were still bidding on this. Stephen Lewis Jr., yeah, they were still bidding on this. I was looking at an out on the Vixen, which was from D. Kong. So this was at 47. Ken Crooker bid 50. Stephen Lewis Jr. had never said out on this, okay? So he had never said out on that. So let's put that up, and there we go. All right. Here we have, touch my toes. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's that. And now Slayer's up for bid. I got none of the Anthrax that I wanted. Unbelievable. Man, there's one way to have avoided that. You got to bid often, fast, and very high. Often, fast, and very high. And I promise you, you will end up with them. Often, fast, and very high. That's your strategy to winning the Anthraxes you want. Often, bid often, very fast, and high. These are half off, no more, no less. So Hellion is still getting bids. It's at $54. Slayer's at $30. And Nasty Savage is at $20. Nasty Savage is at $20. I always recommend, if you're on the chat and you see something you want, I think some people maybe go check the Discogs or maybe check their collection. And I'm like, man, I don't know if there's even, quote, time for that. I would just say, man, I want it. Here it is. Boom. Laura's got all these comp for minimum bids at great prices. And then at that point, you know it's a great deal. The minimum bid is always going to be a great deal. It's probably going to be a steal. And then from there, it just depends on how much you want it. Bid fast and often. These are half off, no more, no less. Neil Young, Comes a Time. This is $17.50. So the price I'm telling you on these are the half off, no more, no less. $17.50 on Neil Young, Comes a Time. Gold stamp promo. Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA, $7.50. Vangelis, Opera Sauvage. Vangelis is $5. And Cosmos, Lou Donaldson. Wow. Now just $22.50. There's some jazz. Blue Note, really clean and shrink, $22.50. Ask and you shall receive. Let's do one more, and that's Strawberry Letter by the Brothers Johnson. And this is on red vinyl. It's a $15 buy it now, okay? Hessen Session says, Joe can have Anthrax and Alex if he doesn't want it. Hessen Session wants to pass on the Anthrax buy it now. Joe Barrios was second. This goes to Joe Barrios then for $55. Joe Barrios, you get the Anthrax for $55, not Hessen Session. Sean Miller's next in line. I think we're done on Nasty Savage, but the first thing is Neil Young is sold to Sean Miller. Chad Smith was next. Strawberry, $10, Matt Nichols. That would be $15. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. The prices I'm saying are the final prices. We have amenities on Cosmos for Lou Donaldson, and then Stephen A. Young wants Brothers Johnson if Matt Nichols passes. Matt, that's up to you, okay? Also over here we have Vangelis again, this time Spiral for $5, and JT, James Taylor, $7.50. Nasty Savage got one bid for $20. That's pretty crazy. I think new copies of that I've been selling for $35. That's sold for $20. Slayer, two people have asked what it is. World Painted Blood is a 2013 U.S. reissue with insert. And this is near mint and shrink, and Matt Shepard had it for $40. Hellion's at $55. Stephen Lewis Jr., you've been outbid on this. The high bid is Ken Crooker at $55, okay? It's between Ken and Steven. One of them's either going to have to bid again or say out. Slayer's at 40. Matt Nichols on Strawberry. That was Brothers Johnson. So Stephen A. Young, you were next. Matt Shepard on James Taylor. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. There shouldn't be much left when we're done. Jesse Lee Davis, Round and Round, is $5. And we had Black Ice, a 1982 Disco. Check this out, $40 now. It was marked $79.99. This is a really cool Metallica. Unfortunately, it is an unofficial pressing. It is an unofficial pressing. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. It's unofficial, yellow vinyl. It uses the 1984 mispainted green cover art. So, yes, it's actually the way they released it in France, I'm pretty sure. So, in France, they used a green variant of Ride the Lightning. It's a super rare Grail Metallica record. We've never had one. We've only ever had bootlegs like this. This is pretty cool, though. It's a good way to have one until you can find a real one. The real ones are hundreds of dollars. $35 start on that, okay? Next is, what is Slayer at? It was, man, if you hadn't have asked, I was going to sell it to Matt Shepard for $40. Matt Shepard has it for $40. Hellion is out with Ken Crooker because Stephen Lewis Jr. just bid $58. Bob Riger wants both Vangelis. Vangelis, so to Bob Riger. Elton John, $17.50. It's called Elton John. And then Big Dipper, Love Barge. Big Dipper is a 1990 alternate rock, $5 on that. And then Derek and the Dominoes in concert, $17.50. It may be a misprint, but I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be released with a green cover in France. It could be a misprint. I thought it was just a variant, a green cover that they put out in France. Discogs may have it as a misprint. I thought it was just the way they had released it over there. Bucks Fizz, $10 on that. Paul Beal on Big Dipper, that is sold to Paul Beal. And 10,000 Maniacs, now $12.50. The Wishing Chair. This has the original inner sleeve. There is a little bit of cover stain up here, but just $12.50 on 10,000 Maniacs. Slayer has a new bid for $41, $45, now $50. Shakedown gets 10,000 Maniacs. And then Hellion is sold to Ken Crooker for $58. Ken Crooker at $58, okay? And then Metallica over here. The last bid that came in on this was Danny bid 40, Jimmy LaCroix bid 35. So they're still on that. Matt Shepard's out on Slayer. This is sold to James Davidson for $50. Wow, look at all the claims for 10,000 Maniacs. I think there was one of those in John's 80s collection that went unclaimed the other night. But I have a feeling it was marked more because I think it was near mint and shrink. I think he had it marked like almost twice as much. But I think there's another one of those if anybody really wants it. Hellion went to Stephen Lewis Jr. Have I messed this one up again? My gosh. Hellion. Let's look at this one again. Hellion. 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 Hellion is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $58 without a doubt. Man, I've messed this one up 3 or 4 times. Hellion, $58 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Okay? I messed that up a 3rd time, I think. There's that. And then Slayer, that sold. Slayer just went in the bin to James Davidson for $50. I think we're back on track. Okay? I think we're back on track. I'm going to try to keep up separate and distinguishable auctions so we can keep up with these bids better. And I think the song remains the same so far. I keep seeing people say, man, I wish I would have bid. Man, I can't believe I just bid that. Man, I wish I would have bid more. I've seen a lot of bidding regretting tonight. Like, dang, why didn't I just go ahead and bid on that when I had the chance? Metallica. Metallica, right now, the high bid on this, it's a bootleg with the green cover. Jimmy LaCroix has it for $43. Don't be a victim of in the morning, you waking up and looking in the mirror and going, golly, I wait all week for Friday night, Thursday night, metal night. Chad's got this great stuff up, and I'm just sitting there watching these things go shoo, 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 right in front of my eyes. And here I am, once again, just left empty-handed with some fantastic records I wanted to buy. Jim B gets Black Ice for $40. Why? Because this is a record he's going to sell on Discogs for $100 and pay next month's mortgage. I hope your mortgage is a lot more than $60. If not, let me know your secret, Jim B. That's sold to him for $40. This is a reseller's dream, okay? This is a reseller's dream tonight. If you're tuned in, you could have been made in thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to be made tonight. If you're a collector, these prices are so cheap, I'm practically giving them away. Y'all are basically getting paid to buy these records tonight. Here is Forbidden. This is a 2023 UK reissue, limited edition green vinyl, a $25 start. Metallica's at $45. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Basically free records tonight. Creedence Clearwater Revival, a 1969 UK. It does have some cover damage, but OG UK, now just $30. Now just $30. Spandau Ballet True. Obviously, there's some cover damage. It's only $7.50. Shakedown gets CCR for $30. That's sold. We have Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye is $13.50. Two more people have asked, what's the Metallica? This is a bootleg unofficial on yellow vinyl. A bootleg unofficial on yellow vinyl. $45 is the high bid. Scott Dwallow on Spandau Ballet for $7.50. Nobody's bid on Forbidden yet. Sealed, a $25 start. Our next auction is Black Sabbath Mob Rules. This is in shrink, an early 80s U.S. Winchester press. In shrink, nice, with the Warner Brothers inner sleeve, a $35 start. Next, Men at Work Cargo. Men at Work is $12.50. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Folks, we're talking about Lido Shuffle. Original inner sleeve, VG condition, Boz Scaggs, $5. And T-Rex Electric Warrior. Bang a Gong, get it on. $19 on T-Rex. $19 on T-Rex. We have the Who Quadrophenia, VG Plus, $9. And Marvin Gaye, Dream of a Lifetime, VG Plus, $10. Marvin Gaye, Shrink and Hype, VG Plus, $10. Request for Iron Maiden. I think they're all sold. Black Sabbath, $35. Scott Dwallow on Boz Scaggs, sold. Mortgage Guy Rob on T-Rex, sold. Scott Dwallow next on T-Rex. Robert Warner on The Who, sold. Paula next on Boz. Michael Snare next on T-Rex. Metallica. Nobody else has bid, but there's been two more questions. What is Metallica? Does it have a flimsy cover? It has a flimsy cover, probably just like the originals that were in France. That feels probably just like the material that was used. This is an unofficial 2008 yellow vinyl Metallica. And Metallica is at $45 with Victor Guerra. Marvin Gaye is sold to Amenities, okay? Forbidden did not get a bid. This is officially sold for a $25 buy it now if anybody wants to claim it. Now, over here, the last bid on Black Sabbath was the following. Amenities, $35. Then somebody else bid $35 before him. D. Kong did. Now Amenities bid $40. Marvin went to Eric Van Leuven. Amenities was second. This goes to Eric Van Leuven. Jay Beach, you were second on The Who. Robert Warner was first. So Robert Warner got The Who. Jay Beach was second. And then over here, we have Black Sabbath at $50. Okay, and then Danny Thomason gets Forbidden for $25. There we have it. Next is Jan Hammer Group, Oh Yeah, VG Plus $10. And the Rolling Stones, December's Children, VG Plus, $12.50. Yes, Eric Van Leuven does get the Marvin Gaye. All right, Metallica sold. A lot of questions, but no interest after $45. Victor Guerra has this for $45. He's had it for 4 minutes. Sold for $45. I guess some of y'all are holding out to spend $1,200 on a real one, right? I guess some of y'all was like, well, I'll save up my $1,200 to buy a real one. That's probably what it would cost if you found a really nice one here for sale in the United States. I'm sure they're not cheap. $800, $600, $900. Next is Michael Nesmith. This is Nevada Fighter, VG $650. Also just missed Metallica. It just sold. It had a lot of activity, but not a lot of questions or not a lot of bids. 1981 USOG Jacksonville Iron Maiden, made in Japan. An 81 US Jacksonville OG, VG Plus condition, $25. The Greg Amantor, VG Plus, $12.50. Preston Rose on Man. Man was for something. Yan could be for Nesmith. Black Sabbath 77. The Who, The Kids Are Alright. Gold Stamp promo, VG Plus $15. Our next auction going up right now. Without further ado, at this moment, If you're not ready, you probably should already have been. Got a couple more Iron Maidens over here. Somebody just asked for Iron Maiden. I thought we sold them all. The bonus crate says otherwise. That's why you got to be watching every second. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the chat. Put this on your TV at minimum. I mean, I wouldn't never try. I would just be like always here. Don't ever turn me off. 6 o'clock, put me on your TV. Crank up the volume. Tell everybody to get out of the living room. You're watching Coletco. You got records to buy. Kids, go up to your room and play Xbox. Honey, I'll see you later. I'm going to be in here watching TV. I got to buy records from Chad. Otherwise, I'm going to miss stuff. I'm going to start having anxiety. I'm going to freak out on the entire family. Y'all have got to leave me alone. I'm in here trying to buy records. Crocus Headhunter, 1983 USOG near mint minus. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? $20 start. If you try to swap off, go check something, you're going to miss an Iron Maiden, you're going to miss a Black Sabbath, you're going to miss a Metallica, you're going to miss a Crocus, you're going to miss a King Crimson, you're going to miss a Who half-off deal, Motley Crue, Earthquaker, Warlord. This stuff's just going to fly right in front of your eyes. Holy crap, why did I get off? I went over here to walk my dog, and next thing you know, Chad sold the whole store. You got to constantly just lock in, put in headphones, zone out. We have Black Sabbath. That had a bid for $77. Iron Maiden got a bid for $25. Iron Maiden got another bid for $25. Preston Rose did get the Michael Nesmith. We got a request for Slayer. Iron Maiden $27. Black Sabbath $95. Iron Maiden $30. Black Sabbath out. For bid and already sold. No bid, $25 buy it now. Danny Thomason already bought it. Iron Maiden $40. Next thing over here is Rush, exit stage left. This is VG Plus, $17.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Black Sabbath is a final call to Dekong for $95. Iron Maiden, I Am, Mark Steele, $40. Crocus doesn't have a bid yet. To lock in a bid on this takes a $20 buy it now. A $20 bid, that is. No bid yet on Crocus. That's a going once, going twice. Matt Shepard's in. Now it has a bid for $25. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, riding high. VG plus $10. Next is Super Sound, Jimmy Castor Bunch. That's VG plus $10. Next thing is Elton John, the Fox, VG condition $5. Billy Joe 52nd Street, VG plus $5. Wow, half off crate, no more, no less. These are marked down at a metric of 50%. Was there a Devo in the last crate? No, there wasn't. Now Crocus has bids for 20, 25, 20, 25, 20, 20, 20, 21, 25, 20, 21. Wow, so now it's at 25. That was all over the place. Next thing is Spanking Our Gang. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. VG plus $7.50. Humble Pie Thunderbox. VG plus $7.50. Now Crocus is at 27 with B-sides. And Humble Pie Eat It. VG plus $12.50. Black Sabbath is officially sold. Black Sabbath is officially sold, and that is sold to Dekong for $95. Boom. Let's put that away. First thing we have is Amenities got Rush. Did I already pull that out? I hadn't. Amenities got Rush. That is sold. Next thing over here is Josh Tanner next on Rush. Jay Beach got Billy Joel. Dan Ray was second. Iron Maiden, to my knowledge, just got one bid. Boy, I don't know who was asking for Iron Maiden, but evidently they've left the chat. Mark still has this for $40, and then they're going to get back on and be like, any Iron Maiden? I'm going to be like, boy, you just missed like 30 in a row. That is a final call for $40. Now Crocus is at $35. And then Shakedown on Super Sound, which was right here. That's sold to Shakedown. Thank you on that. Next is Tropea. This is now $20, Tropea. And we have Flaming Desire, Bill Nelson. $7.50 on that. Flaming Desire, Bill Nelson. I still got Motley Crue, Black Sabbath, Annihilator, South Gang, Wasp, Alice in Chains, Motorhead, Fist. By the way, that is a unofficial, the Alice in Chains. Here is Slayer. This is a 2013 U.S. reissue. It's a 2013 reissue. VG condition, $15 start on that. Next thing is Ringo Starr Bad Boy. White label promo, $12.50. Next is Trax. Watch out. Trax is $5. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $42. Mark Still's out. Next thing over here is Robert Warner on Bill Nelson. That is sold. And then Slayer has a bid for $15. We have Hall & Oates, Abandoned Luncheonette. $10 on that one. Also, we have Chicago. Chicago's $5. Iron Maiden's at $42 right now. Going once, going twice. Slayer has bids for $15, $15, $15, $15, $15, $18. Crocus. The last bid I said on Crocus was Matt Nichols at $35. Final call. The Jackson 5, $17.50. Diana Ross presents the Jackson 5, $17.50 on that one. Next is Scott Dwallow on C, and I'm assuming that's for Chicago. And then over here we got DK Evans on Ringo Starr, sold. Slayer has a new bid for $20. Mark's out on Iron Maiden. Final call to Danny Thomason, $42. $5. Flags, $5. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind, $9 on Hall and Oates. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $7.50 on that one. Matt Shepard also put C. That was probably for Chicago. And Scott Dwalla was first to that one. Crocus is sold to Matt Nichols. And this is sold to Matt Nichols for $35. Sell this to Matt Nichols for 35 doll hairs. All right, that's sold over here. Thank you for the water. I need to go up front and get a Gorilla out of the fridge, a Gorilla Mind. I think there's one left. Iron Maiden's about to be sold to Danny for $42. Slayer's at $24. And then Paula got the Jackson 5. Jim B. asked condition. Too late. Too sad, too bad, Jim B. That's already sold to Paula. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, my goodness. Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads tribute. Oh, my goodness. A 1987. This is a Gatefold 2LP OG EX with the original inner sleeve. $55 start. $55 start on that one. Next over here, Jackson. Lewis Kulik, you were third. We have Billy Joe Glass Houses, $7.50 for that. And Bob Dylan and the band, $20 on that. If anyone can spare me $2 for some hot coffee, Venmo me. I can guarantee you no one's sending you any money for coffee. Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story, $12.50. Robert Palmer, Heavy Nova. Robert Palmer, $10. Jefferson Starship Earth, $7.50. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, $17.50 for the Doors. Best of the Last Red Hot Burrito Brothers, $15 on that. And Too Lefty from Willie Nelson, $7.50. Next thing over here is this. We had Slayer at $25, Slayer at $26. We have Ozzy at $75 with the opening bid. Hall & Oates. The last bid on this was Grumpy Moose. Ozzy had a bid for $68. It was already at $75. Slayer was in VG condition. And Danny Thomason gets Iron Maiden for $42. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Slayer's in VG. It's a 180-gram reissue. Ozzy's at $100. And then next thing over here is Anthony Correa on the Dylan and the band. That's sold. And then over here we have Robert Warner on Burrito Brothers. That's sold. Ozzy's at $100. And then we have Pete Seeger, 3 Saints, 4 Sinners, and 6 other people. $5 on that. And Wholehearted, Cabbage Creek, $7.50. Stole the Maiden. Wow. Half off metal records tonight. Every night, every metal night, half off. Auction prices, half off retail. Next thing we have over here is Metallica. And this is live at Grimey's. A 2010, limited to 1,500 on clear vinyl. $95 start on that. That's sealed on clear vinyl. Sealed on clear vinyl. And this is a $95 start. So that was the 2010 OG. They did $1,500 on clear vinyl. $95 start on that one, okay? Ozzy's at $105. And we have Slayer, which is a final call. And Slayer is at 26 of Hessen Session. How much was the Doors? The Doors. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, is $17.50. Grumpy wants the other Hall & Oates as well. So I think I already pulled you for Abandoned Luncheonette. Did I do that? I hope I did. Let me flip through some of my sold records over here. I did. And he wants the other Hall & Oates as well. Okay? Which is right here. Boom, 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 boom. Now, Jim B, there's a guy, whoever's asking for money for coffee, there's a guy, he has the handle Jim B. Let me find that right here. Jim B7137. He will Venmo you money for coffee. So just let him know, and he will gladly send you money for coffee. Just contact Jim B. Okay, $9, and this is sold to Grumpy Moose 72. Yes, this never came out as an album or an LP, a 12-inch. This only was ever released. They did on clear, then they repressed it on black. It was in print up until about 2 or 3 years ago. Up until about 2 or 3 years ago, and then it went out of print. And then the prices were peaking. I think that's now the only thing out of print from Metallica. They have everything in print, unless it's a one of those like Vinyl Fan Club. Metallica has everything in print except that and the one they did with Lou Reed. So I can't believe when I heard they was pulling that out of print, I was like, oh, no. Because we used to sell the heck out of them, but now they're out of print. Unless they do an anniversary thing with it at some point, I don't know, but You can count on Metallica. They're always doing something cool. Okay, so where are we? We sold the other Hall & Oates, and then we have WV Wanda on Billy Joel. WV Wanda on Billy Joel, that's sold. Metallica 125, Metallica 135. What about Ozzy? Ozzy Randy Rhoads is at $110 of amenities. Man, don't forget about this one here. This is a big one. Let's go to the top view. We got, first of all, we got Slayer, and somebody was just asking what it was. I'm going to put this on about a 2-minute warning because the high bid over here, Slayer, Hesson Session has had it for about 4 minutes at $26. This is a 2013 U.S. reissue VG condition, and it's a final call to Hesson Session. And Hesson, this would already be sold, but since you've been at $26, 1, 2, and now 3 people have asked what it is, which basically keeps extending the bidding, okay? And then Ozzy, the last bid on Ozzy that came in is at $112, and then Metallica is at $135. Hesson's been cursed on the Slayer. About every 60 seconds, somebody enters the chat and says, I need to know what it is, and now they're thinking if they need to bid or not. Final call on that one. Now, this was a half-off crate, no more, no less. We have sold about half or 2/3 of it. We're going to go ahead and read through those one more time quickly. No more, no less. Floyd has broke Hesson Sessions' heart. Floyd E. Wilson Jr. has bid $30 on Slayer. That is now the new high bid on that. And Hesson Session has said fudge. Finally, somebody has hopped on and said, you know what? I'm in. Okay. Now, I've also been showing a lot of gold and silver coins tonight. I got another cool collectible right over here I'm about to show. Before I do anything like that, let's run through this half-off crate quickly. Ozzy's still getting bids, and so is Metallica. We still got several great auctions. I still got a Metallica box set to sell. We got bonus crate, and we're going to be doing discount vintage crates, new vinyl recaps, etc., all night long. And then Chad has to get ready for a big sale tomorrow. I mean a huge sale. Floyd, you're out on Slayer. You've been outbid. The new high bid's $31. Bruce Springsteen, born in USA, $7.50. Jesse Lee Davis, Round and Round, $5. Elton John, $17.50. This Is Your Song. Self-titled. Derek and the Dominoes, there is cover damage up here with tape and splitting. It's a 2 LP, $17.50. Bucks Fizz is sealed for $10. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love, in Shrink and Hype, $13.50. Men at Work Cargo, $12.50. And Jan Hammer Group, Oh Yeah, VG Plus, $10. So that Marvin Gaye is still available, FYI. And then the Rolling Stones, December's Children, VG Plus, $12.50. Hesson, you've been outbid on Slayer. Ozzy, $115 with amenities. Tony Swanson, you've been outbid again. Let me know if you want back in. Metallica is sold to Oh So Adventure for $140. That is sold. We have a request for South Gang. First, 1980 MS Shep on Elton John. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, okay? This is sold to you, and I need to get you registered if you are a first-time buyer. Ozzy's at $117 with Tony Swanson, and Slayer's at $36. The Greg Allman Tour, VG Plus $12.50. The Who, The Kids Are All Right, VG Plus $15. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, VG Plus $10. Amenities, you've been outbid on Ozzy. Floyd, you've been outbid on Slayer. And then our next auction is South Gang. South Gang is called Tainted Angel, an unofficial, unknown year and country, most likely purple vinyl. This album came out in 1991. That only one pressing, and it's never been repressed or reissued. South Gang Tainted Angel, a $35 start sealed, most likely on purple vinyl. That's Matt Shepard. Okay, Matt Shepard is 1980 MS Shep. Shepard, Matt Shepard, okay? M Shep for Shepard. You got it. Ozzy's at $120. Tony Swanson, you're out. And then we have Elton John the Fox, VG $5. We also have Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same, VG Plus $7.50. Humble Pie Thunderbox, VG Plus $7.50. Humble Pie Eat It, VG Plus $12.50. Tropea is $20. There's no condition notes on that. And Tracks, watch out. $5 on Tracks. Flag is $5, a gold stamp promo. And Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $7.50. Okay, over here, Slayer. Hessen Session 36, I've lost Floyd E. Wilson. If you're out there, you can bid more than 36 or you can say out. The spotlight's on you. Ozzy's at 120 with amenities. The Randy Rhoads tribute. Tony Swanson's out. He was about the only other person bidding. That is a final call. What label is Southgang on? Well, it's not on a label. It's a bootleg unofficial. So there's only about 2 ways you can get this. The real OG pressing or the bootleg. This is the bootleg, and it is sealed, and it doesn't really give a label. And it is a $35 start, and it has a bid, and now it's at $40. Paula wants Elton John the Fox. That is sold, Elton John the Fox. Floyd's out. Floyd is in on Slayer at $38. That just popped up, and that means Hessen Session, you've been outbid. Hessen's right back in at $39. Floyd, now you're out. And then we have Rod Stewart, $12.50. We have Robert Palmer Heavy Nova for $10. And then Jefferson Starship Earth, $7.50. From Lefty with Willie, $7.50. Pete Seeger is $5. Wholehearted Cabbage Creek, $7.50. And The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. The Doors is $17.50. That was a thorough read-through, 2-time through on that half-off crate. Okay, and then Gerald Whitworth wants both humble pies. Okay, one humble pie, and the other one was probably for the Rock and the Fillmore, the double one, which should be right in here somewhere. Where are you? Oh, they're right there back to back. There we go. Sold to Gerald Whitworth. Southgang 50, Michelle Clements on Willie Nelson, 2 lefty from Willie. Slayer has a new bid for 40. Now Slayer has a new bid for 41. Scotty Hops gets some classics. He gets The Doors and the Rolling Stones. Those are sold to Scotty Hops. Southgang 41, Slayer 41. Grumpy next on the Rolling Stones, and that means Ozzy is sold to Amenities for $120, okay? That also means that Slayer is still getting bids. It's now at $41. And then Southgang is at $75 with Jeff Brindley. And that means our next auction at this moment is Anthrax Among the Living. Anthrax is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG. It does have some corner creasing up here. The vinyl is EX, and it has the sticker. Anthrax is a $65 start. Grumpy Moose wants Rod Stewart. Sold. And now my crate is full. It is time for another. All right, there we go. All right, let's swap these out. Awesome. And let me grab another empty crate to start filling up, and I need to find another crate. All right, here we go. Slayer is sold to Hessen Session for $41. Southgang is at $80. Anthrax already has 2 $65 bids. Nice. All right, I'm going to put something else up in just one moment. Let me grab a new crate. These will be possibly, the only other time I'll further discount these is if they end up in a morning flip crate, which is a possibility, or a $6.99 crate or something like that. But they're all still available. If you decide you want to go ahead and grab all of them, go ahead and say, Chad, I'm just going to go ahead and take all of them. I'd be like, hot diggity dog, let's do it. All right, it's time for a Metallica box set now. First thing I have is this. Let me get a deep breath in. Metallica Kill 'Em All. Metallica Kill 'Em All is a 2016. Whoops. Make sure I didn't miss any bids. 2016, limited to 30,000 box sets. Here's the hop sticker. 3 LPs, a picture disc, 5 CDs, and a DVD. It has the book, the patch, and everything's EX or better. This is the Metallica Kill 'Em All official box set, now out of print. They originally only made 30,000. This is a $275 start. Kill 'Em All, $275 start on this, okay? $275 on Kill 'Em All. That's now up for bid. In here, I've got new and sealed, no more, no less, sticker price, very quickly. NWA straight out of Compton, $36.99. Lincoln Park Reanimation, $39.99. Motorhead 1916, $34 on Motorhead. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36.99. And Black Sabbath Live in Paris, colored vinyl, 1970, $39.99 for Black Sabbath. Leonard Skinner Street Survivors, $34.99. Disturbed Divisive, $29.99. Cockatoo Twins Treasure, $33.99 for Cockatoo Twins. Last bit on South Gang that came in was Jeff Brinley at $80. Final call. Anthrax is at $75 of Bob Riger, and the Metallica box set's a $275 start, going a once and going a twice. Going a once and going a twice. Next is Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth is $33.99. Bauhaus, Press the Eject and Give Me the Tape. That is $29.99. Amenities on BS, and that's for Black Sabbath Live in Paris. That was an unofficial. Pantera Far Beyond Driven is $29. The Cult, pure singles. The Cult is $38.99, and Bauhaus in the Flat Field is $29. Bob, it looks like nobody else is going to bid again on Anthrax. This just kind of went dead. As soon as I said that, Nathan Mosley bid $80, so they're still bidding. Maybe they had to think about it. Now it's at $80, and let's sell Southgang to Jeff Brinley for $80, and this is your last chance to bid on Kill 'Em All before I say, you know what? This thing is a buy it now, and Bob Riger says he's out. So there's Anthrax, $80. Maybe one day they'll get him back in print. Queens Rock Operation Mindcrime, $44. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $36. Pink Floyd, Live in Netherlands, 1969, $29.99. I've got a couple of those. And here's a Bauhaus unofficial. BBC Sessions, 1980, 1983, $24.99. Michael Snared on a Motorhead, which was 1916. I have one of those left. Those are $34.99. Our next auction is Liege Lord. Liege Lord is called Master Control, 1988 USOG, Metal Blade Records, $50 start on that. Matt Shepard also wants a Megadeth, So Far, So Good, So What. Susie Breedlove on Pink Floyd Live, that's so does Susie Breedlove. And I have Trouble, Run to the Light, Red Smoke Marbled, $39.99. So I think we're done on Anthrax, right? Nathan Mosley has it for $80. Misfits is $33.99. Eminem Curtain Calls, $39. We have Traffic at $36, Misfits Evil Live at $33, and Nirvana in Utero at $36. $36 on that. Susie on Pink Floyd, and then Liege Lord has a bid for $50. Susie Pink Floyd was $29. Anthrax is sold for $80 to Nathan Mosley. Details on Big Sale. When did I say that? Details on Big Sale? I think a big sale means big, expensive items that Jim B probably won't be bidding on. Scott Dwallow wants an M&M. That's so does Scott Dwallow. Liege Lord has one bid for $50. And like I said, I'm about to make Metallica by now another steal, in my opinion, on another Metallica box set, $275. Final call on that. Black Sabbath Rhino Hi-Fis are $39. There's Nirvana in Euro, $36. Slayer, Diabolus, and Musica. Now, y'all should go ahead and buy this right now before we have a pre-owned copy that sells for the exact same amount. It seems like these Slayer albums, new and sealed, don't sell, but if I were to open them and put them in a MoFi sleeve and say it's a 2013 reissue, and put it up for a $25 bid, it would bring more than this price. Maybe just some people don't like to open the sealed copies, but there's your chance right there. $33.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love is $34, and the Beach Boys, Pet Sounds in mono, $36.99. So Scott Dwallow got M&M. You said how to get ready for a big sale tomorrow. Oh yeah, huge sale tomorrow. Probably the biggest of the year. Shane Lando on Misfits Evil Live. And then over here, Red Cave Collections on S for Slayer. That is sold out, or that is sold to Red Cave. And then Mark Price says, I'll take one. And this is over here, Slayer. This is sold to him. That is done. And then Liege Lord got one bid. Liege Lord is Ken Crooker at $50. So yeah, my plans were at some point about the end of the year, and I've done a terrible job pinpointing this down. And that is, first of all, Metallica's a buy it now for $275. I need to get together, and I was going to talk to whoever's going to be here tomorrow, Paul, John, Laura. I need to get together some of our best stuff, whether it's box sets, high-end records, or autographs. And we got to pick a night where we put all that stuff up for auction and get it sold. And of course, some of that stuff it could take me days to get ready, but we got to pick a night where we do another high-end night before the end of the year. Because I know we have some high-end stuff around the corner, especially in box sets, perhaps. And then I know we have it in autographs, and we just got to pick another night to do that. We're running out of time. There's only a few days left in the year. So, and for me to do that, I've got to take time to get it ready. So that means I'm either going to have to do it after a sale one night and stay up all night and into the morning and then have them come in and help me the next day too, or I'm going to have to end a sale maybe at midnight or 1 instead of 2 or 3 a.m. So, yeah, we call that kind of the, quote, high-end night. The platinum night, and I still got some really cool stuff we need to try to get sold for the end of the year. Whatever it takes. We've chipped away. See, I'll do a few here and there, and we'll chip away at them. And but I know there's some stuff left we need to try to get sold. And the next closeouts is New Year's Eve, and luckily that's on Wednesday, the last day of the year. So Wednesday, New Year's Eve will be the closeouts, the vinyl, let's get everything sold. I've told you before, about the only thing we can really put on sale in our business is new vinyl. We auction off everything else, and then the vintage stuff is always best offer or it's half off. So the only thing I can really put on sale is new vinyl. Everything else is always on sale because I'm negotiable. It's not like you can walk in a typical store and, I'll take offers on about anything. All right, and this is sold. So I messed up on Slayer. First thing is Metallica is sold to Amenities for $275. We need to put back a Slayer. That one does not go to Mark Price. He wanted a Black Sabbath, okay? Whoops. He wanted a Black Sabbath, okay? So not a Slayer. Mark Price wanted that. Let's put King Crimson right there. He just fell over. And I do have more Black Sabbath rhinos, yeah. All right, was there an axe? There was. New Year's Eve, Metallica sold for $275. We sold Rhino Hi-Fi to Mark Price. Nirvana's not a gatefold. Nirvana's not a gatefold, no. All right, let me put these away. And here we go. Now, can I do that tomorrow? Everything I just said, can I have that ready for tomorrow, by tomorrow? Whew, I don't know. I got a lot to sell tonight still. And we need to find VW Wanda a Black Sabbath Rhino Hi-Fi. You're in luck. I have those. We'll go ahead and write it down. And as soon as I find one, I'll pull it and I'll put your name on it. They're right over here close to me somewhere. All right, I'm going to re-auction some Hatchet Ed stuff. Our next auction is going to be a Hatchet Ed re-auction. A Hatchet Ed re-auction. And I still got plenty of advertised stuff over here as well. But let me reset here. First thing is this. I don't have the details for this. That's why I don't think it's sold. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, this is a really nice copy of Iron Maiden Live After Death. That's what it last sold for, which probably isn't bad whatsoever, being that it's OG. It last sold for $75. It's OG. It's got both merchant forms, but one of them has been clipped out. The video merch was clipped out and redeemed. And it has both inner sleeves, and I think it has the book. Okay? Yeah, it's complete. $35 start for Iron Maiden. That's now up for bid. Everything in here is new and sealed sticker price. We've sold several things out of here. I still got several left, like Sphere for $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil is an 83 USOG, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $35 start. Slayer, $33.99. Beach Boys, $36. Soundgarden, $34. Nirvana, $36. Traffic, $36. Eminem, $39. Misfits, $33. Trouble, $39. Bauhaus BBC, $24. Pink Floyd, $29. Rob Zombie, $36. Queensryche, $44. Bauhaus, $29. The Cult, $38. Pantera, $29. Bauhaus, $29. Cocteau Twins, $33. Disturbed, $29. Skinner, $34. Sabbath, $39. Megadeth, $36. Motorhead, $34. Lincoln Park 39, NWA 36. When will last week's purchases ship? I don't know what day they're shipping right now. If you ask Ed, he probably can give you an answer. I'm not for sure what day they're shipping on. I don't know if Tony Murphy's still in the chat. He helps us out in the shipping department. I have no idea. I don't know if they're 2 days behind or 7 days back. I have no idea. We could probably get an answer for you, though. Let me see if Ed knows. I'll find out for you right now. I have no earthly idea. I think they're pretty dang caught up. What day are we shipping? If you always ask Ed that, he can give you an answer. There's 2 full carts over here full of mail. So they've been doing a lot today. There's a lot of packages over here. They should be pretty dang caught up. I mean, if you've paid, it should be already on the way to you pretty quickly. If you paid Monday, Tuesday, you should already have it. Trouble, Run to the Light. Trouble is on Red Smoke Vinyl, $39.99. Richard Davis asked, and then Ken Crooker asked. So, Iron Maiden, 40, 45, 50. Motley Crue, 35, 40. The Beach Boys is Pet Sounds in mono. Pet Sounds in mono, $36.99. Motley Crue, 42, and Iron Maiden, 55. Richard Davis just want trouble. The second person who asked, Richard, after Richard was Ken. Ken, if you want on a wait list, let me know. Okay? All right. And I'm sure he had a lot of stuff. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, he probably had a lot of messages. Freddie Milford gets Pet Sounds. You wouldn't think this, but I'll tell y'all something bizarre, and I think it's just because people's off from work and they have more time to maybe do it and think about it. We get an unusual amount of messages on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I think it's just where people's off and they're at home and they probably normally don't have time to do it. But man, and I think it's, and when he comes back, I think that after Christmas, he's just typically swamped. I'm like, man, this is unbelievable. And it's just like, this is almost unusual how many messages we've received and questions and stuff. I think this is where people have time off. Okay, let's do another half off crate. Here we go. Iron Maiden is at 55. We got Freddie Milford for Pet Sounds. Put Ken Crooker on a wait list, and Anthony Correa, you'll have to go wait list on Beach Boys, okay? You have to go wait list for Beach Boys. So I'm sold out. Ken's okay with Trouble waiting list. Let me know if you're okay with Beach Boys waiting list. The Crew is at 45, okay? And over here, Creator pre-order. We'll make a note right now. I'll get that rolling. Okay, I need to clean up over here. It's kind of bothering me. So let me grab this new, let me put something over here in the corner we can sell. Let's put something over here in the corner we can sell to fill in that spot, like Leonard Skinner. They are $34.99. Okay. And here is where we're at. I have 21 Washington silver quarters for $305, which is a few dollars above melt value. 21 90% Washington silver quarters, $305. I got the Nutcracker Pez dispenser with silver bars, $145. And I'll show all this in just a second. That was for the Pet Sounds that I missed out on. Yes, I have you on a waiting list unless you don't want me to order you one. Iron Maiden's at 58, Motley Crue at 47. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. This is OG, a 71 US, or technically 71 repress with the corrected sleeves, or the corrected label, but it does have the original inner sleeve. It's not bad. The vinyl's EX, a $35 start. The jacket on Motley Crue, this is notorious for being nearly impossible to find a near mint one. Okay. This is VG with shelfware at the bottom. Shelfware at the bottom. Shout at the devil. Okay. No waiting list for Anthony Correa on that. Nobody wants the quarters. Great deal. For those that want to buy silver at melt, that's the best deal I have tonight in stock. That's my best deal. That's the best price on silver, best deal you probably could get on the web right now for those. All right, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. Michael Jackson Thriller, $17.50. So we're going to do a half off crate. This is going to be fun. It is Friday night, and Michael Jackson is $17.50. We have King Crimson, The Wake of Poseidon for $25. Really nice on that one. And we also have Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. That's in shrink, $7.50. So I think we're done on Motley Crue. Corey Ross gets that for $47. Iron Maiden's at $60. And this crate is going to be half off, no more, no less. Should be a fun crate. Should be lots of great deals. Chad, I'll trade my Darius Rucker autographed Gamecock hat for those silver quarters. I'm going to say a big no thank you, but at least you're trying. King Crimson is sold to Steve Mason for $25. Black Sabbath has a bid for $35. The Beatles Love Songs, $17.50 for the Beatles. And Interview with Bruce Springsteen, a picture disc, $12.50. Can I offer you more on this crate? No. I will not take more, only this price I'm stating. So this is a no more, no less kind of crate. A no more, no less kind of crate. Our next one is a 1978 German OG, Tokyo Tapes. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Gatefold jacket, a German press, Scorpions Tokyo Tapes. This is really nice. It's really nice. $20 start on that. Iron Maiden is at $60 with Steve McGee. Okay, Steve McGee on that one. Carol Puckett on Bruce Springsteen picture disc. Thank you on that one. Also, Edward Beck said, we are shipping out the 23rd. Tuesday, people who paid on Tuesday. So if you paid your order on Tuesday, it's being shipped right now. If you paid before the 23rd, it should already be shipped. If you paid on the 23rd, they are currently shipping your order. Now, no one's going to be here tomorrow, and no one's going to be here Sunday shipping. So that resumes back on Monday. And the reason we typically can do that, because majority of people pay on Monday. It's like this many people pay on Monday, this many people pay on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then we do. And then we try to hopefully get payments from older people too that hadn't paid their invoices yet so we can get their orders out. Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years. A white label promo, $12.50 on that one. We have Scorpions Virgin Killer. That's a weird price, $42.99. So $21.50. $21.50. Alice Cooper Love It to Death, $15 on Alice Cooper. His middle finger or his thumb has been airbrushed, but that is the first label. All right, Iron Maiden over here is sold, and that is sold to $60 to Steve McGee. And then over here, Black Sabbath just got one bid, and that's sold to Corey Ross for $35. That's sold for $35. And Scorpions, the last bid was 20, 20, 21, 22. And then Steve Mason wants Scorpions in the crate. That is sold. And we have also Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello. Tim Buckley, $15. Whitney Houston by Whitney Houston is $12.50. And Merle Haggard. This is actually two albums in one. And they're still shrink wrapped with this double play sticker that kind of bounds them together. So that's now 28. So that's now just $14. $14 on that. $14 on that. And we have Steve Mason on Whitney Houston. Scorpions are still getting bids. And Floyd, you were second on Scorpions Virgin Killer. Our next auction is Annihilated. That's an 89 UK OG. It has the original on her sleeve. Annihilated is a $35 start. David Tate takes the 2-in-1 Merles. Thank you, David Tate. And the Outlaws bringing it back alive. 15 on the Outlaws. And this is Death Defying Leap. $5. And that is called Ron Moore. $5 on Mr. Ron Moore. There's Annihilated. And then also over here, also over here, I have Motorhead. And Motorhead is an 81 Canadian reissue. Has the original on her sleeve. EX, $30 start on that. Mess with Chad's money, mess with his emotions. That's right. I like selling stuff, getting paid, and getting it shipped. We have to literally add more and more shelves due to backlogs of unpaid invoices because we sell more and more, and it just kind of starts expanding, and then we have to literally build more shelving to hold older orders till we get payment. So it logistically messes it up too. However, I'm going to grab a Gorilla Mind, and for those that don't know what a Gorilla Mind is, you need to find out. It's a great energy drink. Shout out to Brent Robley. Mike Massey's got some competition. By the way, Laura, I hope you can hear this. Laura, if you can hear this, there's two things of fudge. There's two things of fudge up above the refrigerator, and then there's peanut butter balls in the fridge. You're welcome to all the fudge and peanut butter balls, because my mom said, son, you've got to eat 3 pounds of fudge and 2 pies tomorrow so they don't ruin. I was like, okay, we'll do it one piece at a time. It's time, folks, for a fudge break. Man, that was good. I'm going to go get another piece here in a second. That is some real Tennessee Mountain homemade back holler country cooking fudge. Julie's Kitchen. She had chocolate fudge, peanut butter fudge, chocolate pie, chess pie, Heath bar cake, haystacks, peanut butter balls. Holy moly. And Laura has just delivered a crate, and the first record in the front is Slayer. We got ourselves a Laura crate, and she can barely walk through here because some reason these crates haven't been moved. Let me try to make this path easier accessible. And what's in this tub? Is this Bob Dylan CDs? I have an entire Bob Dylan CD collection I'm going to try to auction tonight. Is anybody interested? I mean, it's like 50 Bob Dylan CDs. I've been trying to keep them together for the longest. Whew. Man. I ate a lot yesterday. Sorry, that fudge has hit me like right in the face. Man, that's good. Plus this energy drink, what happened to it? I'm going to need more of that. This Gorilla, this is something good here. I mean, I don't know what's up with this. But man, Gorilla Mind, Black Cherry Vanilla. Black Cherry Vanilla, Gorilla Mind. Oh, man. Yeah. I think I'll go on that diet on the first of the year. You know, we need a few days to clear out all these desserts. Okay, sorry for the timeout. The last bit on Scorpions that came in. Was Tom Kelly at $27, and that was 5 minutes ago. This is sold to Tom Kelly for $27, okay? Let's tag that and get that done. Excuse me. That's done. Annihilated. Hope everybody knows where we're at on this. I think we have a bid at 35 with Chris Flynn. Chris Flynn bid 35, and then Mike Straws bid 35, okay? The division bale is $49.99. Fudge is not for sale. That's for Chad family and Coletco family, which y'all are part of, but my bad. Let me say Coletco employees. Motorhead has one bid to my knowledge. This does not have a bid. Motorhead is a 1981 Canadian reissue with the original inner sleeve, a $30 start. We're in a half off crate right now. Half off, no more, no less. We have a question on Alice Cooper. Love It to Death a VG Plus cover, EX or better vinyl. Alice Cooper's $15. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Here we go. Waylon and Willie, World War II, $12.50. Zoot Sims Quartet, $7.50 for Zoot. Tim Buckley, Lorca. Tim Buckley has quite a bit of color discoloration. No condition notes on the vinyl, though. $17.50. Annihilated 36, Jazz Grog on Zoot. That's Zoot Sims. James Davidson said he'll take Alice. Sold. And then over here, we have Robert Palmer. Maybe it's alive. Robert Palmer, $10. Now, Chad Duggan might be at advantage. If he shows up and you nicely ask Julie for some fudge or peanut butter ball, she might open the fridge and hand you one. She's been known to do that. You just got to ask nicely, and then she takes tips. 1984 U.S. Winchester OG. This has the original inner sleeve and the merch insert. This is OG Wasp, a $35 start. Annihilated 38, Matt Shepard on Waylon and Willie. Annihilated 40, Motorhead 35. Condition on MH. Motorhead, the vinyl was EX. Excuse me, really nice, and the jacket's not bad at all. VG Plus or better. Nice. Duran Duran Rio, just $12.50. $12.50 on Duran Duran. Neil Young, everybody's rocking. $8.50 on Neil Young. And Merle Haggard, Mama Tried. Merle Haggard is $7.50. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $10. I'm a Rocket Man. Rocket Man, I need some more fudge up there in the refrigerator. Eurythmics, Sex Crime, $5 on that. And Special EFX, Modern Manners. Special EFX, $7.50. Annihilated, $40. Motorhead, $35. The high bid was $30. Now it's at $35. Wasp is a $35 start. Jeremy Merck on Merle for Merle Haggard. Paula on Duran Duran. That is sold. Matt Shepard next on Duran Duran. Danny Thomason next on Merle, I think. MT. Brian Call on the Eurythmics. And then Matt Shepard next on Merle. And then Grog was next on Merle. Okay, a lot of people on Merle. Nice. Mr. $17.50. A big album from the 80s. And it's top copy. Shrink, Near Mint Minus, Hop Sticker. OG, $17.50 on that one. Mark Price on Elton John. Rocket Man. I also like the song Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters on that one. And then Mellow and Honky Cat. Of course, that's a big one, Honky Cat. And there's that. And then Shane Landote on Mr. Steve Mason was next. Misunderstood, Microwave, $5. I'm doing a lot of half-off crates tonight on this Friday night. My crates of vintage over here have kind of filled up, and I'm trying to reduce those back down. And then over here behind me, I keep all the crates that Laura and Paul have marked, and that has a lot of more different kind of stuff in it. I'm either going to bring some of those over for the first-time best offer, or we'll do at least one like half off. We'll do at least one like we'll just close it out at half off. The Kinks Low Budget, that's coming up later tonight. We got vinyl discount for about the next hour or two. We have Alan Parsons Project Gowdy for $10. And the best of Yusef Lateef. That's now $15. Atlantic Jazz Anthology, clean disc, okay? I think Annihilated over here, the last bid was Mike Straws at $40. Chris Flynn went out. Let's go ahead and sell this to Mike Straws for $40. Motorhead, to my knowledge, did not get another bid. So this is sold to Floyd for $35. Floyd E. Wilson Jr., Motorhead, $35. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're taking Wasp to a buy it now. An 84 U.S. Winchester OG Wasp, just a $35 buy it now. Also a buy it now is Lamb of God Wrath. A 2009 OG, that's the LP, 2 CD, and USB. That was only $55. The other auction tonight was this is not Yusef Lateef. Tony Rice. Tony Rice was $45. And then Volbeat. Volbeat was a 2013 US OG EX Plus condition, $125. And yeah, that's all the no bids from tonight, just those four. There's other random stuff over here that didn't sell the other night, including Kiss and Riot. And there's some autographs over here that y'all hadn't seen. Yeah, let's put some of this stuff up in just a second, okay? So we have first topographic on Alan Parsons. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. The Kinks Brian Call was $7.50. Mark Steele gets the Wasp for $35. Okay, Mark Steele gets the Wasp for $35. I'm going to put these other no bids right over here. We got plenty of other auctions to put up. First, I'm going to put those right here. Here's Acid Bath. If you don't have one of these already, these are new and sealed. Acid Bath, $39.99. $39.99. Brian Call gets the Kings. Tonight was, I think, the Vlodderchecks asked earlier about Hatchet Ed crates. I never did answer them because I was making sure they weren't hidden around here. But today is typically Hatchet Ed Day, but not today. That means we'll have more next Friday. Now, this next Allison Chains is a white vinyl unofficial. So back before, I think 2020, before 2020, this album had not been in print, which is crazy. It's big of an album, especially for the 90s grunge stuff. So they were bootlegging a lot of them. Really good sound quality. Most of them are MP3 rips. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. And then Tony Swanson wants an Acid Bath. That's sold to him. That's my last copy there. And then Scully on Tony Rice for $40. Sully on Tony Rice for $40. Thank you on that one. All right. It's weird how I think of stuff like an hour later, Vloddercheck. I'm sorry. I have in my brain right now, there's a backlog of questions that I hadn't answered, and I'll remember one, and I'm like, oh yeah, I need to answer that. Fist was Thunder and Rock, a US EMW reissue, VG plus 15. And also, before we do any more discount, Laura did bring over a crate. So the next crate is going to be a crate that Laura has marked. And I see some pretty cool stuff in here. I see everything from Sinatra to Slayer to Kiss to Chris Stapleton, AC/DC and Riot. So that's some stuff coming up. What were the no bids? Right now, just Volbeat and Lamb of God. That's the only no bids over here. And then I'm about to show you some other stuff as well. I wish I could figure out this light. I'm not a fan of it. That makes everything look dark, but at the same time, I can't really get this exactly like I wanted it. Maybe like that. That's a little bit better. Okay. King Crimson is a 200-gram Steven Wilson Robert Fripp remaster, $34.99. Allison Chains has a bid. Fist has a bid. Let's go to the bonus crate after I show you Willie Nelson. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Willie Nelson, $7.50. The Ray Block Singers, Hair, $5 on that. Yusef Lateef with Dove Watkins, Imagination. That was now just $20. No condition notes. Purple Prestige label, $20 on that. And then Southern Exposure, Heading South, $12.50, okay? New and sealed Metallicas, $29.99. Ride the Lightning Remasters, $29.99 for Ride the Lightning Remasters. For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black, Creeping Death, new and sealed Metallica, $29.99. Grog gets Yusef Lateef here. And then TBI Music Room on Willie Nelson Stardust. Also in the half off, no more, no less, bin is Toe Fat 2. That's now $32.50. That was $64.99. And Tom Tom Club, nice. Now just $15. There is some cover staining down here at the bottom. Now just $15. Nathan Edward Mosley wants a Ride the Lightning for $29. There's one left. The Volbeat that was in the bonus crate tonight, we've already sold 3. Here's another one. This is a 2013, which I believe is the OG. It's a 2LP Republic Records. It has the inner sleeves and the bonus 10 inches included as well. It's nice, vinyl and jacket, EX Plus or better, $125. Billy Joe, Cold Spring Harbor, early 80s press, $10 on that one. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps, $17.50. Bruce Springsteen is sealed. You can pick that up now for $12.50. Nice. Allison Chains, white vinyl, unofficial, just got one bid with Chris Frazier, and that is sold for $35. $35. Billy Joel sold to Richard Davis. Shakedown on Bruce Springsteen, and then Andy for Rutherford was second. That Billy Joel has always been known to be kind of tough to get. The real OG pressings were actually mastered at the incorrect speed, making it very collectible. That was an early 80s pressing, but still, always been tough to get. A vintage copy. Axe, Nemesis. Axe is an 83 German OG. It does have some cover damage right up in here. It's kind of creased. Hope y'all can see that. It's not too bad, though. $10 start on that one. All right, so we sold Billy Joel to Richard. Shakedown got Bruce. Andy next on Billy, Sean next on Billy, and then Matt next on Bruce. H2O, Maneater and One by One, a France, $7.50, and Animotion is now $15. Also, Daryl Hall, that's his solo album. That one is now $10. Or is this a single from a solo album? Hold on. No, this is the full album. This is Three Hearts in the Happy Ending Machine. Okay? The last bid on Fist was Matt Nichols at $20. And Scott Dwallow, just so you know, you were outbid on that one. And then Axe has three $10 bids. From the bonus crate over here, I have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Ozzy Osbourne is a 1981 USOG Pitman. It is VG minus $15 star. Now, that's a Seth grading. And that one means, man, I mean, it looks, I don't know if y'all have got these little small sticky notes. That means Seth has tagged it. And, man, I mean, he grades some of them like VG minus. Boy, this thing looks like it's EX. But we'll call it VG minus. Ozzy's a $15 start. French. Yep, French fries. Richard Davis on Daryl Hall. Paula was next. This is Kelly. If you know Chad played his cards right, he would private playing with Pilot. I'm a pilot. And then we have Axe 13, Fist 21, Fist 25, and then Ozzy's at $20. Joan Jett, I love rock and roll. $13.50. There is cover damage at the bottom. At one point, I might need a pilot. That would be great. I might need to be zipping around. I might need to zip around this a country picking up collections of stuff one day, or you might have to pick up Paul to taxi him around to go quickly buy these collections if they're emergency. Okay. Tony Swanson, Joan Jett. Man, this crate was packed. I feel like I've been going through it for a half hour trying to get to this new Allura crate, but there's just so much in here. So much in here. We have Cornelius' brother and sister Rose, Seal. Too late to turn back now. Treat her like a lady. That's a good one. Close Up, Merle Haggard. That's a 2 LP compilation, $12.50. Cornelius' brother was $10. Boz Skaggs. $7.50 for Boz Skaggs, and Leo Sayer, Just a Boy. Leo is $5. So the last bid on Fist was Scott Dwallow at $26. Matt Nichols, you're out, and Matt Nichols bid $30. Scott Dwallow's out. Finally got to the bottom. We have Axe, and the last bid on Axe was Charlie Buck at $15, and then Ozzy's at $20 with Larry Gonzalez. That's the high bid. Tony Swanson got Joan Jett. And then over here, we have Rick Springfield. This is $10, Rick Springfield. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Chimes of Freedom, 4-track EP, $10 on that. Procol Harum, Turn a Wider, Shade of Pale, $17.50 for Procol Harum. Carl Douglas, Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting, $12.50. Master Moss, 666. On Bruce Springsteen, right? Or Boz Skaggs. Master Moss 666 on Bruce Springsteen. Paula on RS for Rick Springfield. Eric Van Leuven on Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. Shingadita-ding-ding. Matt Shanahan. Hall & Oates was $7.50. $7.50. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, $17.50. Nice. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, $17.50. Lou Courtney, Buffalo Smoke. This is now $12.50. 1976 Funk album. Funk. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a GMB special. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, Doing What We Wanna. Half off at $49.99. A 1970 Monarch. Unbelievable. Oh, I just stretched. I hope y'all heard all that pop. Ooh. Oh, great to readjust your vertebrae in the morning. First thing I wake up in the morning and have spine surgery every morning. I'm like that character on SpongeBob. Every morning I break my legs. When I go to bed, I break my arms. Scott Dwallow on CD. That was Kung Fu Fighting. You were second on that one. Brian Call got The Doors. And then next over here was Price Condition on Pro Call. First, it's a reissue, but it's still a 70s press. The vinyl is nice. EX or better, $17.50. Donna Bertram got Sting. And Cornelius Brother, Sister Rose, the sealed copy back here, it was $10 after the amazing 50% off discount. The Hall & Oates is $7.50, whoever bought it. This has the original sticker with it, $10 on that one. And then Anthony Cree on Lou Courtney. And then over here, Fist. I think we're done on this. At least I hope we are. These have been up for a while. Fist is sold to Matt Nichols for $30. Okay, $30. Next is Axe Nemesis. The last bid that came in on Axe Nemesis was Charlie Buck at $18. I want to make sure Brian Call knows he was outbid. And they're still bidding on Ozzy and OG, but VG minus Diary of a Madman. Mark Price has it for $25. Okay, and then Jim B on Take on the Cornelius Brothers, Sister Rose. Boy, we just messed up on that one. All right, what is this about a Chad going to college? Go to Nashville and buy the Maxim Rock and Roll Collection and sell it to us. Oh, that's, I think that was donated to a, yeah, whatever Laura just said there. That was something that was donated. I guess that's a good thing to do, donating these huge collections to libraries. But I'll tell you what's happened. I get a lot of calls and people's like, we're trying to donate these collections to a library and they won't take it. I mean, first thing, somebody passes away and let's say somebody has 50,000 records and somebody was like, yeah, I'm going to call a college and see if they want them. Well, what might happen is if their library doesn't take them, then, I mean, I don't know, they might just get distributed to people that want them. I don't know. Best thing to do is sell them to me, to Collectco, okay? Because I know somebody here locally that had a big 78 collection and it was supposed to be donated to Vanderbilt, and then Vanderbilt didn't even want them, and when they got them, they just ended up selling them. And that person found out, was like, man, it was supposed to go to y'all's library. And they're like, we don't store stuff anymore. These libraries don't really store records anymore. They don't store books. They really don't store, they scan everything, and they might digitize the records and then sell them. So my advice is just to sell them. But I've heard about some incredible collections being donated, and I'm like, well, nobody's actually going to be able to go there and hold the record and listen to it. And if they did, that would be risky because of theft or somebody damaging it. So, you know, I wouldn't do that. I would just sell them to Collectco, okay? Because I don't know, it's not like people's going to go be able to check out records and take them home and return them. I don't think that happens anymore. So, okay, Ozzy's at $30, and then Axe over here. Axe is at $18 with Charlie Buck. But at MTSU, they have one of the biggest music collections ever. I don't really know what they do with it other than just storing it there. Laura might can tell us, but yeah, a lot of these places, they just like, we don't have any room to store all this. You know, 50,000 records. That's a lot of, golly, that's truckloads full. That's like a semi stacked up to the top. Whew, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, one more recap here. Let's put up another auction. Next thing I have over here is this. I have Pink Floyd, The Wall. I have Become Comfortably Numb. A 79 USOG Terre Haute, first sleeve, VG++ condition. Original under sleeves, $25 start on that. Okay, we have Michael Jackson Thriller, $17.50 on that. Axe was officially sold then. Axe over here is officially sold to Charlie Buck for $18. $18, and that's sold to Charlie Buck. And then Ozzy, Mark Price had it for 30. Hoopy's out. We're about to sell that. Simon and Garfunkel, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. That's the second label. $17.50 on that. Really nice. Also, the Beatles love song. $17.50 on the Beatles. Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years. White label promo, $12.50. Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, $15 on that. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws, $15. Death Defying Grip, Ron Moore, $5 on that. Also, Tim Buckley, Lorica, $17.50 for Tim Buckley. Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Alive, $10. And Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks, Everybody's Rocking, $8.50 on that. Special EFX, Modern Manners, $7.50. Ozzy's officially sold to Mark Price for $30. Pink Floyd has bids starting from the top. 25, 25, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30, 25, 25. Wow. I don't even know who has it. Somebody needs to bid 50. Michael Snared on the Beatles love songs. Great decision there. That is sold to Michael Snared. My crate's almost full. Before I do anything else, here's Microwave Misunderstood, $5. The Best of Yusef Lateef, $15. The Ray Block Singers Doing Hair, $5. Southern Exposure, $12.50. And Toe Fat, $32.50. Oh, here's something I showed pretty late the other night, but if anybody's interested, this is a fully signed by Cheap Trick. All 4 original members, Robin Zander, Rick Nelson, Tom Peterson, and Bunny Carlos. That is $375. Starting bid. I have it listed on eBay right now for $600. That's kind of like my Coletco auction price to get it sold. Really cool. If you could frame that with an album jacket, it'd make a really cool display. $375, signed by all 4 members. It's on a Japanese, they call this a shishiki board. Shishiki board. It's an actual Japanese insert, like piece of cardboard that they signed. $375 on Cheap Trick. I think I'll just put that up there. Maybe somebody want to grab it tonight. Toe Fat is from 1971. It's on Rare Earth Records, and it's in beautiful condition. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Yngwie Malmsteen, Rising Force. This is an OG 84. The cover is in pretty bad condition. I mean, it is creased and dinged and got writing on the back, but the vinyl's EX, and that's a $15 start. Cheap Trick $375 comes with a full letter from JSA. Tom Tom Club still available for $15. Neil Young still available for $17.50. And we have Hall & Oates. That is $7.50. Steve Mason does get Toe Fat for $32.50. Anthony Correa was second. Right now, The Wall's at $45. Animotion is $15. Merle Haggard, $12.50, a 2 LP. Boss Skaggs was $7.50. Leo Sayer was $5. Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers was $25, and Procol Harum was $17.50. Yngwie $15, The Walls at $45, and Cheap Trick $375 start. My crate is full. My crate is full. Holy moly! All right, holy moly! All right, there's that. All right, so. I'm going to go ahead and be stacking these up here. First thing is a condition on clearance. VG Plus cover with discoloration and saw mark. The vinyl is EX Plus. Super clean. $25 on that one. If anybody wants Cheap Trick, $375. You know I have it. That's what I'll take for it. It's signed. Cheap Trick, $375. You know I have it. You know that if you want it, you can buy it. The Wall's at $50. Final Call on Yngwie for $15. All right, let's get these Dylan CDs together. Okay, so Bob Dylan, an incredible CD lot. an incredible CD lot of Bob Dylan. I have the following. Self-titled, Nashville Skyline, New Morning, John Wesley Hardin, Freewheeling, Times They Are Changing, The Other Side, Blonde on Blonde, Highway 61, Bringing It All Back Home, Planet Waves, Blood on the Track, Street Legal, Desire, Save, Slow Train Crumbin', Infidels, Empire Burlesque, Knocked Out Loaded, Down in the Groove. That's some kind of Traveling Wilburys bootleg. And then we have the Traveling Wilburys collection, but it does have box damage. But that is a 3 CD. And then what else is up here? This is Bob Dylan and the band Basement Tape bootleg, Modern Times and Carnegie Hall. That's stack number 1. Stack number 2 is Bob Dylan Together, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a double pack. Greatest Hits Volume 1, Greatest Hits Volume 3. That one's just called Dylan. There's Traveling Wilburys Volume 1 by itself. Traveling Wilburys Volume 3. Oh Mercy, Under the Red Sky, Good As I've Been to You, World Gone Wrong, Time Out of Mind, Love and Theft, Modern Times, Testament, MTV Unplugged, Live 66, Live 66, Live 75, No Direction Home, Live 64. Okay? These are all going to be sold in one lot. This is all Bob Dylan. This is an auction lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. What is that? Like 50 CDs? I think there's like 25 discs here probably. Probably at least 50 discs. $100 start for Bob Dylan. There's got to be at least 50 discs there probably. $100 start for Bob Dylan. That's all, both stacks, everything you see right there. The wall, the last bid was Back to the Turntable, $50. Ingve did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for 15 bucks. It does have cover damage. And let's put up some other auctions and let's bring over this crate that Laura has tagged and let's keep going. All righty, here we go. I'm going to condense these into this crate. And we're about to go through a new crate of newly marked records for tonight. Here we go. Bob Dylan CD lot, $100 start. Let's go through a new arrival crate here. Some are check condition, some are near mint. Here we go. What do I do with my crate? Oh, I guess I need an empty crate, don't I? That's great timing when we have to, when one crate's full and we're swapping out another one. Oh, I forgot about my energy drink over here. No wonder I started feeling better. This is a delicious flavor too. All right, who got Ingve? Kyle Hansen did. All right, and then Back to the Turntable got Pink Floyd for 50. I think y'all are gonna like this crate. New stuff, never shown, been in collections. John Barry has the Dylan CDs for 100. So, I mean, you're just talking about a couple bucks a piece. I already pulled Toe Fat. Yeah, Toe Fat was claimed to Steve Mason. Let me go make sure I did pull it. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, it's in the crate. Thank you. I got that pulled. I'm going to post these in the group at some point, but here's something else I really need to liquidate. And it's our 45s. So here's what I'm willing to do. I have about this many 45s in a box. Excuse the Folgers coffee box. Let me go show you a more proper one. One more quick deal here because it's about to get posted in a whole lot of records, which I think will sell at least some. But these are all the 45s that's left after we go through them at $6.99. And there's quite a bit in there, as you can see. So basically a whole long box of 45s. And I think I counted one time, and wasn't it like 150 or something? I think at one time I priced them way up there, like 300 and something. But here's my, let's get some of these sold. Mystery boxes of 45s. And John has took the time. Most of these have company inner sleeves or they're picture sleeves. I mean, there's Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. This is better stuff, okay? This is better titles that we have pulled out to sell individually. Lots of promos, lots of other stuff, okay? So what I'm willing to do is, I don't know if they'll ship it in a box like this, but over here next to me, I have around 15, 20 boxes like this. You'll get a random box. I can't promise you what's in it. You could get, it's mostly going to be rock though. There's going to be some soul. $125 shipped. $125 shipped. That's for a mystery box of singles. I can count right now at least 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. I've got 23 boxes right now. $125, essentially a mystery box of 45s. Guaranteed not to have any no FX. Steve Miller, Clyde McFadder. I'll even say this one I'm holding. DeBarge, Jesse Blevin, Boney M, a little bit of soul funk R&B. That was a Charlie Rich promo. Johnny Lee. I see something here on Atlantic. The Rascals, 125. I mean, that's about as cheap as I can get these because it's probably going to cost the packaging and the postage, the 25. So you're really buying them for 100 plus shipping. Some of them can have some really cool stuff. There's Bruce. There's picture sleeves. King. Pretenders EP. Annette. Captain Beyond, Sufficiently Breathless promo. And if somebody local wanted to come get all 20 plus boxes, I'd sell them for $100 a box. And if you're a reseller locally, there would be money to be made. Don't worry, we got 50,000 more we're trying to put out. So we got plenty more. That's just some we're trying to move for space. So a whole box of 45s, random mystery box, $125. That's about as cheap of a 45 mystery box I can give you. I know it's quite a bit, but man, that'll keep you busy for a while. You'll find something for sure. You'll be like, dang, I'm glad I bought this. Okay, so right now we have Bob Dylan at 105. John Barry, You've Been Outbid. The Bob Dylan CD collection's at 105. And over here we have our next auction. I have Soundgarden Ultra Mega OK. Soundgarden is the blue limited edition blue vinyl from 2017. Soundgarden EX Plus condition, a $35 start for Soundgarden, okay? These are all sticker price, no more, no less. The Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. This is the 2019 Deluxe 40th Anniversary 3 LP 4 CD EX. It does have some cover damage right here. $59.99 for the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out. Get Your Yayas Out. Soundgarden 40, now 50. We have Tease One Night Stand. Tease is EX $17.99. John Barry, I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again on Dylan. Guy Shard has it right now at 105. Now there's a bid for 110. We have VG $14.99. Ophics, OPHICVS, Steel Horn Gas Mask Metalhead, VG $14.99. Soundgarden's at 50. And Blue Steel, No More Lonely Nights. EX $12.99 on Blue Steel. All right, our next auction is Riot. This, we could not find this on Discogs. It was a white label promo, EX edition. It's a 6-track promo from Riot. The first track is Hard Lovin' Man, 1982, and Seth said there was no Discogs entry for this promo. That is a $20 start on Riot. Soundgarden's at 50. Tony Swanson, you're out. John Barry bid 110 on Bob Dylan, and then Guy Shard bid 110 on Bob Dylan. So we're still tied on that one, just FYI. All right, this is a new arrival crate. Sticker price, no more, no less. And then after this, we got more discount crates to do. We have Hardline. Hardline is EX, $22.99. A 1984 Swedish heavy metal, EX $22.99. And Out on Bail, Legs Diamond. Out on Bail, Legs Diamond, VG $9.99. Soundgarden has a new bid for 51. 51 on that one. Also, we have Tarzan. Tarzan, VG Plus, $12.50. It looks like Tarzan, but it's Tarzan. Tarzan is a gold stamp promo, VG Plus, $12.99. and Vandenberg, VG Plus $12.99. So Riot, a white label promo 6-track, and this is the sleeve it would have came in. So we just got it behind the jacket, a new MoFi sleeve. There's that. The Dylan CDs at $115. John Barry, you're out. Paula on Legs Diamond. That's sold to Paula. And if John Barry's going to be on tonight, sounds like we need to do some $6.99 discount crates and then bundle deals, eh? I'm ready to do some $6.99 bundle deals if he's going to be on all night. Paula on Legs Diamond. And that's one bidder on the Dylan. The other bidder on the Dylan are these. Guy Shard. And Laura had left me a note to make sure you see these, Guy. They're Taylor Swift Japanese folklore CDs. $33.99. This is a Japanese Taylor Swift folklore CDs, $33.99. I've already sold 1 or 2. We have 4 left. Okay? And then next is Tyson on RS. If that's for the Rolling Stones box, you got it. That's sold to him. The Dylans are at 120 with John Barry. 120, John Barry. Matt's out on Soundgarden. Mike Straws wants Tarzan, this one right here. And then James Rainey was next. So Soundgarden had a new bid for 51, and that's a final call then. We also have Plum Slump, and this is folk rock. It has an autographed cover, EX32.99. It's Peter Wolf Choir. Peter Wolf Choir, $32.99 on that one. And here's a Riot in the Crate, Born in America, EX22.99, and AC/DC, Back in Black. I hit the sack. VG Plus, $12.99. That's a 180 gram Rishi remaster there. Just FYI. Okay? Soundgarden. Okay, first, let's update the Dylans. John Barry at 120. Guy Shard, that goes back to you. Sully on AC/DC. We're in a new rival crate that Laura has priced. These are no more, no less. Scott next on AC/DC. Stephen third on AC/DC. Tim Roy fourth on AC/DC. I think Danny wants Riot out of the crate. That's so to Danny. And then the Makers, Rockstar God. The Makers is a glam rock album, a 2000 US, EX1999. EX1999. So Guy Shard wants 2 Japanese folklore CDs. Sell these to Guy Shard. Thank you. There's 1 left if anybody wants one. And then when I come back, we're going to take some action on some auctions. First, let me go ahead and carefully lay these in here in the miscellaneous table so we don't have a disaster. All right, sold a lot of silver already tonight. Sold some 1-ounce stackers. I sold a whole roll of Christmas silver below spot because I messed up on the pricing. And then I sold some Hulk Hogan's at Melt. I still got silver quarters at Melt, no takers yet. And I still got a few small fractional pieces of gold. And I still got the Coca-Cola vending machines over here. I got the Coca-Cola vending machines on these. But first, let me show these. We have the Gloriism. That's an 89 Switzerland Garage, EX22.99. Riot is a no bid. You can pick that up for a $30 buy now. A $20 buy now, excuse me. $20 buy now on the Riot 6-track white label promo. The Soundgarden is officially sold to... the Soundgarden is sold for $51 to Tony Swanson. And then Riot is sold to Mike Straws for $20. And now all these CDs are sold to John Barry. He gets all the Bob Dylan CDs for $120, okay? Let's go ahead and stack these in here on the operations table then. The next thing in this tub, I think, was a miscellaneous lot of like bootlegs or copied CDs. I don't know if anybody's going to be interested, but we'll see. Let me get these Dylan stacked up over here. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Folks, this is the night to start buying Christmas gifts. Get a head start. Go ahead and get your Christmas shopping done right now, and you'll be way ahead of the game, okay? Go ahead and start buying Christmas gifts for 2026 tonight. Do it. Do it. Do it. That's from Star Wars. Palpatine. Do it. Do it. You will start buying Christmas gifts. You will start buying Christmas gifts. We have Mike Straw's got Riot. Kieran Evans was second. Amenities third. Jeffrey Boyson fourth. We have Dogson's Dogs. A 1999 UK Garage. EX1799. Neil Young, Crazy Horse, Barn. EX $17.99. Fall Beat is one of our few no bids tonight. We only have 2 no bids right now. This is a 2013 USOG 2LP EX Plus condition with a bonus 10-inch. Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies 125. Okay, here is, let's see, here's some stuff from the other night. Where's that autograph? Okay, here we go. Blue Oyster Cult. This is signed by Buck Dharma and Eric Bloom. JSC authenticated, signed by Buck Dharma and Eric Bloom, 2 of the original and front members of BOC. Nicely signed on the front, JSA'd, $225 start. That's BOC Spectres. Go Go Godzilla. That's an OG record. $225 start, signed by Buck and Eric Bloom. Next auction is, there's always a demand for this one. David Gilmour. This is a U.S. reissue, a Pittman press, VG Plus condition, a $20 start on David Gilmour. Amazing album. Volbeat is sold to Hiram for $100. You got it. And then that was the last check condition record that Laura marked. The rest of the crate is going to be EX Plus or better. And I like that word, better. EX Plus or better. We have first Chris Stapleton Higher. That's on bone-colored vinyl, sealed. $29.99, and David Bowie Reality. David Bowie is a 2018 on limited edition orange vinyl. David Bowie, $44.99. 44. I was about to put up Kiss right now. Kiss is a 1976 OG Terre Haute pressing of Rock and Roll Over. It's got a little bit of damage right back here, but other than that, just a solid OG. No inner sleeve, no stickers, just a $10 start. $10 start. Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. 180-gram reissue. $14.99 on Steve Miller Band. $14.99 on that. Cool signed BOC. Y'all probably remember not too long ago I was selling some fully signed BOC albums, and those demand closer to $350, $400. I think we sold a couple here. That one's signed by 2 big guys, though. Buck Dharma, Eric Bloom, and their JSA, nicely signed on an OG album jacket. That's another thing to consider. It's on an OG album jacket. $225 on BOC. I think that's a really cool item. We have the Breakfast Club soundtrack sealed, a 2020 pressing, $24.99 on that. And then this is Rot in Hell, Ruined Empire. Rot in Hell is a 2014 US, that's a hardcore album, $14.99. Great stuff Laura's marked here in this new arrivals crate. So the first thing is David Gilmour 21, David Gilmour 25, David Gilmour 23, David Gilmour 25, David Gilmour 30, David Gilmour 33, David Gilmour 40, David Gilmour 43, and then Master Ma on Breakfast Club, Mike Owen second, Master Ma on Rot. So Kiss, $10 start, $15 start, whichever. No bid yet. Gilmour's at 43. Neil Young, World Record, that's a 2LP, $24.99 on that. And Rush, Fly By Night, the 2019 180-gram remaster, $27.99. Also, Kiss, Crazy Nights, that is sealed, $24.99 for Kiss, Crazy Nights. Okay, Gilmour has a new bid for 50, Kiss has a bid for 10, and Sinatra, Nothing But the Best, on blue vinyl, which is a now out-of-print Walmart exclusive, $44.99. Matt Nichols on Rush, Fly By Night, Cameron second. If anybody wants the signed BOC album, $225 buys that one, signed by Buck Dharma and Eric Bloom, guitarist and lead vocalist. That's the 2 you'd probably want on a signed BOC album. $225 on that. That's a buy it now. Matista Rest the Lying. What's that say? And what is this called? It's a Prague Psych album, a 2006 Italian, $9.99. Matt Shepard third on Rush, but he was first on Kiss. That was a 2014 remaster. Gilmour's now at 53. Brian Call was the only bidder on Kiss. He gets this for $10. Nice. $10. Nathan Mosley, you were second on Crazy Nights. I still got Trash, Burning Rock, $14.99 on that one. And Angst, Chrome Molly is $14.99. Leonard Skinner is new and sealed, $34.99. And Boss, Step on It. Boss is $19.99. $2.99. Our next auction is going to go up righty now, and that is Iron Maiden. Yep, their self-titled debut album. 1980 U.S. repress on the Capitol Rainbow. 1980. It is VG minus with a kind of a damaged cover with tape. Just a $20 start on Iron Maiden. James Rainey on Trash. That's sold to James Rainey. And then the Stone Temple Pilots music on vinyl press of Shangri-La Dee-Dah. And that's $24.99. Rail Arrival, that's a gold stamp, or excuse me, a hop sticker that says MTV's Winter Basement Tapes. $19.99 on that one. Next thing is Crazy Nights, Trash, Ultimate Sin's already sold. And then we have an offer on BOC and a claim on BOC. Wow, that was a little bit delayed, but we have a sell on it nevertheless. John, you're in a great position. You have dibs on it, but right after you, Mike Owen said he would take it at $225. So it's up to you. And then over here we have Mortgage Guy Rob got STP. Danny Thomason got Rail. And John McPatriot does take BOC for $225. Thank you. Good decision there. And Mike Owen, you were close. Iron Maiden does have a bid for $20. And then David Gilmour, the last bid I said on that one was Michael Hamburger at $53. I was going to make sure Mike Owen was done bidding. All right, there was another autograph I pulled out here the other night. Let me find it. It should be Post Malone. It might be a little further up. Yep, here's another good one. This is a pretty unique release, too. It's something we don't see too often. It's the 12-inch single for Rockstar, one of his big songs, Post Malone. It's JSA authenticated. This is an original the OG 12-inch single of this as well. And Post Malone. So here was, that was my retail price on it. How about I just make it a buy it now best offer? Because somebody's probably going to have to think about it anyways. $3.99 or best offer. Signed by Post Malone, Rockstar, 12-inch single, JSA authenticated. $3.99. I got this from a collector over in Germany. $3.99 Rockstar Post Malone. So I'll say that's a buy it now or best offer. Okay, $3.99. That's what I had it priced for the other night. $3.99 OBO. David Gilmour has a new bid for $55, so he wasn't done. Mike Owen is still bidding. So is Michael Hamburger. The battle of Mikes. Iron Maiden just has one bid for $20. We're about to sell it. China Sky is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. New England is $9.99. And then Crisis Party, Rude Awakening, $19.99 for Crisis Party. And Slayer, God Hates Us All, $24.99. David Gilmour, the last bid was Michael Hamburger at $56. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Iron Maiden is sold for $20. And that was $20 to Scott Dwallow. Okay, Greg Bandinger, you just missed it. Man, what a great deal. Jerry Torres gets Slayer. Hiram was second. Hiram, I will check on a reissue for, let's make a note to order some Vol Beats. And then let's make a note to order some Slayer. Because I think a lot of Slayers tonight have sold. That stuff comes in waves. It's like I'll have Slayers laying in the bins forever. And then all of a sudden we'll have some OGs up for sale. And I think everybody's like, dang, those are tough to get. Well, Chad, go ahead and give me a reissue. And then I don't ever have enough in stock. So there's your chance. All right. So we'll make a note on those. And we need to run through these quickly one more time. So if you want Post Malone, consider it a buy it now or best offer. $3.99 Rockstar 12-inch single. We're going to put that right over here. Crisis Party is sold to James Rainey. So there's only one no bid tonight, and that's this Lamb of God Wrath. This is the only thing from the hot picture that had not sold. A 2009 USOG limited edition box set, LP 2 CD, and it includes a USB. You can hook that up and import their entire catalog. Here's some no bids from the other night that are still available. We had Charles Wesley Godwin, $125. That is a 2023 limited edition. I still got this John Mayall and the Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton, a German reissue, VG Plus, $35. And I still got Garth Brooks, near mint, $145 in shrink wrap. That was a pretty firm price. And then here's a Taylor Swift I found. I kind of forgot about this one. The Tortured Poets Department, The Bolter, 24-page book and jacket, unique photos, 3 handwritten lyrics, 2 LP, Taylor's $59.99. I need to put those over here, but I do have Taylor, $59.99. I'm going to put her over here, $59.99. Whoops. Okay. Lamb of God price, Lamb of God offer, Lamb of God claim. Wow. So Lamb of God, let's look at that. Jerry Torrey's, it's $55. If you want it, if you don't want it, it goes to Mark Stanley if he wants it for $55. And if for some reason both of them pass, it's sold to Hiram. Gilmore's at $59. Mike Owen, you've been outbid. Okay. I wish I could hide this lot. There we go. All right, let's read through these again quickly. Some cool stuff in here, priced very, very fairly. And then I've got 2 laser discs for a buy it now. 3 laser discs. These are $10. I got Rooster Cogburn, Aladdin, and Quartermass 2. All those laser discs there, $10 a piece. $10 a piece for those laser discs. All right, so we're going to see if Jerry Torrey's wants Lamb of God, then Mark Stanley, then Hiram. We'll see what happens there. Price on Boss. Boss is still available, no condition notes, step on it, $19.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. We still got T's, one night stands, EX $17.99. He passes, so Mark, do you want it for $55? He passes. This is sold to Hiram for $55. Hiram, that's sold to you for $55. James Rainey gets Boss. Paul Brothers gets the Aladdin picture disc. Let me get that in a new sleeve for you. This is sold to Paul Brothers for $10. That was some stray laser disc I found over here the other night. Done and done. And then we have, this one was a kind of a strange title, OPHICVS, and that's Steelhorn Gas Mask Metalhead, VG $14.99. Blue Steel, No More Lonely Nights, EX $12.99. Hardline, EX $22.99. Vandenberg, VG Plus $12.99. This one was Peter Wolfcrier, Plum Slump. That was EX $32.99. The Makers, Rockstar God, EX $19.99. The Glorias, Gloriism, EX $22.99. Dogson's Dogs, EX $17.99. Billy Childress Presents, and Neil Young Barn was EX $17.99. We need a new auction. They're still bidding on David Gilmour. It's at $61. $61 on that. Next thing is AC/DC. For those about to rock an 81 USOG, this actually is not too bad. EX with Bob Lugwood mastering and a nice jacket, $20 start on that one. Also, Chris Stapleton Hire, exclusive, indie exclusive, 2 LP, bone opaque vinyl, $29.99. Surprised none of our Bowie collectors grabbed this one because it's a limited edition, now out of print, orange vinyl. David Bowie Reality, $44.99. Steve Miller Band, $14.99. Neil Young, $24.99. And then Sinatra, Nothing But the Best, $44.99. Leslie got Chris Stapleton. Sully was second on that one. Mastika was a prog psych album sealed for $9.99. Angst Chromoly was $14.99 gold stamp promo. China Sky was $24.99. Leslie also gets the David Bowie. Matt Nichols gets the Steve Miller Band. And David Gilmour has a new bid for $62. Michael Hamburger goes back to you. And then New England's $9.99. And then we need to show the Taylor Swift again. Let's show the Taylor Swift again for Mr. Gashard. This is Taylor Swift, the Tortured Poets Department. The Bolter. Taylor Swift is 2 LP, beige-colored vinyl, 24-page book, and that's $59.99. I hope that you don't have it and you need both of them. I hope that you don't have it and you need both of them. But if not, that's okay. Okay, let's see here. Whew. All right, let's go through another discount crate. That's new stuff that was left for tonight. What silver's left? That's a great question. I never did show this stuff again, and then I got the quarters. I got the silver quarters, and I've got the silver Pez and the Coke machines. And then there's some stuff I never got to because I like to sell something, and then it sells out, and then I break out something new. But when they stop selling, I kind of forget to show more. Paul Brothers, I bet you'll do a 2-in-1, won't you? Since you bought one, What if you do these other two for 10, and then we'll say all three for 20? So I'll say those last two laser discs, buy one, get one. Okay? So next was CS, please. If you're talking about Chris Stapleton, it's already sold. And then Guy Shard needs both Taylor Swifts. He asked about them first, and then Todd Saw said he wanted one. Todd, do you want to go on a wait list, or do you want me to try to show you some other Taylor Swift stuff I have? The only other new Taylor Swift stuff, these are both sold to Guy Shard. The other Taylor Swift stuff I have is this new Japanese CD. It's $33.99, and then I've got some other Taylors up front on the rack. How much was Chrome Molly? Good question. First of all, though, I need to plug up my comment phone. And if anybody else wants that other deal, trying to close out all of our laser discs here. Chrome Molly, I didn't show that, did I? Angst Chrome Molly was $14.99, no condition else, gold stamp promo. David Gilmour is up to Mike Owen. Michael Hamburger has it for $64. AC/DC's at $25. Tony Swanson, you're out. Mike Straw sold on Chrome Molly. Nice. Laura's crate, as usual, almost got obliterated. All right, let's put this up. I bet Jim B a bit on this. Olivia Dean Messi. Sealed. It was originally $44.99. I think this was a special order for somebody, and then they didn't need it. $20 start on Olivia Dean Messi. $20 start on Olivia Dean Messi. And we did a Crow soundtrack for James Rainey. A Crow soundtrack for James Rainey. I know exactly where those are at, I think. Right here. James Rainey on a Crow soundtrack. I now have one Crow soundtrack left if anybody wants one. Okay? Olivia Dean has a bid for $20, which I think is $7 less than what GMB's already offered. Okay? There's that. And then David Gilmour, he's out, so this is sold to Michael Hamburger for $64. Still got 2/3 of a bonus crate of auctions. That's where stuff like Gilmour and AC/DC's coming out of. And then, as usual, I'm trying to clear out my miscellaneous crate over here. It gets filled up. We've shown some stuff. Some stuff has been reduced. Oh, yeah, this was cool. This is a fully signed photo of Foghat. Rod Price, Lonesome Dave Peverett, Roger Earl, and Tony Stevens. Signed by all four, $275. Foghat, $275. And, of course, Post Malone still over here, too. Olivia Dean has a bid for $20. AC/DC's tied at $30. With that being said, let's go pick out another crate to do. Let me see what this one is right here. About time to do some kind of crazy Laura or Paul half-offer crate, eh? Yeah. All right, this is going to be a crazy half-offer. I think this was either originally marked by Laura or Paul. So I think y'all know what to expect, and I think you know the kind of crazy deals, because the last time I showed this, guess what? It was sticker price, and now it's half off. The Crow soundtrack is $44.99. The Crow soundtrack is $44.99. All right, and then here comes our next auction. Olivia Dean. I'm about to take a bath on that one. I'm about to lose a lot of money on Olivia Dean. Poor Olivia. Poor Chad. Next auction, Pink Floyd, since David Gilmour was hot. A momentary lapse of reason. Into the distance. A ribbon of black. This is a Pink Floyd momentary lapse of reason. It's a U.S. reissue, I think, because the cover doesn't have a border around it. Still an 80s press. A strong VG, $20 start. Jim B gets Olivia Dean for $20. Jim D gets Olivia Dean for $20. Jim, I tried to take off the price tag and I tore off the hop sticker. That was crazy. So I didn't want them to accidentally key that in for $44.99. I've never ripped off a hop sticker that clean before. Sold to Jim B for $20. No discount. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him too. Didn't he offer $27 the other night? Boy, he's really beating me up now. I'm starting to sell stuff less than what Jim B's offering it to me for. Golly, what is going on? Holy moly. All right, AC/DC. Amenities has it for $30. Shane Lando, you're tied. Okay? Pink Floyd is at $20. It's also tied. All right. Now, silver. let's go over this again, and then I'm not probably going to, I am going to start getting into new stuff. Trying to sell the old stuff I've shown already, though. Here's option number one. If you're wanting to buy silver at like the best, most affordable melt price, here's what I've got. 21 Washington silver quarters from the 40s and 50s and 60s. There's 21 of them there for $305. That should be like $3.50 above melt. That should be like $3.50 above melt. $305. 21 Washington silver quarters. Those will be from the 40s, the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. I don't know if they're all from those decades, but that's when those were made. First year for a Washington quarter, which looked like that, was 1932. The last year, silver, is 1964. That's, in my opinion, the best deal as far as melt silver I've shown tonight. This is a collectible piece, but still really cool. It's a Pez dispenser that looks like a nutcracker, and it comes with 30 grams of silver Pez bars, and that's $145. So that should be about an ounce, and then it's new in box, and that's $145. Okay, I have not shown this yet. This is $345. It's a 250th anniversary of the United States Marines War Memorial. So this is a 2026 Marine Corps 2-ounce silver statuette, and this is $350. This should look really, really cool if I could get it out of here. This should look really cool. It's wrapped up very delicately. It looks like the Iwo Jima flag raising. How the heck do you get this out of here? Oh, wow. That is cool. So, yeah. Very detailed, very intricate there. The Iwo Jima flag raising. Now, most of these, I'm going to try to fix this. You got to be pretty delicate. Yeah, there you go. So this right here is see how that tends to bend? Because it's kind of down in that. Very cool. So that is $345. It's a 2-ounce. And the country, this is actually a government minted coin. This is the Republic of Ghana. So this is actually a real government minted coin from Ghana. That's a really cool piece. I'm going to leave that out of the box because that flag is extremely delicate. I mean, you can tell where it's already kind of bent right there. It is extremely delicate. It's been put down in this holder, so let's see what Tanner sent me here. Let's put that right there. All right. If I ever sell that, they'll have to package that up extremely delicately. Whoops. We'll keep a piece of styrofoam felt. Let me lay the styrofoam over here. All right, there's that. And where did I get to? I knew that would take a while to unbox. That's why I've been waiting for a half hour. Or, 4 hours. So Pink Floyd 20, 25, AC/DC 32, Pink Floyd 28, no Lynch Mob. If we have, we've already sold it, but I don't think I did. Pink Floyd 30, 35, 37. All right, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. Herbie Hancock future, half off, no more, no less. EX, $9. EX, $9. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. June of 44, a post-rock art rock, VG Plus, $750. Herbie Hancock sold to Shakedown. Michael Freiberger was second. Warner Brother Records presents New Birth, Behold the Mighty Army. VG Condition, $5. Mastermont on June. Doug Jeppesen, third on Herbie Hancock. We have Hurrah. Hurrah is a 2000 USOG indie rock, $15 on Hurrah. And then we have Communion. Communion, that looks like a cool cover. It's black metal, EX750. I bet Mastermont will be all over that. And then we have Spoon, Kill the Moonlight. Spoon is $19, a 2012 USOG, $19 on that. AC/DC, the last bid was Amenities at $33, and he went out. This is sold for $33 to Amenities. $33 to Amenities. Okay? And then Pink Floyd, Amenities went out. This is sold to Mike Owen for $38. Looks like we need some new auctions. The other silver that was on the table and gold, I had one Jimi Hendrix statue. We sold out of Ozzy. We had little mini statues of Ozzy. Jimmy's $135, and that's a 1 ounce silver statue. By the way, silver closed today almost at $80 an ounce, which is crazy based on some of these collectible items. These used to carry the same premium, and it's just like where they're getting close to melt. That's crazy where I locked in some of these prices months ago. But what I'm saying is if this stuff came out today at these prices, Pez would be like $195. Jimi Hendrix would be like $185. It'd be much more than what it is right now. And then here's a really pricey item, 1/2 ounce Superman Gold, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, $3,650. Okay? Not going to spend any more time on that except for the new stuff I have. Let's put up some new auctions, and we're right in the middle of a half-off crate. Let's do Michael Schenker Group, and let's do Saxon. I still got metal to put up. Here's Saxon. Innocence is no excuse. An 85 USOG. We already sold a sealed gold stamp promo. That's a $15 start. And Michael Schenker Group, one night at Budokan, and 82 UK near mint $20 start. Eric Van Leuven got Spoon. Hold on a minute. I didn't claim some of these. Master Mall got Communion. Hoopy was second. Danny was third, and Eric Van Leuven got Spoon. The only thing left in here so far is Hurrah and New Birth. High Spirits, VG Plus, $7.50, another night. This is, I think, some stuff Laura marked. Now they're half off, no more, no less. Pumping Vinyl, that's one of those great Warner Brothers compilations. VG Plus, $7.50. Pumping Vinyl Sampler, yep. VG Plus, $7.50. Polaris, music from the adventures of Pete and Pete. Big discount on that, now just $27.50. A 2015 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,100 copies. This is music from the adventures of Pete and Pete on Nickelodeon, which ran from 1989 to 1996. $27.50 on that one. Hiram Aponte on High Spirits, Mike Owen on Pumpin' Vinyl, Shakedown on Polaris, Jim B was next on Polaris. Also, we have Gangolians, Monster Headroom. That is a space rock indie album, just $7.50. No bid yet on Saxon. It was an OG VG Plus $15 start, and no bid on Michael Schenker Group. It was near mint $20 start. What else do I have over here in my bonus crate? Let's see what I have over here. I'm trying to get to this point right here, and let's go ahead and put up a Scorpions. And this is Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow. And Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow is an 82 German reissue, VG condition, a $15 start. All right, there's all those. Next, I have Spinners From Here to Eternally. Spinners is sealed, $24.99. And then Beaver Shepherd Downtown. Beaver Shepherd is a folk rock, indie rock experimental, $5 on that. And we have this over here, Suicide Squeeze Records presents Forever Singles. This is an alternate indie shoegaze compilation featuring Jeff the Brotherhood, King Tuff, No Bunny, and more. $10 on that. So don't forget, make sure you put Saxon or SCO for Scorpion. Something, let me know, because there's two S. MT Matt put S15. I'm assuming that was for Saxon, MT Matt. Then Sean Miller also bid 15, and then Sean Miller bid 20. Victor Garrett got S for Spinners. Is that right, Victor? And then he also got FS for Forever Singles. And then Master Mall was next on that one. Okay, and then over here, this is $7.50. This was Rise Against. Rise Against is on red vinyl, $7.50 on that one. Saxon is at $22, okay? So that means Michael Schenker Group did not get a bid. That's a $20 buy now, near mint minus. $20 on Michael Schenker Group. And then over here, we have Scorpions. That just kind of went up, $15 start on that, and now we have a bid for $20. Scott Dwallow on Rise Against, then Master Mob, then Mortgage Guy Rob, then Jim B. Another Rise Against. So how about we do this one, Nowhere Generation. That's $12.50. So he'll be whoever's next on that one now. And then I see Peyton, Worried. And man, this is just $10. I remember that night somebody was trying to offer me $15, and I was like, no, it's sticker price. It is sticker price. Somebody was trying to offer me $15. Master Mod gets this Rise Against, so he's first on this one. Jim B was next, and then Scott Dwallow. Saxon's at $25, And then Donnie Hathaway, Everything is Everything. That's a 2000 U.S. Rhino, $15 on Donnie Hathaway. Ornette Coleman, Tomorrow's the Question, $10 on Ornette Coleman. Wow, great titles in here. And then the OCs, just $10. Mutilator, Defeated at Last. The OCs, $10. Wow. Wow. Becky Wells on Peyton. And I'm pretty sure Becky was the one trying to offer me 15. See, Becky, I guess patient pays off. You get it for 10 bucks. But you might have lost it right then, and somebody else could have bought it. And you'd been like, dang it, I should have bought it at sticker. But it's sold to you for $10. Michael Freiberger on Ornette. Master Mall was second. Danny on AP question mark. Whatever that is, I think it's gone. And then Wayne Bartow on DH for Donnie Hathaway, that's sold. And then Jim B gets the OCs. And then Jeremiah Stathage, then Mortgage Guy Rob. Also have Based by Royal Bangs, Indie Rock, $5 on that. Lee Hazelwood, Love and Other Crimes, $11.50 on that. And David Vonderveld, Summertime Hits, $5. We're not done with this crate, but first I'm going to sell the Scorpions to Amenities for $20. All right, and we're going to do some more stuff like this because I've kind of kept the Laura and Paul crates over here next to me. I've got 8 like this. Obviously not trying to go through all of them tonight, but I'm trying to reduce some of these down to maybe a few by the end of tomorrow. So at this pace, we'll definitely do it. Next is Saxon. The last bid that came in on that was Sean Miller at 25. Empty Matt was out. Then we got down to OCs. Michael Freiberger got the Lee Hazelwood. Saxon got a new bid for 26. Jay next on Lee Hazelwood. Michael Shanker, we have an offer. That's sold to Cameron for $15. That's sold to Cameron Koning. And then we have June of 44, Tropics and Meridians. That's $10, June of 44. And then David Bazin, Passenger String Quartet, Volume 1. Indie Rock, David Bazin from Pedro the Lion, $10. And then Yola, Walk Through Fire, that's $7.50. Master Moth, June of 44, that's sold to Master Moth 666. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Axe. A-X-E, Axe. Is a gold stamp promo, a 1980 USOG Pinckneyville press, VG plus condition, $10 on Axe. Saxon's at 26. Donnie Hathaway again, a 2000 Rhinos reissue, $15 on that. And Pedro the Lion, 1997 USOG, $17.50. Yola was $7.50. Yola was $7.50. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see is claims for Pedro the Lion. Sold to Jim B. Amenities on the other Donnie Hathaway. Sold. Ray Red on OC. If that's for Ornette Coleman, he's already gone and Saxon out. So Sean Miller gets Saxon for $27. $27. That's sold to Sean Miller. $27. And Axe is $10. Let's read through those again. Let's move Axe over here. I have filled up another crate. That is something I like. That's some of my favorite words. I'll say it again. I have filled up another crate. So with that being said, I'm going to step over here and grab a new empty crate. We're going to do those, and I'm going to try to grab another one over here, and we'll take care of business. Just like Botman Turner Overdrive. Let me make sure Mortgage Guy Rob doesn't want Yola. If they pass, or if he passes, then it's sold to Jim B. That leaves Warner Brother Records presents New Birth, Behold Thy Mighty Army. VG, $5. Paul Brother says he'll take a Pez. Great decision. I now have 2 left. Nutcracker Pez silver bars. I'll give you one straight out of the box over here. This is sold to Jim B for 140. I mean, Jim B. Paul Brothers for 145. Jim B's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's sold to him for 145. Done. Let me do this. Robert Barnett does want Yola. He said Twitch froze. Okay, that is so to Robert Barnett. New Birth is an artist. Yeah, New Birth is an artist. I see Mary Wilson, Frank Wilson. I don't know what's going on here. Wardrobe, Billy Gibson. I don't think that's the same Billy Gibson, or is it? Billy Gibson? VG, $5 on that. We have David Bazin, Passenger String Quartet, Volume 1. Indie Rock, David Bazin from Pedro the Lion, $10 on that. David Vondervale, Summertime Hits, Indie Rock, $5. Brass by Royal Bangs, Indie Rock, $5. Beaver Shepherd, Downtown, number 280 of 519, Folk Rock, Indie Rock Experimental, $5. Hurrah is sold to Jim B for $15. And then the Gangalians Monster Headroom was $7.50. Okay, and then Axe over here. Axe is a no bid. This is a buy now for $10 if anybody wants it. Paul, I don't know if you hopped off earlier, but I offered a 2-in-1 on these laser discs if you wanted these last two for $10. I'm assuming you were passing because you didn't say yay or nay, but you might have not been watching when I said you could have those last two. Danny said $5 album. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 $5 albums left. There are 4 $5 albums left. The first one, this one right here. I think Danny's wanting to claim this. And Leslie asked if this was a Warner Brothers comp. It was not. This is the name of the band. So I think Danny gets that one. Okay, and then Eric Van Leuven was next. Nick Bargeron gets Axe for $10, and that just leaves a few items left in this crate, which was Brass by Royal Bangs, David Vondervale, Gangalians, Beaver Shepherd, and David Bazin. Okay? Not much left there. Put those right over there. With that being said, let's grab another crate. Oh boy, here we go. These are Friday night, like, what are you doing, Chad? This is Friday night, like, excuse me? Are you okay? Do we need to check your temperature? That's the kind of stuff we're about to get into. This is where people start going, dude. Hello? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Are you okay, Chad? That's the kind of stuff we're about to get into, where they're just like, is this dude okay? Does he know what he's doing? A nice lime green crate. We don't get those too often. Those are rare, the lime green crates. All right, y'all know about the 1/1000th gold we've been selling, right? All those really cool patterns. We've had all kinds of different ones. Here's another 1/1000th gold we just got in. And this time it's General George Washington. General George Washington. Look at that. 1/1000th gold. It looks like an American flag with his signature. Republic of Liberia. $45 for General George. We got 3 of them. We got 3 of them. Okay. First is Jim Besich, which David, and then take David Bazin. All right. That was this right here. And then Mike Owen wants a bundle price for what's left. There are 4 records left. These are the half off prices were $5, $5, $7.50, and $5. I'll do them for $1, $2, $3, $4. $17 for the last 4. $17 for the last 4. We'll close at that crate. Danny wants a gold. Paul Brothers wants a gold. Brian G. Owens wants a gold. All 3 of those are sold. Todd, this is a laser disc. Rooster Cogburn, $10. The golds are sold. 1, 2, 3. Sold. Gone. Done. Over here, these last 4 records are sold, and these are sold to Mike Owen for $17. George Washington is sold out. Amenities was next, and then Debbie. Lore stickers would never be handed out for free on request. Those are rare. Those have been out of production lately. Those went out of print, and those are extremely difficult to come by. You won't be seeing those in circulation much more. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars is what they're going for now. Johnny Cash, a 1966 U.S. Capitol Record Club. Very cool Johnny Cash. VG, $15 start. Let's do Raven first before Axe. Raven with Udo Dirkschneider. This is a 1983 Benelux 12-inch maxi single. VG Plus, $10 on Raven. Here we go. These are half off, no more, no less. Ray Schmidt, a 1976 Private Press Folk Rock signed, $9 on that one. What is King Kong and the Shrines, a 2007 USOG? Here's the nonsense price. $25 on King Kong and the Shrines. Dose, Numero Dos, a 1989 USEP with Mike Watt is the note on the back. $10 on that. Richard and Linda Thompson, Pour Down Like Silver, 1975, $15. And we have Dylan Schrader, 2014, Indie Rock, Lava Field Colored Vinyl, $5. And CCR, Bayou Country, and 83 US, $12.50 on that. The other gold I have is the following. This is also $45, and this time it is President Abraham Lincoln. I have 3 of them. $45 each. Adam Bernardi on RT. RT for Adam Bernardi was Richard Thompson. Jim B wants KK, and he wants DS, Dylan Schrader. Mark Price next on Dylan Schrader. Debbie put AL. We have Arthur Russell, Love Has Overtaken Me, a 2014 reissue, $17.50. Coca Mia Volume 2, Baka Sua, a 2001 random colored vinyl, $12.50. A 1994 USOG of something. This is Palace Brothers, $15 on that. Debbie Blair gets an Abraham Lincoln for $45, and then Amenities gets the last 2. So those are sold and sold out. George Washington sold, and now so is Abraham Lincoln. Those are no longer in stock. Gone. I wish I had 1,000 more. I don't, though. Okay. Is DOS on SST. DOS, Numero Dos. Dos? New Alliance Records. 1989 New Alliance Records. NAR 044. Scene Creamers. A 2003 USOG Indie Rock. $12.50. Lamb Chops Nixon. 2021 Silver Vinyl. $15. Numero dos is sold to Master Ma. Nobody bid on Johnny Cash, $15 buy it now. Nobody bid on Raven, $10 buy it now. Sold to whoever claims them. Next is Michael Freiberger gets Johnny Cash for $15. Salty Prison Songs was next. Raven goes to Hoopy for $10. The Silvers, a 72 USOG VG, $12.50. Magnolia Electric Company, a 2005 USOG EX, $27.50. Bloodstone, Riddle of the Sphinx. Bloodstone is in VG Plus, $5. Stanley Turrentine, Salt Song, VG Plus, $7.50. Our next auction is Axe, offering an 82 USOG Allied Press, VG Plus condition, Axe, $10 start. I also have Punch, Punch, a 71 US Pop Rock, EX, $6.50. And the Turtles, Turtle Soup, VG, $5. Shakedown gets Magnolia Electric Company. Wayne Bartow on ST for Stanley Turrentine. Matt Lawson next on Magnolia. And my best price on Garth Brooks is $140. Mark Price on Bloodstone. Jim B next on Magnolia. Great Lakes, the distance between, VG Plus, $750. Jane Fink gets Punch. So did Jane Fink. Love, DiCapo, a Sunday's reissue, EX, $11.50. Where do you go to my lovely? Peter Started, sealed, $12.50. Michael Freiberger on Great Lakes. Axe is a $10 start. Next auction is the following. I have Lightning Hopkins, The Blues live. US Stereo Press, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Paul Oakley first on Love, DiCapo. So did Paul Oakley. Adam Bernardi was second. And we have Jeremiah Stasich next. We have Big Boys, Lullabies Help the Brain Grow, a 2014 reissue, alternate rock punk, $12.50 on that one. Heavy metal's already sold. Everything in the hot pictures tonight is gone. The only thing that's left is nothing. It's all gone. Nothing is left. And then Eruption is sealed, $12.50. Here's another really cool silver item that was brought out for tonight. These are $149.99, $150 on these. First of all, it comes in a really cool box. 1 ounce silver, Coca-Cola, Christmas theme. And it comes in a silver vending machine bank. Looks like an old 50 style Coke vending machine. Has a certificate of authenticity. And then there's the 1 ounce colorized Coke Tall Boy glass bottle. $150 on those. $150 on those. Very cool item there. $150 for the Coca-Cola machines. I've already sold one. I think I've got 4 left. Okay. And those are sealed. We sold one earlier, and there's 4 left. Next over here is Michael Freiberger on Big Boys sold. Axe has a new bid for $15. Sheldon, you've been outbid. Betty Lavette, the 72 Muscle Soul Sessions, 2018 numbered from Run Out Groove, $17.50 on that. We have I Am Chop Show Tunes, 2001 orange white swirl signed by Kurt Wagner, I think is what that says. Is that what that says? Yeah, autographed. Grammys exclusive, $17.50 on that one. Raining Sound, Time Bomb High School. Raining Sound is a 2002 USOG, $40 on Raining Sound. Time Bomb High School, $40 on that. And then Roots, the Everly Brothers. That is a 2014 Record Store Day, $12.50. Raining Sound is sold to Thomas Clark Switch. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, a 76 Winchester press, super duper clean, $17.50. New bid on Axe for $15. Nobody bid on Lightning Hopkins. This is a $15 buy it now. Axe has a new bid for $20. Sheldon, you've been outbid. This is Jim James, Eternally Even. Jim James is now $25. It's a 2016 Gold Vinyl. Matt Nichols on Jimi Hendrix. Master Ma gets Lightning Hopkins for $15. Shakedown gets Jim James here out of the half-off bin. Mike Owen was next on Lightning Hopkins. And this is Songs of Love and Horror, Will Odom. And that's a 2018 US, $12.50. Once again, Lightning Hopkins didn't get a bid, but it had 7 buy it now claims. Man, I got to convince y'all to start bidding, or y'all not going to get many records. Y'all going to go home with an empty-handed, and you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I bid on more stuff? I'm here, I'm watching. Why don't I just go ahead and bid? What is wrong with me? If I want something, just go ahead and bid. Bid. Journey. This is a 1975 USOG. It's a Pittman press. That's their great debut album. VG++, $15 start on that. Axe has a new bid for 21. Axe has a new bid for 25. Rolling Blackout CF Endless Rooms 2022 yellow vinyl. That's $10. And then we have Sleep Party People Heap of Ashes. Number 231 of 524. 2022 Oxblood and Blue Galaxy. $12.50. Axe is at 25. Journey's now up for bid, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 picture disc, $10 on that. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 picture disc. Oh, wow. All right, next auction. Sorry, I had to squat down here. I've got Alan Davies Psychedelic Warlords. Alan Davies Psychedelic Warlords. I don't know a lot about this, but I have it tagged for auction. It's a 2019 U.S. limited edition, autographed by Alan Davey, 2 LP orange vinyl, numbered to 300, clean vinyl, Hall of the Mountain Grill live. Isn't he in Hawkwind or something to do with Hawkwind? Because that's a Hawkwind album, $35 start on that. Next is Axe was at 25, he's out. What was the Betty LaVette? The Betty LaVette back here is the 1972 Muscle Shoals Sessions, a Run-Out Groove, 2018 numbered, $17.50. Susie gets the Guardians of the Galaxy picture disc. Next is Nuggets, Come to the Sunshine. Soft Pop Nuggets from the WAE Vaults, 2017 Record Store Day, $10. Axe is sold to Matt Nichols for $25. No bid yet on Journey. I just put down Alan Davey. And let's go ahead and show this right here. Jim Ford, Harlan County, a 2011 reissue, $10 on that. Lee Hazelwood, and this one is called The Very Special World of Lee Hazelwood. This one is $17.50. Jane Fink on Nuggets. Those are incredible compilations. We'll make sure Matt Lawson doesn't want Betty Everett. If not, it's go to Debbie Blair. Preston Rose next on Nuggets. This here is Michael Chapman, Fully Qualified Survivor, 2011 reissue, $12.50. Roy Ayers, Virgo Vibes, Roy Ayers is $10. And Two Nights, A Lot of Bad Things Have Happened, but we're still here. That is under the genre of emo, $7.50. Journey does have a bid with amenities for $10. This was actually supposed to be a $15 start. You bid 15, and I'll go ahead and say final call to you unless somebody decides, well, dang, he's bidding. Now I have to. I was going to try to get another bite. Now, Snipe, $15 start on Journey. That should be already at like $32. Final call on Alan Davies to get a bid in for $35. Eric Van Leuven gets Roy Ayers, and that means Betty LaVette is sold to Debbie Blair. All right. Now we have Mark Lent on RA. That was Roy Ayers. Now we have another bid on Journey, another bid on Journey, another bid on Journey, another. No, I'm just joking. There's one bid on Journey. Ada Bernardi, $15. That's officially the minimum bid on that one. Where's my Gorilla Mind at? Black Cherry Vanilla. Super nice here. Very good stuff there. Wonderful stuff. Let me mute my mic so I can drink some more so y'all don't have to hear it. Okay, more gold. This time, The Birth of Venus. The Birth of Venus. I've got 3 of them. 1/1000th, $45 each. That's my next 1/1000th gold I have not shown yet. $45. New one for tonight. I've got 3 of them. The Birth of Venus. Master Mod got the Emo 10-inch. Journey has a new bid for 17. Silver quarters are still available. They're still available, Matt. 1975 USOG Pittman with Santa Maria metalwork. Original inner sleeve is included. VG++. VG++. Journey is at $17 now. So it's pretty close to EX. And then it has a new bid for 20. Alan Davies Psychedelic Warlords is a buy now for $35. All right, let's read through this half-off crate again, and we might need to go through another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, 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 then another. I like this. Crazy prices, but we're selling stuff. How much is the Silver Hendrix? $135. Silver quarters are still available. Roll of 21. They're right here. $135. First thing is Michael Hamburger wants war. I'm assuming for Warlords. I think I have another one of these if anybody wants one. Journeys at 22. Debbie Blair's out. Eruption, I think, is like R&B soul funk. Yeah, disco funk. 1978 US disco funk. Sealed $12.50. Very quickly on the leftovers here. CCR Bayou Country. 83 US $12.50. Ray Schmidt autograph. Private press rock signed. EX $9. Arthur Russell, Love Has Overtaken Me, $17.50 on that one. Kokamia, Volume 2, Bakasua, 2021 random color variant, $12.50 on that one. We have 1994 USOG of this. This is Palace Brothers. Palace Brothers is $15. Mike Owen says he will take Eruption. Journey has a new bid for $24. And then Scene Creamers, 2003 USOG Indie Rock, $12.50. Lamb Chop Nixon's, that's $15. And we have the Silvers, Senate 2 USOG VG, $12.50. Danny RS5 RS for $9. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Jim B on AR, and that was for Arthur Russell. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Journeys at $24. Let me grab another auction over here. And that next, did I misprice the quarters? Yeah, those are $305. Buy now, thank me later. Go ahead and buy them now, Matt, and then you can thank me later, okay? We have Depeche Mode. People Are People. An 84 USOG EX Plus condition. $25 start on that one. Danny does take the Ray Schmidt at $9. And then Matt Nichols takes the 21 Washington Silver Quarters at $305. Thank you on that. That's in this tube here. Sell those to him for $305. Thank you on that. Let's lay that in here. Still got the 1 ounce of gold Birth of Venus for $45. I just showed those. And cry, baby, cry. Make your mother sigh. We have Kevin LeBady on CCR. Great half-off crate if you're just hopping on. Adam Bernardi on Nixon Lamb Chops. I love, what's the little things I'm talking about? Not lamb chops. Tenderloins. I hear lamb chop and I think about a tenderloin. Oh, so good. Tenderloin. We have Todd Sauce, second on CCR. Depeche Mode 25, Depeche Mode 25, Depeche Mode 25, Depeche Mode 25, Depeche Mode 30. Those are real bids. Journeys at 26. The Turtles, Turtle Soup, VG5. Peter Starsdat, what a name. Where Do You Go to My Lovely? And that's sealed, $12.50. We have I Am Chop Show Tunes, a 2021 orange, white swirl signed by Kurt Wagner, $17.50 on that one. Roots, the Everly Brothers, that is $12.50. Will Odom, a 2008 US, $12.50. Rolling Blackout CF, Endless Rooms, $10 on that. This one was Sleep Party People, Heap of Ashes, a 2022 Oxblood and Blue Galaxy, $12.50. Harlan County. Somebody asked about this. Harlan County. Is Harlan County the name of the band or the song on the LP Americana or Country? This is Jim Ford. That's the artist, and the name of the album is Harlan County. It's a Light in the Attic reissue. Must be something rare and not too easy to get. $10 on that. Shakedown on the Peter started here. That's so to Shakedown. Depeche Mode has hit 50. Journey is officially sold to Shane Lanedote for 26. Depeche Mode has hit 50. People Are People. And then Lee Hazelwood, The Very Special World Of. That's $17.50. And the last one here is Michael Chapman, Another Light in the Attic. And that's $12.50. If I say Light in the Attic, it's probably a reissue of something scarce or rare or both or highly desirable but obscure. Do I have any more Kiss Crazy Nights? No. That was just a one-off that I guess Laura found in the back. Those come through. We can get those, of course, new and sealed from distribution. They're like $34, $36.99. She had that as usual, like $10 or $15 below list. If I'm ever going through a Laura or Paul crate and we're going through like new pre-owned sealed, they're probably comping it off Discogs and probably matching the lowest one, cheapest listed on there, which is probably $10 or $15 below, MSRP list price. Let's find another auction. And anybody else on anything else in here? Probably some people looking some up, checking some stuff, checking out genres, checking what it sounds like if they don't know it. And I think, to me, to get to my sold crate goal for tonight, I probably need to do another one like this. So anybody opposing for a third in a row? If not, I'll just go ahead and get right to it. Any opposition to do a third one of these in a row? Nobody? Okay. We'll just keep going then. I didn't figure that anybody would object. I didn't give anybody even time to say it. I'm not even going to give you time to think about it. There's a sign that says, do not touch these. That makes me want to touch it. What is it? I don't know what that is. What is this right here? It's a box of 45s. Okay. Oh, it's Rare Beatles. This box is Rare Beatles. I like the sound of that. There is some pretty unusual looking stuff in here. Oh, this is Dale's. This is Dale's Pittsburgh stuff. Aha. Well, some of it's it's not really rare. It's just those kind of Beatles 45s people think are rare. Depeche Mode 70, Depeche Mode 72. Jane Fink on the Lee Hazelwood. Depeche Mode 78. And let's swap out crates. People Are People. So what I'm going to do is probably tomorrow I'm going to have one more of John's best of 80s crate. There was one posted a couple of mornings ago. And then probably tomorrow we can go through the rest of the 80s stuff and do best offer on it. I think I need to make at least one or two more videos to make sure everybody's seen everything. But we probably can, or put all the leftovers together and do a best offer next week. Because I know a bunch of that 80s stuff, if I can turn on the offer switch, $5 less on some of those, and we'll have some sales. However, I did just buy them from John, and I paid him a really good price on them since he worked here, and he's worked for me for years. I didn't want to do consignment. That's very time-consuming and difficult to keep up with and difficult to get everybody paid. So, all right. I haven't even looked in this, but it should be great for half off, okay? Should be great for half off. I mean, I can't believe it's already 11:30, but I did start pretty late. This time of year. I'll look forward to spring and summer when it's daylight and I can get here and get started normally. Yeah, we've only been live 5 hours. That's nothing. 5 hours? But if I do stop in about an hour, we could have an awesome show tomorrow. Truly a blitz, which I don't think many people object to. Did I see more silver around here somewhere? See, I've seen the Coke machines. There's more copper here that has not been shown. Winter Wonderland snow globes. Have y'all seen these? These are $22. This is a new thing they're doing. They're making copper into 5 ounce. They look like snow globes. 5 ounce off porous ounces. Awesome. And of course, we've had those as a spaceman. We've had those as a farmer. Those are $22. Claim the fix. They have not tagged those yet. They have not tagged any of those yet. I don't think they've tagged Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday. There wasn't one today. So they're about 4 or 5 flip videos behind. So they hadn't tagged any of that stuff yet. But I can tell you how you can tell if you got it. Here, there's a trick to finding out if you got something in the flip crates. So you go and find the video. Like, let me find that video. This is how you find out if you actually got something. Best of 80s. If you click on the comments and you click on newest. Now, Matt, you were the very first comment with the fix. But also, I noticed the other day when I saw your comment, if you just put most relevant, your comment is hidden. You see, your comment disappears. And I'll tell you why it disappears. Because you actually tag the band. But when they go to newest, your comment appears. And that's why I wanted to show you that. See how your comment shows up now? Don't ever tag the band, because if you do that, it hides your comment. But if you sort by newest and then scroll to the bottom, you can they work their way up. So you'll get the fix, RJ gets U2, Josh Tanner get the runaways, Brad Waits gets the under runaways, somebody asked a question, REM Madness, another claim for the fix, and then you can work your way up. That's the best way to do that. But a trick is to two things. Never reply to your comment, because if you reply to your comment later, somebody did that the other day. We were late tagging a crate, and someone replied to their comment, and they said, did I not get this? And then that pushed their comment all the way to the top. And I think when they finally went to tagged, all their comments were up at the top because they replied to their comments. So 2 tricks on the flip crates. Don't ever reply to your comments. Don't ever edit them. And don't ever tag anything. And don't reply to, if you reply to somebody else, you'll screw their comment up. So just keep it claimed and you'll be fine. But otherwise, you can really mess us up if you start replying to people, or if you edit them or tag something. It basically starts hiding stuff. So okay, snow globes sold to Debbie Blair and Susie Breedlove. I have a whole box full of them left. These are $22. So those are sold and those are sold. Okay. If anybody else wants one, they're $22. There's a couple 101 tricks to claiming out of the flip videos. No edits, no replies, and no tagging. And you have a better chance of your comment not being lost. Because it can get lost, and then they can make a mistake, and we usually, it's hard to go back and correct all that by then. Because sometimes I sell the leftovers, and then people's looking for something. I'm like, man, it's already gone. Depeche Mode. Mike Owen has it for 100. Final call. Here we go. Half off. 11:30 on Friday night. Thanks for spending your Friday night with me. We have Joe Walsh. There goes the neighborhood. VG plus 750. Joe Walsh. VG plus 750. Wendy Waldman. Gypsy Woman. VG plus a 1974 promo. 1750 for Wendy Waldman. We also have Ghetto Vibes. King Shorty shirt. A 1976 Calypso. VG plus $6. And Eddie Harris, Come On Down, a 1970 US VG $5. We have Depeche Mode. Mike Owen has this for $100. That is sold over here. And then we have Lee Hazelwood from the last crate and Harlan from the last crate. Lee Hazelwood and Harlan from the last crate. Okay, so Lee Hazelwood and Harlan County. Lee Hazelwood and Harlan County. Was there a Lee Hazelwood left? There's Harlan County. I think all the Lee Hazelwoods got gone, but Harlan County is still available. Jim Ford, Harlan County. That is sold to Jim B. Yep. Okay. And then over here, how about when other people tag your claims? Other people tag your claims? Now, what do you mean by that? Danny Thomason on Ghetto Vibes. And then, yeah, Jane already got Lee Hazelwood, okay? We have the Tenants, VG plus $5. That's New Wave from 1983. Lynn's Foreign, Back and Forth, EX $5. And Ron Cornelius, 10 Luck, 1971 U.S. Folk Rock, VG plus $12.50. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Let's go back to the bonus crate over here. I have the Beatles White Album. Let's see what's going on with that. And then I have, what's the closest thing to metal I have left? Saxon. Beatles and Saxon. Okay. First thing is Michael Freiberger gets Tenants. This is on Apple. That's a good sign. It's a U.S. repress. It's not serial numbered, so it's not going to be OG, but it's nice. It's EX Plus. It's on the Apple, the first label, but it is a repress. So this album came out in 68. This would have been issued between 70 and 71. EX Plus, and it has the poster and photos. $35 start on that. Saxon Strong Arm of the Law. Saxon's an 82 U.S. reissue. Strong VG, a $15 start. $15 start. Michael Freiberger got Tenants, and then Paul Oakley and Lynn's Farm when they tag with a like. Yeah, so there will be the tags could come from 2 or 3 different people if you get a like button. It could say like by Coletco. It could be locked by Tanner Hackett, Gundren, which is what we call G. So Tanner, or Gundren's account, we call her G. And maybe sometime Ed uses his personal account, but I think they use just Coletco, Tanner, or G, and of course me, Chad Williams. So if you see any 4 of those names, those are official Coletco people tagging stuff. Maybe even Laura sometimes, but it's usually Gundren, Tanner, Chad, or Coletco. That's the official likes. If you get a like from one of them, that means they're watching the video and looking at comments and they're pulling stuff out. Beatles 35 and Saxon are now up for bid. Shipping news is, wow, $27.50. A 2001 OG Alton Rock Post Rock. That's half off of $55. And then Jim B wants Michael Chapman from the last crate. Not before I show Tim Buckley Goodbye and Hello. EX $9, and Psychedelic Soul, The Freak Scene, half off of VG $39.99. Paul has it as a U.S. mono crazy psych record, just $20 on that. What was the starting bid on Saxon? Saxon was a strong VG $15 start, no bid yet. And then Michael Chapman, which was another one of those Light in the Attic pressings. Yeah, these should have been at great prices already. These new are not cheap, these Light in the Attic. So there's that. It's sold to Jim B. He's also just claimed SN, which was shipping news. Denise on Psychedelic Soul. And I want to make sure Todd Saw know, when you bid 35, you tied Freddie Milford. You tied Freddie Milford. So you're out. And final call on Saxon. What about another person? I do see just random people sometimes liking people's comments. That doesn't really affect anything. It won't affect the order. So if somebody likes your comment, it doesn't. I've seen that happen, just random people liking comments. I guess they're liking your claim because they think it's good. Like, yeah, man, thumbs up. You bought Led Zeppelin. You have good taste. I think that's what's kind of going on there. But otherwise, it doesn't affect your order or queue in any way. So I think that's just people saying they're giving you a thumbs up for what you're claiming. But yeah, if it's not G, Tanner, Coletco, or Chad, or anybody other name you've ever heard me, it might be Seth. Seth tagged CDs the other night. Now, if it says Seth Hackett, you can get angry and fire them, okay? But other than that, Fanny Adams. Fanny Adams is VG plus $25. That's a 1971 OG fantastic hard rock, is the note from Paul. $25 on Fanny Adams. Clear Light. 1967, another one he has deemed fantastic. VG plus $7.50. And then over here we have Rockabilly World, A 1986 Rockabilly comp, VG just $5. VG $5. And the free design, Kites Are Fun. A 2003 Light in the Attic remastered Progressive Sunshine Pop, $10, okay? The Beatles is sold to Freddie Milford for $35. I unfortunately lost Todd Saw on that one. So let's tag that. Saxon's tied. Sean Miller, you're out. So Alan Hagen's 15 came in first. And then Shane Lando on CL for Clear Lights. Shakedown got Fanny Adams. And Robert Warner on the Rockabilly comp. Wow, great stuff here. Paul's marked this one. And then Hard Meat Through a Window. Hard Meat is a 1970 U.S. OG Hard Rock Psych Prog. $25. Hard Meat Through a Window. That's in shrink, just $25 on that one. Saxon 16, Saxon 16. Tony Swanson, you were next on the Rockabilly. Earl Clue, Crazy for You. Earl Clue is in shrink. That is $5. And we have, this was a metal. Yeah, black metal. I really don't know what it is. Demon Ogier. I don't think I'm saying that right, of course. It's definitely Demon. And then OJR, $13.49. Now just $15. $15 on that. And then over here, Saxon 16, Saxon 16. Hard Meat sold to Shane Lando. Master Mall got $13.49. That might be the name of the group. I really don't know. And then 50 at 50. Old 3 Cent Records, 50th and final release. An indie compilation numbered 65 of 150. $15 on that. Saxon's at 20. Saxon's at 20. And then someone commented on my claim for Kansas albums on Tuesday flip video. I had to comment back. Oh, but I messed up the claim. Okay. Yeah, well, if for some reason you know, you can always reply back or let them know and they can check the timestamp. If things get out of order, they have to check the timestamp. The where it sucks is if somebody commented at the exact same minute. I think you have to go to the desktop and you can see the exact second. But if you're just on a mobile device, you can just see the minute, the hour and minute. So kind of messes it up. David Bowie Live, a U.S. repress, 2 LP, Near Mint Minus, David Bowie, a $20 start on that. $20 start. Class of 55, $10. Class of 55, Memphis Rock and Roll Homecoming. And then the Reds. This is on green vinyl. The Reds on green. And the Reds is a 1979 green vinyl, $7.50. Saxon 20, Saxon 18. Alan Hagen on Demon. That was $13.49. That's the name of the band. Thank you, Sean. And he already claimed it. And then David Bowie 20, David Bowie 20, Saxon 21. 1 second, please. Okay. Over here, we have the Rugby's Hot Cargo, a 1969 white label promo, VG Plus, $10. VG Plus, $10 on this. And then we have Class of 55, sold to John Berry. I also have Charlie Musselwhite, $10 on Charlie Musselwhite. And then Love, a 66 U.S. Stereo Monarch pressing, VG 750. Speaking of John Berry, and speaking of discount records, I think after this, it's about time to do some 6.99ers. I need to clear out some bins up front because I have more stuff I need to put out up front. With that being said, I think some of y'all are ready for some 6.99 records, right? I bet y'all are. Michael Freiberger gets Love. John Berry gets Charlie Musselwhite. Jim Davis first on the Reds. Paul Oakley next on Love. Richard Yeager yet next on Love. Blue Cheer, Ventus Eruptum. 68 US, and now just $15 for Blue Cheer. $15 on that. The last bid on Saxon was Sean Miller at 25. The bidder before that was MT Matt. I'm going to make sure he's done. Michael Freiberger on Blue Cheer. And then David Bowie, Leslie's at 30. Sean Miller was next. Wow. Herbie Hancock Headhunters. 73 US VG, just $15. That's nice, though. $15, not a bad copy to start with if you don't have one. The Flamin' Sideburns, Hallelujah Rock and Rolla, VG Plus $20, and Big Boy Pete, Homage to Catonia. Big Boy Pete is a 96 UK legendary psych artist, is the note from Paul, VG Plus $12.50. Shakedown on Herbie Hancock. Saxon out. Mortgage Guy Rob on Beanie, Bernie, Herbie. He's trying to claim Herbie. You were second. Amenities third. David Bowie 32. Saxon is officially sold to Sean Miller for $25. Let's put that away. Have I finished going through my crate over here? Okay, too late for those. Here's a couple more autographs, but they're budget. This is Wet Willie to Gigi, Keep It Wet, Jimmy Hall, which is one of the original members of the band Wet Willie. It's JSA authenticated, and that's a $35 start. $35 start on that. Warhead Speedway. This is an 85 Belgian OG, excuse me, VG $10. It's on the Mausoleum label, which is typically reserved for metal. $10 on that. Ultimate Spinach, a 69 US VG, just $7.50. Wet Willie has a bid for $35, and Bloody Mary, a 74 US promo hard rock. Wow, look at the discount on that one. Now $37.50. Warhead sold to Matt Nichols. Bowie's at $33. And then we have, was there another one? Yeah, this is To Andy, autographed by Mickey Thomas. And that's going to go up. Let's do that one for a $15 start. $15 start. Ultimate Spinach sold to Hiram Aponte. Richard Yeager was second. Wasteland, Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats. Nice. Now just $15. Bloody Mary sold to Jim B. The David Bowie Live, the last bid was Leslie at $33. Sean Miller, you're out, by the way. Brent has the Jimmy Hall autograph for $35. And Mickey Thomas, $15. Mark Stanley on Uncle Acid. David Bowie has a new bid for $35. And Messenger. Messenger is an 82 US metal hard rock. VG plus $10. VG plus $10. And the existential soul of Tim Maia. World Classic Psychedelics 4, a 2012 US Funk Psych from Brazil. $10 on that. Michael Freiberger on Messenger. And I've got a gift for you. I've got a Christmas gift for you if I can find it. Hopefully I didn't just speak too soon. I've had it like, uh-oh, I've lost it. Oh, no. Never mind. Pretend I don't have a Christmas gift for you, okay? Pretend I don't have a Christmas gift for you. Never mind. Scratch that. No Christmas gift for Michael Freiberger. Never mind. Rewind. Nope. I didn't say that. Never mind. I had something that goes with that, but I don't know what happened. It doesn't go with it, but I've had this single. I bet I put it in a box over here. Yeah, it's probably lost now. I had a 7-inch single that went with this, or that looks just like this. I've been trying to match them together to hopefully try to sell it, and now I have no idea where it is. But if I do find it, I'll put it in your next order. It looks just like the cover, and I just don't know what I've done with it now. I thought it was right over here. So who got this? This is sold to Michael Freiberger, okay? Preston Rose on Tim Maia. Alan Hagen next on Messenger. Wet Willie, $36. Last second bid. Mickey Thomas is a $15 buy it now if anybody wants that. And David Bowie's also still getting bids. During all that, Brent, Wet Willie had a bid, and now David Bowie has a bid. We're still going on those. We got Stone Crush, various artists, Memphis Modern. That is $17.50. Wow, look at this. It's color vinyl, a 2 LP Memphis Funk Soul compilation with a bonus 7-inch, $17.50. Wish I knew what I did with that. I lay so much stuff around over here. Oh my gosh. And actually, it looks like they had to set up a table back here to start working on the stuff I sold Christmas Eve. And now this table's in my way, and it's really starting to bother me. So I'm going to have to move around half of the store so I can push this table out of my way. And Chad's getting upset like George Costanza. Chad's getting upset like George Costanza. All right, Wet Willie has a new bid for $37. Stone Crush sold to GMB. And we have Ancient Wisdom Deathlike, a 2013 US, $10 on Ancient Wisdom. And Dead Brain Cells is $15. Wasn't I supposed to find this for somebody? Hold on a second. I think I was supposed to find this for somebody, or maybe not. If not, I'm thinking Hiram. Is that right, Hiram? Or am I crazy? I think I was supposed to be trying to find that for Hiram. And he might be getting it for even cheaper because it's ended up over here and I was offering it half off. That's been known to happen. Wet Willie 37, Wet Willie 40, and then David Bowie 36, okay? Curran Evans gets Dead Brain Cells. If I was supposed to be looking for that, it's yours. If I wasn't, then it's sold to Bradley Smith. But Hiram has claimed it, I think, because I was supposed to be looking for that for him. Wow. This is a red vinyl unofficial. $25 on the 13.4 elevators. $25 on that. Wet Willie's at 40 now, and the David Bowie is sold to Leslie for 36. My crate is full. My crate is full. You mad never. Yeah, I did say the other night I never have gotten mad. I just get disappointed. I've got disappointed they've set up a table and blocked my perfect alleyway for walking. That's Tanner. I bet it's Tanner. He thinks he can break the rules because he's Tanner Hackett. Those Hacketts, man. Seth Hackett, Tanner Hackett. All these dang Hacketts. They just think they rule the world sometimes. They're about to find out when they feel the wrath of Costanza. I emailed about Ancient Wisdom. Well, there might be, maybe it was Bradley. I don't know. I think I need to give it by definition to Bradley. I mean, he claimed it first. He said he emailed about it. But I could have swore Hiram also was having me track this down. So I don't know. Do we need to do a coin flip or something? Do we need to do a coin flip or something? I don't know. Right now, we'll tag it for Bradley. We'll see what Hiram says. Hiram's usually pretty understanding, but we'll see what happens. 13.4 elevators is sold to Matt Nichols. Richard Yeager second. And then we have Tyrannosaurus Rex, EX 1650 for T-Rex. And then another Lee Hazelwood, Honey LTD, $15 on Lee Hazelwood, and Donnie Fritz, oh my goodness, that's the name of the album, sealed $750. Let's go ahead and tag Wet Willie to Brent for $45, another signed album gone. A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology, $15 on that. We have Eric Van Leuven on Lee Hazelwood. Jim B was next. And then Loma, a Soul Music Love Affair, $7.50, Volume 1. And then we have Volume 2, and we got Volume 4. These are great. That's a Soul label, Loma. I got Volume 1, 2, and 4. And those are going to be $7.50, $7.50, and $10 if you bought all of them. $7.50, $7.50, and $10. So $15, just $25 if you buy all 3 of them. Next is, that's half off. Jim got Lee Hazelwood, J Fink second. And then Jim B got Tribe Called Quest. John Stevens second. Mark Stanley third. Denise wants all. No, that's Patrick. We'll see which ones Denise wants. And then Mark next on Tribe. Patrick next on all Lomas. Brett next on all Lomas. All right. Here's a Kiss auction. 1977 repress of Dress to Kill. VG condition. $15 start on that. $15 start on Dress to Kill. And I got Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom, Japanese pressing for a $1 start. $1 start on that Japanese pressing. Denise gets all 3 Lomas. All 3 Lomas. I've got a few damage records over here for discount. I have Jimi Hendrix for just $19.99. $5 off. The cover's bent because the shrink is so tight. $5 off on Jimi Hendrix. It does have a bent cover. And if you buy it, I'll give you a free Hatchet Ed flyer. Free Hatchet Ed flyer if you buy Jimi Hendrix. $19.99. Hall & Oates 1, Hall & Oates 5. That was a great half-off crate. Let's read through that again. Jimi Hendrix was 24, but the cover's been bent where the shrink is so tight on it. Let's read through this again. Half off. Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood. VG Plus, $750. Wendy Waldman, Gypsy Woman, VG Plus, $1750. That's actually a promo marked record. Matt Nichols on Jimi Hendrix, so tag that in for $19.99. And I use these Hatchet Ed flyers over here for bargaining chips sometimes. I use these Hatchet Ed flyers for bargaining chips. That's a real, that even came out of Hatchet Ed's old printer. This is a real Hatchet Ed flyer that came from Hatchet Ed's printer. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Also, we have Eddie Harris, Come On Down, VG, $5, 1970 US. And then Ron Cornelius, 10 Luck, VG Plus, $12.50. Yeah, make sure Ancient Wisdom, the first record in this crate, make sure that did get tagged to Bradley. Bradley, you did get Ancient Wisdom, okay? Kiss is a $10 start. Hall & Oates 1, Hall & Oates 5, Hall & Oates 1, Hall & Oates 5, Hall & Oates 8, 10, Hall & Oates 8, Hall & Oates 10, Hall & Oates 10. Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, EX $9. The Free Design, Kites Are Fun, VG Plus $10. Earl Clue, Crazy for You, Shrink, $5. 50 at 50. This is an indie comp, numbered 65 of 150, $15 on that. The Rugby's Hot Cargo, VG Plus 10. The Flamin' Sideburns, Hallelujah Rock and Rolla, VG Plus $20. Big Boy Pete, homage to Catonia, a 96 UK legendary psych artist, Fiji plus 1250. And then T-Rex, A Beginning, Tyrannosaurus Rex, EX 1650, and Donnie Fritz, Seal 750. Okay? I have a Scene Split Black Label Society. $5 off, $29.99 for Black Label Society. It does have a Scene Split. $5 off, $29.99 for Black Label Society. Do I have a Hatchet Ed flyer to give you? I don't have a Hatchet Ed flyer to give you. Shoot. Nope, I'm fresh out. But $29.99 if anybody wants that. $5 off due to Scene Split. Okay, and then Hollow Notes 10, Hollow Notes 15, Hollow Notes 17. Wendy Waldman back here. This is sold to Tracy Songer. Dennis Jackson on Buckley. Tim Buckley. That's back here sold to Dennis Jackson. Hollow Notes at 20 and Kiss has a bid for 10. All right. Now, another one of those or get into $6.99. Another one of those or get into $6.99. Oh, how the tables have turned. Have you ever seen a turntable? Have you ever seen a tide turn? That's a quote from President George H.W. Bush. Have you ever seen a tide turn? Oh, how the tides have turned. And then Michael Scott said something like that, didn't he? Michael Scott said, what was the Michael Scott quote? Tide. I don't know. They're both very funny, though. Anybody ever seen a tide turn? I think that's the quote from George, his press conference. That's some funny stuff. Another George Bush quote. Oh, man. You got to go look up David Letterman, Great Moments in Presidential Speeches. We've got to stop these terrorist killers. Now watch this drive. I call upon all nations. We must stop these terrorist killers. Now watch this drive. Over here, Kiss was Matt Shepard's at $10 and nobody else bid. This is sold for $10. Hall and Oates, the last bid was Amenities at $25. Okay? Wayne Bartow got Earl Clue. You got it. Sold to him for $5. Next is a new crate. Let's go pick one out. Jim B's probably still, his fingers are still on fire trying to type stuff in Discogs. Looking stuff up, making decisions. He's got his kids in there looking stuff up. They've got their iPads out, their phones. Things are going off. Satellites are linking up. Sounds like an NSA data center in there. Hall & Oates is sold to Amenities for $25. All right, I got another damage record discount. We'll do this. It's got a bent corner. Now it doesn't. It's flat now, but it's creased. Aussie, $5 off. Just $33.99 for Memoirs of a Madman. $33.99 for Aussie, Memoirs of a Madman. $5 off. Just got a bent corner. I just fixed it for you. Our next auction, beautiful. The Rolling Stones, She's a Rainbow. She's a Rainbow, the Rolling Stones. She's got colors everywhere. Combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. And this is a solid VG. 2,000 light years from home. That's one of my favorites from the Stones. This is the psychedelic side of the Rolling Stones. I mean, just look at the artwork. A solid VG with a nice picture sleeve. The Rolling Stones is a $10 start. And then Conor Oberst standing on the outside looking in Sugar Street. Conor Oberst is sealed. That's a $7 start. Amenities gets Ozzy. Make sure that gets tagged for $33.99, okay? $33.99 on this. $33.99. Sold to amenities. Okay? Half off crate, no more, no less. This is the Sojourner, the Ensemble Al Salam, a 2020 Japanese remaster, now just $20. Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker, a 2020 Record Store Day remaster, $15. Next is Holy Wave Interloper, a 2020 Psych clear with blue and tangerine splatter, $15. We got the Rolling Stones, a $10 start, Conor Oberst, a $7 start, and my next one is The. And The is also a $7 start. This is Heartland and Slow Train to Dawn, and that is a promo. The, a $7 start. Ozzy's already sold. Ray Red gets Ensemble. That's sold to Ray Red. Adam Bernardi on Connie. I think he meant Camille. And then the also has a bid for $7. Those are final calls to Craig Thomas for $7. Going once, going twice. Okay? First thing is New Orleans Soul. The original sound of New Orleans Soul, 66 to 76. That is now $17.50. As of right now, Mr. Barnett, I don't think I have any new cassettes that have never been shown before. About all the cassettes that have actively been shown was from that one post I made in Whole Lot of Records. And I hope that they've tagged all those efficiently and accurately. But to my, hey, I just found Messenger. But yeah, to my knowledge, that's all of them that's been, that's all of them that I have, unfortunately, is what I'm trying to say. That's all that I have. Hey, there's Messenger. See? I'll stand by my word. I found it. I'm glad I looked over there. But I'm sure there's more around this building. We just hadn't found them yet. Who got Messenger? Michael Freiberger, right? Let me find where I did with that. Is that already in the last crate? Golly, how long ago was that? I guess that was in the last crate. All right, there it is, though. I'm going to put that. I thought that was pretty cool if we could put it with the record. And there it is. Free record. Okay, and then what happened? So Adam Bernardi got Camille, the 7, Rolling Stones 10, the 8, the 15, the out, and here we go. All right, so we got introducing Aaron Frazier, 2021 purple and blue Nebula colored vinyl. Let's see what that looks like. $15 on that. Very cool colored vinyl. Still got New Orleans Soul Comp and Holy Wave Interloper. Red Sea Blood, 2019 red vinyl, $22.50. Red Sea Blood, $22.50. Leo Noccantelli, Another Side, 2021 gold metallic colored vinyl from Light in the Attic, $20. And I think I turned down an offer for probably a lot more than that first night, but it was no more, no less. All right, the Stones just got one bid to Eric Van Leuven. That's sold for $10. Let's put that back in its sleeve. And then Conor Oberst is sold to Craig Thomas for $7. And then the is a final call for $15, and that's Jason Fornerat. We got Jim B on AF for Aaron Frazier, and then Leo Nocatelli sold to Patrick Lear. We have Duran Jones and the Indications, Private Space, 2021 Purple Ripple, $10 on that. And the Beach Boys, this is on Simply Vinyl audiophile label, now just $20. That's a 2001 UK Simply Vinyl of the Beach Boys. $20 on that. All right, we still got albums to auction. That was just a stray handful of 45s I found. How about Otis Spann and Michael Schenker? Let's do two more LPs over here. We got Otis Spann and his piano, Candid Spann, Volume 2, a German import, 1983 near mint, a $15 start, and Michael Schenker Group, a 1980 US EX edition, $15 start. So there you go. The is sold to Jason Forderat for $15. This is a half off Paul lower crate probably, and these are half off, no more, no less. Amenities next on Leo. Adam Bernardi on Wild Honey. Jim B was next. Then Nick Bargeron. Golly, New Orleans Soul, the original sound of New Orleans Soul. That is a compilation. Yep. So this is all artists from New Orleans from 66 to 76. And that's a 2 LP, $17.50. That's the half off price. Rolling Blackout CF, Sideways to New Italy, 2020 blue vinyl. That is $10. And we have I Want to See the Bright Lights Tonight, Richard and Linda Thompson. Big discount. 1983 US reissue. Note from Paul, great album. Now just $22.50. Now just $22.50. There was one more single over here. Who was it? It was Spanish Gold Out on the Street. I didn't know a lot about them. It looks like it's record store day. Spanish Gold, $7 star. Richard Thompson, sold to Adam Bernardi. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. David Vondervelde, the Moon Station House Band, a 2007 OG Indie Rock. That is $7.50. And we have the Black Angels, Passover. The Black Angels, a reissue, note from Paul, great album, $15. And Real Estate Atlas, 2014 Indie, great album, $10 on Real Estate. And we have Michael Ralt. Michael Ralt is a 2018 pink transparent colored vinyl, $10 on that. Jeremiah Stasich on Black Angels. Adam Bernardi was second, then Todd Saw. We have 764 Hero. Nobody knows this is everywhere. 2002 US OG from 2002. That's an indie rock, $15 on that one. And over here we have 90 Day Men, Panda Park. 90 Day Men is the name of the artist. It's a 2004 OG post rock, $10 on that. MSG does have a bid for 10. I think you meant 15, Nick Bargeron, and I'll probably go ahead and sell it to you. We have Yacht, See Mystery Lights. Yacht's a 2009 USOG Indie Pop left field, $7.50 for Yacht, and Wild Nothing, Life of Paul's. This has a really trippy lenticular cover. I mean, it will almost make you dizzy looking at it. A 2016 white vinyl, $10 on that. Oh, Leslie did want the Soul compilation. So that's sold to Leslie. Make sure I did. Okay, she did put sold. I did miss that. Sorry about that. And then over here we have Weird War. That's a 2002 USOG Psych Indie VG Plus, $12.50. Spanish Gold is a buy it now for $7. Otis Span is sold for $15 to Amenities, and Michael Schenker is sold to Nick Bargeron for $15. We have Mark Stewart and Mafia, a 1985 US electronic album, VG Plus 60. Victor Guerra on Weird War, and The Midnight Hour is now $14. 2018, the note from Paul says tons of great features, $14. Ali, Shahid, Muhammad, Adrian Young. Hope I'm saying all that correctly. I think I'm close. All right, and then what do we have here? I really don't know. These were dropped off at my table. I thought at first they were 45s, but obviously they're CDs. You know, I don't know. I don't know if these have been checked. Are these plays on turntables and CD players? Well, I got to see that. If it plays on a turntable and a CD player, it's sealed. How do I get to it? These are all sealed. What do we have here? I don't know what these are. CD record plays on turntables and CD players. I've never seen that before. That'd be a first for me. I don't know what those are. What else is over here? An Everly Brothers CD box. Could we get a $10 starting bid on that, perhaps? And then let me see what else is over here. Here's a couple records, Hatchet Ed singles. Let me see what these are. So this was some stuff. Let's see. All right, this was James Brown and the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Will Be Rockin'. That's what it last sold for, okay? $7 start. James Brown and the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta will be rocking. Love Army, Walk Within My Brain. That's what it last sold for. $7 start. There's two more 45s. Those are non-payments, and we didn't sell them on the first call, so there's another chance. And here's the Everly Brothers from Rhino. Heartaches and Harmonies, CD box set with book. A 4-disc, perhaps. 4-disc box, $10 start on the Everly Brothers. Okay, and then we sold amenities on Mafia. Sold. Amenities on Ali. Sold. And then Adam Bernardi was next on Midnight Hour. Okay? We have the Walkman, You and Me. This is now $27.50, half off of $54.99. A 2008 US Red Vinyl OG, $27.50 on that. Chick, 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 Strange Weather, isn't it? That is now $9. It's a 2010 OG. And Just Another Smith, a set 1974 US Lounge, $10 on that. And we have a 1981 Tennessee Private Press rock album, and this one is called Chance in Search. An 81 Private Press, $25 on that one. Jim B on the Walkman, that's sold to Jim B. We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise, $5. No bid on James Brown, $7 start. No bid on Love Army, $7 start. No bid on Everly Brothers, $10 start. The Art of Lovin', that is $12.50. That's a reissue. That album was originally on the mainstream label, $12.50 on that. Incarnation, that is a 2019 clear vinyl remaster, $22.50. The Beach Boys Sunflower, a 2009 US reissue, The Note from Paul, my favorite Beach Boys album. That one's now just $25. Tom Waits' Closing Time, a 2010 RTI pressing cut by Chris Bellman, just $22.50. And Richard Thompson, starring as Henry the Human Fly, $12.50. Jim B has the James Brown at $7. Topographic has the Everly Brothers at $10. Master Moss 666 gets Incarnation. Victor Gary was second. John Stevens wants Real Estate and Yacht. There's Yacht for John Stevens. Let me find you Real Estate. There's Real Estate for John Stevens. Jeremiah was third on Incarnation. Richard Thompson sold to Adam Bernardi. Jeremiah Stasich on Tom Waits. Not much left in this crate again. Let's go through those again. Half off, no more, no less. But first, Jim B gets James Brown for $7. Topographic gets the Everly Brothers for $10. And Love Army is a $7 buy it now. Okay? No bid on that. A couple quick auctions. I had, well, we sold one of these earlier. It's Alan Davies, Psychedelic Warlords, and it's on orange vinyl. Let's just go ahead and make this a buy it now. So this is $35. It's on orange vinyl, and they did $300, and it's autographed. That's Alan Davies, Psychedelic Warlords. So we sold one of those earlier. There's another one, and it's signed, $35. I have a Beatles boot. And I have the Beatles, and I have Quite Right. Let's do that again. The Beatles and Quite Right. So Sessions, the Beatles. A 1986 German unofficial Odeon. Near mint minus, $75 start. And this has quite a bit of tracks. I think this is some of the Decca Sessions and then other stuff. I mean, While My Guitar Gently Weeps is on here. I'm not for sure what version that is. And that was the Beatles, a $75 start. And then Quite Right, Metal Health, that's a 1983 USOG, VG minus, G plus condition, just a $5 start. Okay? Tony, your bid on James Brown, I saw it, but it was about 20 seconds late. It was about 20 seconds late. We have left over here, trust me, if it's on time, I will take it. If I call it sold and it's not on my screen, I can't. But if it's on my screen and I haven't said SOLD, I will definitely take it. Holy Wave Interloper is $15. A 2020 Sight Clear Blue Tangerine Splatter, $15 on that one. Red Sea Blood, 2019, $22.50. We have Darren Jones and the Indications, Private Space, $10. We have Rolling Blackout CF, Sideways to New Italy, $10. Jim B says you can have it for $8 if you want it. He is being very, very unusually and almost scary generous right now. We have David Vandervelde, the Moon Station House Band, $7.50 on that one. This was Michael Rout, 2018 pink transparent colored vinyl, $10. 764 Hero, nobody knows this is everywhere, $15 on that. And then 90 Day Men, 2004 USOG Post Rock, $10 on that. And then Quiet Riot has one bid for $5. The Beatles is a $75 start, going once, going twice. Wild Nothing, Life of Paul's, 2016 white vinyl. Whoops, $10 on Wild Nothing. And then Chick Chick Chick, EX $9. Their symbol, the name of this band is literally 3 exclamation marks. But instead of being like, hey everybody, we're 3 exclamation marks and this is our music, they actually just call themselves Chick 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 or something like that. I actually know nothing about them, but it's a lot better than saying Chick 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 other than 3 exclamation marks. Just Another Smith, a 74 US Lounge, $10 on that. $25 on this record, which is a private press rock album from Tennessee under the title of what? Chance in Search. Okay. And then We Worship, that's from Belmont University, $5. The Art of Lovin', $12.50. And then the Beach Boys was $25. A 2009 US reissue, $25 on that. All right, Quiet Riot, $5. Hoopy 31. Sold to Hoopy 31 for $5. And then Session, the Beatles, a $75 buy it now. Okay. Does anybody want these 2 singles for $10? Love Army and Spanish Gold, both for 10, 5 and 5. Next is Amenities on Smith, and that was right here, and Details on Lounge album. It just sold to Amenities. There's his claim, and there's your question. Sold to him. And if Tony doesn't want James Brown, we'll keep it. He hadn't said yes or no yet. I'm assuming he would, but he hadn't said yes or no yet. Anybody else want anything else in here? I guess we can do the other, 5 crates like this tomorrow if y'all want to tune in for that. I think I'm ready to do a $6.99 crate. One second. All right. I thought I was late on James Brown. Well, right after that happened, I read out loud, you must have not heard me. Jim B said, he, meaning you, Tony Allen McDaniel, can have James Brown for $8 if you want it. And then I asked you if you wanted it for $8. Jim B had rightfully won it for $7, but he's saying if you want it for $8, you can have it. Love Army and which one? Love Army and which? Love Army and which? Are these claims or questions? We have Jim B said Love Army and Beach Boys. Beach Boys sold to Jim B. And Love Army, which was, I don't even know. Not that one. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. Love Army and which? Wasn't Art of Lovin'. It wasn't Worship. It wasn't this one. It wasn't Chick. Love Army and which 7-inch? Oh, this was Spanish Gold and Love Army. I said 7 apiece or both for 10. And I got you down for the Beach Boys. Okay. Here we go.
Nobody go anywhere. A little bit of confusion there. Jim B's trying to confuse me. That's strike 1. Don't confuse Chad. That's strike 2. Strike 2.5. However, my strikes might not go up to 3. They might only stop at 2. 2 strikes and you're out in my baseball game. It's 1 strike and you're out. Can I get the Love Army for 6? I will sell you both of those for 10. Jim, you've got to take that deal. How could you say no? Tony McDaniel, this is now yours for $8. Come on, Jim. What are you going to sell that for? $24.99? Come on, man. Haggling over $1? After you've already made thousands tonight? Come on, everybody's about to give you the shame finger. They're about to give you the Babu Bot finger. You know what the Babu Bot finger is? That's the Babu Bot finger. Very bad man. I will save up every rupee, and I will get back to America. Alrighty, what do we have up here, folks? About to just get into some killer stuff at $6.99. A whole crate of Led Zeppelin. $6.99. Whole crate of Led Zeppelin. $6.99. A whole crate of Led Zeppelin for $6.99. Pink Floyd albums, $6.99. Metallica sealed OGs, $6.99. Love Army, Jim B. Haggling over $1. Sell him Love Army for $6, which last sold for $14, which he was probably the backup bidder one time for $13, and now he's going to get $35 for it. Sell that to Jim B for $6. Spanish Gold is still available. Okay. All right, this crate, everything in here is $6.99. Now, I know that may sound crazy, and I know you may be like, Chad, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Are you right in the head? You might want to knock on your noggin. I am going to grab a quick snack and drink some water, and then we're going to get started. Where is everybody watching from? That's the question. Where is everybody watching from? All right, I'm seeing locations roll in. I just had a banana. I forgot about some snacks. I need to eat those. I had to eat that before it got too bad. I found a little bag of Publix stuff over here I forgot I bought. Pistachios and chocolate-covered raisins. If y'all want me to accurately try to tag the rest of this show, or through the rest of this show, I got to get some calories in me. Now we're going on 6 hours. Yeah, groceries fascinate me. If I wasn't in the collectibles business, I'd want to be in the grocery business. How they get all those foods from all over the world, bananas, all the way up to UK and everywhere else. Amazing. Ask Kyron about working in a grocery store. Sounds like there's more to this. All right, I got a good snack in. Wow. Oh, I feel better already. I don't know if I'd want to work in one. I'd like to own one. I'd like to own Publix. Or if they would ever sell public stock. All their stock is privately held through employees and ownership and stuff. They're not a publicly traded company, but boy, if they did put me up for the IPO, they're amazing. Publix is amazing. All right, here we go. Everything in this crate is $6.99. We got some people over in London watching, and we got some people watching in Dominican Republic. We got international, and we got homegrown, just right down the road too. Here we go. Everything in here is $6.99. Medusa, a white label promo with press kit, no condition notes, $6.99. Dallas Frazier, Tell It Like It Is, a 1967 Capitol stereo, also $6.99. Jason Fornerat got Spanish Gold for $7. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. Mike Stern Jigsaw. This is a 1984 Jazz Fusion EX 699. Also seen somebody tried to claim something. Somebody claimed Davies. Is that what I saw? Somebody tried to claim the Davies record. Who said that? Derek Clark said, let me find Derek Clark's comment. Somebody claimed Alan Davies. Did somebody buy the Alan Davies record? Everything from the Hot Picture is sold. We still got bonus crate auctions over here, but everything from the Hot Picture is sold. Not much metal. I'm kind of picking and choosing from this crate now. We got a Beatles White Album again, and we got an album here called Shooting Star. Let's grab these and see what's going on. I got the Beatles Remastered. It's a 2012 US 180 gram stereo remaster. EX, just a $25 star, and then Shooting Star, a 1980 USOG VG Plus, $10 on that. Amenities wants Mike Stern. That's sold to him for $6.99. So these are $6.99, no more, no less. The Association Live, 2 LP, $6.99 on that one, and same price for the Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams, $6.99. I'll go ahead and tell you right now. We'll read through these, and then I'll make sure everybody's got everything they want. Then they're going to be offered for a bundle, and then they're hopefully going to get gone. These are kind of the closeout. So I usually do show them, sometimes sticker price, sometimes show them right off the bat, take offers, then maybe show them again best offer, maybe put them in a flip crate, maybe make them half off. But kind of the closeout is when they get down to $6.99. Because that means, like, even if it was $19.99, it was half off at $10, now it's even cheaper. Or if it was $24.99, it was half off at $12.50, it's almost another half off of that. So $6.99, this is kind of like where they've reached the end. Yeah, these were marked back in July, so they've been here for half the year almost. This is Kalita, Too Hot to Handle. Kalita is $6.99. Sterling, City Kids, $6.99 on Sterling. And then Climax Blues Band, FM Live, a 2 LP, just $6.99 on that. Also, we have Dave Edmunds Rocker, a Dave Edmunds compilation, 68 to 72. That's a 2 LP, $6.99. Sully, $25 start. $5 more for the minimum bid on that one, and I'll say a final call to you. And then Shooting Stars, a $10 start. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, that's it. Shrink, Sway Into the Music, Slow Dancing is on that one, $6.99 on Johnny Rivers. And then the Pointer Sisters, Steppin'. This has that original die cut cover. The Pointer Sisters is $6.99. Robin on CBB for Climax Blues Band. Chris Bachek was second. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. There'll Come a Time, Betty Everett. VG Plus, $6.99 for Betty Everett. Also, Johnny Hammond, Smith, and Willis Jackson. Johnny Hammond cooks with Gator Tail. 62 stereo, VG Plus, $6.99 on that. Silver Prestige label. Also, $6.99, Duncan Dew, Canciones. Duncan Dew from 1989, $20 off. $6.99. And Johnny Winter, still alive and well. Johnny Winter is $6.99. And we got John Isley Glass. That is $6.99, John Isley Glass. And Katrina and the Waves, $6.99. Ray Red on JH, and that was for the Johnny Hammond. That sold to Ray Red, 73. Katrina and the Waves Break of Hearts, sealed, unopened for $6.99. The Beatles is sold to Sully for $25. And if anybody wants Shooting Star, it is a $10 buy it now. Also $6.99 is Delbert McClinton, Second Wind. Delbert is $6.99. Same price for the Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday, a VG copy, $6.99 on that. Next auction. Let's try Paula Abdul and U2. Let's jump up to the 80s. We got Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl, in shrink wrap, a 1988 U.S. Club, EX condition, $20 start, and then U2's The Joshua Tree. A 1987 USOG retail copy, VG++, $20 start. It does have some chipping up here, just a $20 start on that. Jim B on Cat, K-A-T, that was this record right here. Katila? No, what did he put? He put Cat. Hold on one second. That might have been for Katrina and the Waves. Okay. Was that for which one? Or both? There was Break of Hearts and then Waves. Next is Chris Bachek on that Dave Edmunds 2 LP from back here. That's sold to Chris Bachek for $6.99. Paul Abdul has a bid for $20. Amenities on Duncan Dew. That's $6.99. And then U2 has a bid for $20. So both auctions has bids. The Association Renaissance. All these are $6.99 if you're just hopping on. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $6.99 in shrink wrap. And we have the King Bees. That's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Jim B said, actually, neither one. My bad. Okay, that's all right. Just a $20,000 restocking fee for both. And then Sully on Ace. That's sold to Sully. And then we have Tropea. VG Plus, $6.99. We had a near mint copy tonight for, I think, $20 on the half off. This is VG Plus. Now just $6.99. Amazing Rhythm Ace is stacked deck. That's no condition notes on that, $6.99. And then Paul Hardcastle, Rainforest. Paul Hardcastle, $6.99 for Paul Hardcastle. And Eric Gale's Crown, double LP Go Vinyl, sealed. That was originally $30. Paul Abdul sold to Mark V's for $20. Tony Swanson gets U2 for $20. Those are done and done. And then we have Home Folk. That's a 1979 U.S. private press folk rock album, $6.99. Shakedown on Crown. Jim B was second, and then Tropea is sold to Phantom Canuck Vintage. Also, we have Kenny Rogers. This is called Something Burning. EX, $6.99 on that one. And then Jeremiah Stasich, third on Eric Gales. Was there a Wet Willie? There was, in fact, not a Wet Willie. Rock and Roll Soldiers, the Walk Blame the Strong. Excuse me. The Weak Blame the Strong. 2005 Rock sealed, $6.99. And then Images Viewpoint, $6.99 on that one. No, neither one of those have Walking on Sunshine. I was going to mention that if they did, but neither one of them do. This is $6.99 for Atlanta. That's their self-titled album, Atlanta. And then the Mini Moods of Ben Vaughn, $6.99 on that, which is more than half off. And then 2 or 3 times a day, the Johnny Otis Show Live featuring Skillet and Leroy. And that is a comedy album. I think that's kind of some adult raunchy comedy there, okay? That's for adult ears only. So make sure you're an adult if you're buying Skillet and Leroy. Skillet and Leroy. Foxes. I think this is split. This is Foxes and somebody else. But either way, it's $6.99. Oxes, not Foxes. Oxes and Japan. Arab on Japan or something. Either way. Skill and Leroy sold to Danny Thomason. And then over here, we have Treasure of San Gennaro. And this is $6.99. And on the cover there is a name. Somebody tell me her name. Name. Maybe it's not who I thought it was. Give me 1 second. Something about this I should mention, but I can't remember. But either way, $6.99. And then More Than a Miracle, another soundtrack, a 67 stereo, VG Plus, $6.99. Either way, that's sold to Michael Freiberger. And then we have Grand Tour on Such a Winter's Day, a 77 US Disco, that's $6.99, EX condition. Love for Sale, Derek Smith Trio, that's $6.99. And McCafferty, Beach Boy, yeah, now $6.99. It was $34.99. White vinyl with light blue splatter. Uh-oh, big discount on that one. Let's go back to the auction crate over here. And I have, what is this? I have a John Prine, and I have a Booker T. Here we go. Now, the other night, we had this Booker T in a hot picture, and several people missed it, and they was like, oh, dang. This is a 1970 USOG Macklemore Avenue on stacks, Terre Haute. There is some edge wear. Covers probably VG, but the vinyl, strong VG, not bad for a Booker T album from this era. $20 start. And then John Prine, Storm Windows. VG minus 80 OG, $5 start on John. GMB gets McCafferty for $6.99. And then we have Hank Voodoo Rhythm Records, $6.99. A 2012 Switzerland Garage sealed. Hank Solid Rock and Roll Gold, $6.99 on that. Ashley Von Hertzer and the Haters, 1995 Punk, $6.99. And Lost Horizon, the classic film scores of Dmitry Tomikin. And that's $6.99. EX. Has any of the shirts in now? Chad Williams. Victor Guerra on Ash, and that was for Ashley. Michael Freiberger was second, and Shakedown wants Hank. All right, those are all sold for $6.99. We need to breeze through those again. Robin Glenn on Solid Rock and Roll Gold. Are you asking me? I'm not for sure if I know what you're asking me. I don't know if that meant, do we have any shirts in stock, or are any of the new shirts in? As in like the pre-orders. All right. I'm going to go through this quickly. I'm going to save some oxygen by not saying $6.99. You know everything in here is $6.99. I'm just going to read through the titles. Then we're going to try to offer these as a bundle. Medusa, self-titled. Dallas Frazier, Tell It Like It Is. If you have a question, of course, ask. The Association Live. Mason Williams Ear Show. Kelaita, Too Hot to Handle. Sterling, City Kids. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. Shrink and Hype on that one. The Pointer Sisters, Steppin'. Betty Everett, There'll Come a Time. Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well. John Isley, Glass. Delmer McClinton, Second Wind. The Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday. Katrina and the Waves and Katrina and the Waves. This is Break of Heart sealed. And then this one here is called Waves. Sully on Medusa. Sully gets the Medusa for $6.99 pre-order. I can give you an update on that in about 2 seconds. Here is the update on this. The shirts are going to be sent to us the week after Christmas. So they didn't come in today. They probably won't be in tomorrow, but you can expect them sometime next week for next week's invoicing. Richard Yeager gets both Katrina and the Waves. Everything in here is $6.99, including the Association Renaissance, the King Bees, the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Paul Hardcastle, Home Folk, Kenny Rogers, Rock and Roll Soldiers, Images, The Many Moods of Ben Vaughn, Atlanta, Oxes, More Than a Miracle, Grand Tour, Derek Smith Trio, and Lost Horizon, which is Dmitry Tomikin film scores. Nobody bid on Booker T 20. Nobody bid on John Prine 5. Those are $20 and $5. Okay. Robin Glenn. I'll give the lag just a few seconds. Make sure nobody is claiming or asking questions before I start counting these and putting them up for a bundle deal. That's a poster I need to put back on the shelf. That's another poster I need to put back on the shelf. This can go in the trash. I really don't know what that is. Here's some more random autographed this and those. Maybe a couple more singles over here. That's trash. That's trash. Trying to clear out all my miscellaneous bins. That's trash. This is a bizarre thing for sure. I don't know what that is. Okay. Danny gets John Prine for $5. And then Dennis Jackson wants Delbert McClinton, which was right in here. Okay. What is the Booker T? Macklemore Avenue. 1970 USOG Terre Haute, strong VG cover, $20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. I will sell everything left in here for $95. That's $3.80 a piece. $95 bundle deal on the remaining of the crate. If we sell this, I'll go fill up another one. If we don't sell this, I'll start saying my first waves of good nights. So let's hope for mine and your sakes, we get these sold, right? Somebody goes, boom, I'm in, Chad. If not, we're in trouble. Richard Yeager sold on this for $20. And this bundle deal is sold to John Barry for, $80. Sell these to John Barry for $80. I almost countered. I'll save that for the next one. All right, let me grab some sticky notes to tag these. Golly, look at all this sold stuff in here. There's so much sold stuff in here, folks. There is so much sold stuff. There's sold stuff everywhere in here. Holy moly. Come on, John Barry. Did I save those lyrics from Grok whenever we wrote a song one night, folks, about John Barry, the guy who likes the bundle. And the name of the song was The Bundler. We did get help from AI. Sorry, but we had to. I don't think any of us could write a song that fast. My name is Chad Williams, not Chad McCartney or not Chad Lennon. Now, maybe if my name was Chad McCartney or Chad Lennon, I would try it myself, but my name's Chad Williams. My name was Chad Prine or Chad Van Zant. Chad Prine or Chad Van Zant, I would try to write it myself. My name was Chad Morrison or Chad Hatfield or Chad Gilmore or Chad Waters, I would try to write it myself. I got bundle deals around his, I got sticky notes around his bundle deal. Let's go fill up another one. Chad Van Zandt. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Chad Prine. Chad McCartney sounds really cool. Chad Plant. Chad Plant. Wow, what a cool name. Chad Plant. All right, let's do some more 6.99ers. Let's see where we should pull these from, eh? Where are you, 6.99 rascals? Let's fill up 6.99 crates. Come on, John Barry. Let's find some good ones. I mean, I want y'all to go, holy crap, no way he's selling these for $6.99. There's just no way. Surely he's joking. There's no way he's selling these for $6.99. Surely there's got to be something up. There's no way this dude is crazy enough to be selling these for $6.99. I can wait another day. Da 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 da. Chad Plant. Chad Hetfield. The sky before you die. It's the last time you will. Come on, John Barry. Maybe you're kin to Hank. Hank, yeah, that would be a good songwriter. The Williamses. I was trying to think of great songwriters with names Williams. I guess that's right. Hank Sr., Hank Jr., Hank the Third, and I guess there's a Hank the Fourth already making music too. I don't know many other big names Williamses, prolific songwriters. Duos, the best duos of all time. Jagger, Richards, McCartney, Lennon, Page and Plant. Oh yeah, John Williams. Well, we could write some dramatic score music. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun da 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 dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dum. Star Wars. Dun. Da 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 da. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 ba da dum ba da dum. Down down. When Home Alone comes on and I start hearing that music, I know it's going to be a good movie. And it'll say score music by John Williams. I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be good. Okay, sorry, I had to eat some more chocolate-covered raisins and get another bottle of water. Take a drink of Gorilla Mine. Here we go, $6.99. We need a couple more auctions too. I'm trying to clear out this bin over here. I have another John Prine, speaking of great songwriters, possibly one of the top 10 best of all time. John Prine, Sweet Revenge, a 1973 USOG Presswell. Original lyric inserts included and the Atlantic Company or sleeve. VG minus $10 start. And then the Beatles. This is actually a serial numbered copy. This is the typical condition you find white albums in, though. Sorry, I got the hiccups. VG minus G plus. It does have the photos and the poster. I mean, it's got the poster and the photos, the jacket and vinyl's in typical condition, though, of a white album. $10 start. It's serial number 2557759. $10 start on the White Album, $10 start on John Prine. Man, that's the songwriters I was just talking about, John Prine and Lennon and McCartney, and give some credit to George Harrison too. $6.99. Chet Atkins, Guitar Country. Clean copy, no condition notes. Chet Atkins, $6.99. The Best of the Trap Family Singers. 2 LP, also $6.99. Same price for Rocky and Other Knockouts. Fernat and Teicher. I think that's how you say that. $6.99. These are all $6.99, including Hot Love, David Essex. $6.99 for David Essex Hot Love, and Difford and Tilbrook from Squeeze. They were members of Squeeze. $6.99. Shango Trampin', $6.99 for that. The Beatles has a bid for $10, and John Prine has a bid for $10. And right now we're going through a $6.99 crate. Hoyt Axton, Joy to the World. Wow, that was originally $39. How about $6.99 on Hoyt Axton? These are $6.99, no more, no less. And I have a high possibility, I'm putting odds on, whatever doesn't sell could possibly, very well, very should be sold in a bundle deal. The Best of Buck Owens, $6.99 for Buck Owens, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $6.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Over here, Hoyt Axton is sold to Jim B for $6.99. John Prine's at $12. Matt Shepard, you're out. Danny next on Hoyt Axton, and the Beatles has a new bid for $12. Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash with hop sticker, $6.99 on that. We have Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw in shrink, $6.99 for the Kershaws, and Diamonds by the Dozen country style. This is a country compilation from RCA. Kind of a cool cover on this one. Hank Laughlin's on here. Chet Atkins, Eddie Arnold, The Brown, Dale Wood. Classic country stuff. $6.99 on that. And then over here, I have Spankin' Her Gang, Like to Get to Know You. That's one of their big songs. That's $6.99 for Spankin' Her Gang. Danny Thomason on LM for Louisiana Man. That record's going down to Louisiana, to Danny. $6.99. And then Jeffrey Downs, the something. What does that say? The what? Is this the same Jeff Downs like Queensrock or Asia? Who am I thinking of? I bet it is. Jeffrey Downs, the New Dance Orchestra, the Light Program. Interesting. That was originally $19.99. $6.99 on that. The Beatles is at $13. Spankin' Her Gang is sold to Richard Yeager. And then John Prine's at $20. So the Beatles is this album originally came out in '68. This is a '71 repress. So they made several millions of copies of this from '68 all the way up through the mid-'70s on Apple. And the first runs are serial numbered, and they're embossed like that. They're supposed to come with a poster and 4 photos. This is a '71 repress, a Jacksonville press, and disc 1 is VG minus, disc 2 is G plus. Disc 2 has feelable marks. Disc 1, no feelable marks, but substantial scuffing. Over here. And then over here is this. I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, that was a double knee pop. I needed that. That's a relief. I think that releases some sort of like gas in my knees. Everybody's been telling me. That felt good though. Mike Panera, Isla. Mike Panera, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Music from Rustler's Rhapsody. That has artists such as John Anderson, Gary Morris, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Randy Travis is on here. Charlie McCoy, $6.99 on that. And Association, and then along comes the Association, $6.99. Prine is the final call to Danny. And then Larry, it looks like you may be getting the Beatles for $13. And a lot of times, this album can have a crazy range. Let's say you had a '68 pressing. These 1968 pressings, a US, can range, and this is no joke, they've sold for as much as probably dollars up into like 6 figures. The very first serial numbers were given to the Beatles. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I think 4 went to Ringo. Number 1 went to Ringo, maybe. 4 went to John Lennon. One of them recently sold in the last 10 years. And so, like, literally, and those were, I think, UK copies. This is a crazy album, just like Mini Bills. I mean, these have literally sold this exact same Apple embossed serial numbers, a few dollars probably to trash copies, nice mid-grade $7,500 plus, really nice, pristine, hundreds of dollars. Low numbers I've seen sell up in the thousands. I've seen 3-digit numbers sell up in the thousands. And then when you get really low, like you get down to single or double digits, man, you're talking about sometimes tens of thousands. And then if you get the ones that were owned by George Martin or the Beatles, of course, those are in private collections now worth $500,000. So crazy the range of these records here. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, BS&T, that was sold back here, $6.99 to Adam Bernardi and Danny Thomason on the comp, which was the soundtrack, Rustler's Rhapsody. All right, everything in here is $6.99. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $6.99. The Age of Television, a chronicle of the first 25 years, $6.99 for that. And Jeannie Clemens, Sing a Rainbow, another children's song, Folkway Records, $6.99. Two more, and we got Stan Freberg with the original cast. Stand is $6.99, and Bing Crosby, Kraft Music Hall, 1942, $6.99. All right, I said two more because I got to sell John Prine to Danny Thomason for $20, and I got to sell the White Album to Larry Gonzalez for $13. I don't think Paul McCartney's has ever come up for sale because he probably still has it. Paul McCartney is one of these people. He still has a pretty extensive record collection. I bet he still has his personal owned White Album, which may or might not ever come up to market. But boy, if it did, oh man, it'd be insane, of course. But one of them did come up for market. It was either John's or Ringo's, one of those low numbers. But the first 4 UK serial numbers went to them. And I think George Martin got number 5. Who is pretty much the 5th Beatle. If you've been watching Anthology on Disney Plus, you'll find out he pretty much helped with about everything they did. Three Dog Night Harmony, $6.99 for Three Dog Night. And then Keith Hartley Band, Overdog, VG Plus, $6.99. Keith Hartley Band. And another Keith Hartley Band, This Time Is Near. That's also VG Plus, $6.99. $6.99 crate. Cool stuff in here. Let's put up a couple more. We've almost sold this entire crate of bonus auctions tonight. And let's see what these last few are. I think there's another Beatles in here. It is. I've got another low-grade Beatles, a Magical Mystery Tour. It's in G-plus condition, though. It is a 67 U.S. stereo, $5 start. And then I have Tony Rice. And this is a 1976 U.S. It's on Rebel Records. It's called California Autumn. VG Plus, $25 start. And then I've got a few more, and then we've sold a whole crate of bonus auctions tonight. And I think Seth might be delivering some more tomorrow. It's Spain on Three Dog Night. Old Fashioned Love Song is I've Never Been to Spain. It is. Yep, that's a good album, a good song. Another Keith Hartley Band, The Battle of Northwest 6. That's VG, $6.99. 3 Keith Hartley bands. Graham Parker, Squeezing Out Sparks, $6.99. Shakedown wants at least the first 2. There's another one as well. These are all $6.99. Everything in here, no more, no less. Irene Cara, What a Feeling. Irene Cara is $6.99. Shakedown on the 3rd Keith Hartley Band. $5 start on the Beatles. Tony Rice is a $25 start. Russ and Paul, See You in Court. 1979 soft rock, sealed, $6.99. Shakedown, Danny gets the Three Dog Night Harmony. That's so to Danny at $6.99. And then J.D. Souther, Home by Dawn, gold stamp promo, J.D. Souther. I think he had a pretty successful career, but I think he was also known for being a big songwriter. J.D. Souther, $6.99, Home by Dawn. Chuck Jackson, Any Day Now. U.S. Stereo, Exact You're Unknown, VG, $6.99. Sully gets J.D. Souther. And the original hits of the Beau Brummels, including Laugh Laugh, $6.99. And then Van Dyke Parks, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Chuck Jackson sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you on that one. And we have the Guess Who, Sewn and Grown in Canada. The Guess Who is $6.99. Danny on TR. And that was for possibly, well, if it's for J.D. Souther, you were second on that one. The Righteous Brothers is $6.99. And, I bet he was about to bid on Tony Rice, and he cut off his comment because he was trying to claim J.D. Souther, or maybe he said disregard. Okay. Richard Yeager gets Beau Brummels. We have The Way Up on The Way Up, Anne Margaret. That's a pretty cool cover, the way they did that. On the Way Up, Anne Margaret, $6.99 on that. The Tony Rice is a $25 start. $25 start. Davey Blair got the Guess Who, Steve Biddlecombe on Anne Margaret. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. The soundtrack, Elmer Bernstein. The Scalp Hunters, $6.99. And we also have Dan Alva. Don Alva is sealed. It was $24.99. Now it's $6.99. And we also have Barry Drake, Happy Landing. That's EX $6.99. Tony Rice does have a bid. Shakedown on Don Alva. That's sold as Shakedown. And Roy Buchanan, Loading Zone, $6.99 on that. Grand Tour on Such a Winter's Day, 1977 Disco. That was originally $20, now $6.99. Harmonica Frank Floyd, sealed, $6.99. So Tony Rice is going to sell for $25. Final call. Nobody bid on the low grade Magical Mystery Tour. $5 on that. G plus condition. Tony Rice has a new bid for $27. And then Mark Hummel, Up and Jumping. That is sealed for $6.99. And then the Best of the Platters, Musicore, Double Gold Series, a double LP and Shrink, $6.99. GMB said, give me the Beatles for $5. 67 USOG Scranton Press. Sold. GMB $5. Danny Thomason on FF. That was for Frank Floyd. Sully, you got some competition on Tony Rice. I was about to say, I think Danny was almost about to bid on it or maybe try to do the bot now. You bid, and now he's bid against you. So we'll see what happens on that one. So earlier we had a shooting star, and Derek Clark made a comment. Great rock, very similar to REO Speedwagon. And I have another one, so I'm going to bundle both together and put them both up for a $10 start. So these are both near mint, or this one is Hang On Your Life. That's near mint, and the other one was VG Plus. Let's do both shooting stars, a $10 start. All right, both shooting stars, $10 start. And then I've got two low-grade Ray Charles. So one is a 62 USOG, and one's a 62 USOG VG and VG. And that's both Ray Charles, a $5 start for both of them, okay? So shooting star bundle, Ray Charles bundle, Tony Rice sold to Danny Thomason for $27. Did that Tony Rice from tonight sell? The only no bids tonight are, other than Mickey Thomas, the technically no bids tonight was, no, that's it. So it's really just those two. The rest are stuff I've shown previous nights. Okay, so shooting star 10, Ray Charles 5. Twofers. I'm going to save a lot of oxygen by not saying the price too many times this time. I'm just going to read through these and remind you what is still available at $6.99. Make sure everybody's got their claims. And then I'm going to offer these as a bundle. All right, here we go, 101. Whew, let me touch, well, actually I'm gonna squat down and stretch. Oh yeah, what a relief. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. All these are $6.99. Chad Atkins, Guitar Country. The Best of the Trap Family Singers. Rocky and Other Knockouts. Hot Love, David Essex. Dilford and Tilbrook. Shango, Trampin'. The Best of Buck Owens. Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash. Diamonds by the Dozen, Country Style. Jeffrey Downs, boy, I can't read that. That's a wild font. The New Light Dance Orchestra, the Light Program. Mike Panera, The Association, Brewer and Shipley, The Age of Television, Jeannie Clemens, Stan Freeberg, Bing Crosby, Graham Parker, Irene Cara, Russ and Paul, Van Dyke Parks, The Righteous Brothers, The Scalp Hunter soundtrack, Barry Drake, Happy Landings, Roy Buchanan, Grand Tour, Mark Hummel, and The Best of the Platters. Rocky. That was Fernat and Teicher, which is known as like classical piano type, like almost like film score people. They are covering famous film scores on here. like Theme from New York to New York, Rocky, etc., etc. Victor Guerra on Irene Cara, sold. And Tim Vergari on Roy, and Roy was Roy Buchanan. Ray Charles has bids for 5 and 6. Tim Vergari, you've been outbid. If anybody wants both shooting stars, you can pick those up for $10. Okay? Both of those together for $10. Make sure everybody has everything they want out of here before I count these and offer them as a bundle. All right. Jim B said SS to star, SS for 10. Victor Guerra, hold on. Victor Guerra said SS to star, SS. I guess he's technically right before you, Jim B. He was trying to get a starting bid in, but well, that was a buy it now. So these are sold to Victor Guerra for 10. Jim B was second. And then the 2 Ray Charles has a bid for 7. All right, let's count these. All righty. Does anybody need any blankets? I still got some cool blankets in stock. Queen, Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead, Megadeth, Iron Maiden. Maybe some people's got some in their orders by now, and they're like, heck yeah, these things are nice. I need some more, Chad. All right, we have 1. Actually, I don't know why I did it that way. I can count them faster this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wow, about the same as last time. 26 here. 26 times, yeah, $95. I think the last bundle was $25. $95. Alan Davies. Aha, Alan Davies. Alan Davies, Psychedelic Warlords. I've already sold one. This is another one. It's autographed. It's $35. This is the second one I had. $35 on that. All the blankets are $79.99. All the blankets are $79.99. Here's what Pink Floyd looks like. It's a queen size 60 by 80 Dark Side of the Moon Tour poster blanket. $79.99 for Pink Floyd. So those are queen size Sherpa fleece. I got Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Queen, and I think Sleep Token. Yep. $80 again. Sold. First thing, let me tag his psychedelic right here. Ray Charles is between Danny and Sully. Sully, you're out. This sold to Jeremiah for $35. And then this whole crate is sold to John Berry for $80. Right. For the same price, you can buy this beautiful Sherpa fleece, Pink Floyd. Go up blindfolded. Well, I've been pulling out of the same bin. I think we can do one more. I was looking at the clock. I was like, man, if I go any further, it's going to turn into 2 a.m. before long. But yeah, I think we can do one more. And we just have almost filled up 8 full crates. That's amazing. And yeah, let me take this crate and let's do it one more time. And then tomorrow, after we go through all of our new stuff, tomorrow, we'll probably do some more of the Paul and Laura half-off stuff. And then we'll do some more like this. I hope y'all are excited. I hope y'all are as excited as I am. All right, here we go. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Yep, I'm just going to from the same thing right here. As you just heard, I didn't do much looking. I just did a bunch of grabbing. It was emptying out the first part of that second bin up there. All right, both Ray Charles are sold to Danny for $15. The pair for $15. And we have $6.99 records coming up right now. $6.99 records coming up right now. That was the last of the bonus auction crate. It's literally empty. So that's why I'm over here trying to clear out other bins. Here's something I've been wanting to list on eBay for a long time. And it's over here, but I don't know. Somebody might want to take a chance on it. This is from Hank Williams Jr. And from all the research we could do on it, this came from his, this was something he had made for his crew. Academy of Country Music Entertainer of the Year. So he was the ACM Entertainer of the Year 1987. And from what I understand, he had these made, or somebody had them made to give to him and his crew and staff. Probably his road crew, his band, all that. So I've been thinking about putting it on eBay forever. When I looked it up a year ago, there could have been some sales since then, but a year ago, we couldn't find anything about it other than that little blip about maybe what they were. So, if it doesn't sell tonight, I'll put it on eBay for about the same starting bid, $35. And it's a box of saltwater taffy. It's sealed. It's from 1987. It doesn't really say what it was made for, other than that right there. And it's a cool display piece, if anything, though. But I think these were given away to his staff, band, and crew, and because he won that. So I do not recommend opening it and trying to eat the taffy. I bet that's some hard, teeth-breaking taffy. But it's a cool display piece. I'm thinking a $35 start. And if you don't believe me, if it does sell tonight, I'm thinking an eBay auction, $34.99. But I think it's worth at least that. All right, that's been over here next to me forever. I'm telling you, these little bins over here have all kinds of stuff in them. That's a knife that I still need to get payment for, but that's my old high school principal. He's hard to get a hold of. Mr. Scudder, if you're out there, I need you to come pick up your knife. I don't know how it ended up all the way back here. It's supposed to be up front. What else is over here? All right, let's just stop right there. There's that, and let's start doing $6.99ers. Peaches and herb, too hot. $6.99, peaches and herb. We have Natural Everyday Degradation Remo Drive. This don't even have a sticker on it. Sealed. Clear Smoke Vinyl Remo Drive, $6.99. Billy Burnett has a radio station promo sticker, $6.99 for Billy Burnett. Cleopatra, music from Cleopatra, Elizabeth Taylor, $6.99. Naturally Everyday, which is Remo Drive, sold to Shakedown. Heads, Hands, and Feet, Old Soldiers Never Die, VG Plus, $6.99. And boy, this don't even have a sleeve on it. Is this supposed to be up there? Well, it's nice. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. Chubby Checker for Teen Twisters only. Chubby Checker, $6.99. Let me put this in a new sleeve. $6.99. Sold to James Rainey. Chubby Checker sold. Phaedra, Retro Motion Picture Soundtrack. VG, $6.99. And The Thought, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99 for The Thought. And Mandrill. That's always a cool album. Polydor, very clean, $6.99 for Mandrill. Strange Days, 9 Parts to the Wind. 1975 UK folk prog. That's Paul's handwriting. It was originally marked $29.99. 9 Parts to the Wind, Strange Days. String Driven Thing, Please Mind Your Head. Another prog album from 1974, $6.99 on that. Eric Van Leuven on Mandrill. Final Call to Get a Bid on Hank. I wish I had another box of stuff to auction. That's why I got to do some digging tonight and get some more stuff ready. We've really blasted through some stuff this week. Plus, it's been a short week with low staff, so I don't have as much extra, just whatever's laying around here. Here's a record. It's a record store day. Meet Your Maker, Chic and Sugar Hill Gang. So Chic, Good Times, and Sugar Hill Rappers Delight. $7 start. Let's put that up for bid. Jim B had a claim. That was for Remo Drive. He was second. Shakedown got Naturally Everydays. That was Remo Drive. Jim B was second. James Rainey got Chubby Checker. Eric Van Leuven got Mandrill. Jim B got Strange Days. That's sold to Jim B. And we also have Crowfoot, Find the Sun. Crowfoot is $6.99. Jimmy's Fierce, The Dragon is Dancing. That's a 1975 white label promo. The note from Paul said, underrated artist. That's $6.99. And Boxer, Below the Belt. Boxer is $6.99. And Oz, with 2 Z's, No Prisoners. VG $6.99. If anybody wants the Hank Williams Jr. Taffy, $35. Chic over here, $7. Leonard Skinner is new and sealed, $34.99. Metallica is remastered, $29. King Crimson's $34. The Doors is Analog Productions, $59.99. And then Pink Floyd's $49. All right, we have Yasmin, Wanna Dance. Yasmin is sealed for $6.99. And Sylvia, Lay It On Me. Sylvia is sealed for $6.99. Mark V says he'll take the taffy for $35. I'm kind of disappointed because I was always curious what this would end up selling for on eBay. This is one of those bizarre things you could see selling for like 19 bids, $380. But now I'll never know. Mark V says it's now in possession of you for $35. Danny, you came in right after him. And then Adam Bernardi gets Fears. And over here, Spheres, this one right here, Jimmy's Fierce, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. And Ziggy Chaos, he's over in the UK watching this morning. He gets Leonard Skinner for $34.99. All right, and then Sugar Hill is sold to Jim B for $7. We have filled up another crate. I actually got to start a new crate because this one has filled up. Oh, here's some stuff over here I forgot about. Yep. I have these bootlegged or copied CDs. I don't know if there's any interest. I mean, I hate to toss them, but sometimes people buy them just to check them out. So, let's see. Rocky Burnett, the Leroy Brothers, Shakin' Stevens, 20 great rockabilly hits, Rockin' Again at the second, Rockin' Again at the 2, Eyes, I don't know what that means, Soundgarden, Rolling Stones. Those Rolling Stones are from Voodoo Brew. That's a booklet. Let me make sure this thing isn't signed, from Motorhead. Some kind of booklet that went to a Motorhead, and then Voodoo Stew. So that Voodoo Stew is a well-known Rolling Stones bootleg, and then the Soundgarden's Bad Motorfinger. So all these kind of copied or bootleg CDs, TDX, $10. Starting bid, of course. And then we have Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Rufus is $6.99. And then we have Mike McCoy's Trompe l'Oeil, Ogala Possession, $6.99 on Mike McCoy's, and Danny Crowa, Angels Watching Over Me. He is sealed for $6.99. And then Joe Ely, Lord of the Highway, $6.99 on that. Was that everything that's in this tub? Yeah, that was the same tub that had, what am I trying to think of? That was the same tub that had the Bob Dylan CDs from earlier. So it is officially and finally empty. Here's a single that was laying on top of it. Wings, with a little luck, we can work it out. VG Plus condition, Wings, a $7 start. $6.99 crate. Brian Prothrow, IU, 1976 US Folk Rock Prague, $6.99 on that. And then Danny Thomason wants Joe Ely. I never did go get a new empty crate. Let me do that right now. Down, down. With a little luck, we can help it out. All right, that's sold for $6.99. Wings is a $7 start. We have Groundhog for $6.99. That's a VG copy. And then also $6.99 is The Last Ritual, a 1969 Prague record, VG Plus condition, now just $6.99. I need to put a new sealed record over there in the corner. Got to keep the store decorated, hey? Aha, I got a bunch of these I need to sell. It's almost worthy of a post. I have so many in stock. Buckingham Nicks. Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. $6.99. Elegy the Nice, VG Plus, $6.99 on that. Southwind, Ready to Ride, VG Plus. These are all $6.99 in this crate. This is a country rock psych album. Country rock psych for $6.99. Glenn Coe, 72 Prague, VG $6.99. And then Roy Harper, a 78 US, VG Plus, $6.99. John Lovick Turner, a 73 Country Rock, white label promo, $6.99. And then Carly Simon, Spy. Carly Simon, $6.99. Do It Yourself, Ian Deary and the Blockheads, $6.99 on that. If anybody wants these copied CDs, that whole stack there for $10. Wings is a bot now for $7 if you want that. Okay. Also, we have Greg Ken, Rock and Roll Band. Greg Ken is $6.99. Chain Reaction, $6.99. Gold Stamp Promo. Code Blue, 1980 New Wave, $6.99. Boy, this is going to make a cool bundle. A lot of unusual stuff in here. Whoever ends up with a bundle of this is going to be a fun listen. A lot of cool stuff in here. Unusual stuff. John Lovick Turner, sold to Danny Thomason, $6.99. We have Energy Orchid. That's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. The Truth, Weapons of Love, that's $6.99. Mark Weiss gets Wings. By the way, that was a foreign press, if I didn't mention that earlier. That was a German press. I don't know if I even said that. I should have. $7, that's sold. We have Graham Nash, David Crosby, VG Plus, $6.99. Tuesday Blue, Shaboomy. Tuesday Blue was $6.99. Midge Urge, The Gift, that's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Shakedown on Roy Harper. That was Roy Harper. Yeah, Roy Harper. That's sold a Shakedown. And then we had Arlo Guthrie, Amigo. No condition notes on that, $6.99. Another record without a sleeve. Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli, Live in London. Boy, this is beautiful too. Somewhere Over the Rainbow. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty nice. So let's make that $6.99. Let me put it in a new sleeve. All right. And then Victor Guerra on Chain Reaction. That's sold. A Wolverine on Judy Garland for $6.99. And then we have Country Gold, Johnny Cash, Big River. VG Plus, $6.99 on that. And then El Chicano Celebration, $6.99. Oh, here's two more singles for $6.99. Here's Wings, Arrow Through Me. Arrow Through Me. I like that song from Paul. It's off Back to the Egg, which isn't really a big album from him. And then Crowded House, Something So Strong, picture sleeve. $6.99 on those. Gatefolds. I don't have gatefolds that per se open, that you can put a gatefold in. These that I sell will hold a gatefold. These vinyl style that I sell, that we sell retail packs of, those will hold a gatefold album jacket comfortably. They're not too tight at all. Okay, so let's read through these. I'm going to save some oxygen, like I always say. I'm just going to read the titles. Everything in here is $6.99. Possibly the last $6.99 crate, and then I'm going to show a few things that didn't sell tonight, try to get some stuff sold. And I got to get ready for tomorrow and kind of play some cleanup around here. So with that being said, of course, Wolverine's on. He might talk me into going through a box of 45s. Or we can just say, let's do it tomorrow. Or we might go through another crate of $6.99 after we know GMB's good and asleep. I'll message everybody. I'll be like, hey, GMB's good and asleep. Let's bring out the good stuff. Let's bring out all the sealed $30, $35, $40, $50 sealed records for $6.99. GMB is snoozing. He's going to miss out on all this stuff. All right, these are all $6.99. Peaches and Herb, Too Hot. Billy Burnett. Cleopatra. Head, Hands, and Feet. Old Soldiers Never Die. Phaedra soundtrack, The Thought, String-Driven Thing, Crowfoot, Boxer, Below the Belt, Oz, Yasmin, Sylvia, Rufus, Mike McCoy's Trompe Leroy, Ogala Procession, Danny Croha, Brian Prothro, Groundhog, The Last Ritual, The Nice, Elegy, Southwind, Ready to Ride, Glenn Coe, Carly Simon, Spy, Ian Deary and the Blockheads, Do It Yourself, Greg Ken, Rock and Roll, Mark Weiss, Want Peaches and Herb. We also have Code Blue. We have Energy Orchid, The Truth, Weapons of Love, Graham Nash, David Crosby, Tuesday Blue, Midge Urge, Arlo Guthrie, El Chicano, and Country Gold. If anybody wants these singles, they're $6.99, $6.99. That was Crowded House and Wings. All righty. With a little luck. James Rainey on Oz. Oz. Next is Old Soldiers genre. No genre to give you. It's in the realm of rock, though. Debbie Blair on CH. 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 CH was what? Country Gold, Johnny Cash, Big River, Tammy Wynette, Good, David Houston, Too Many Times, Johnny and Joni Mosby, I'd Fight the World, Claude King, Lord, Johnny Horton, They'll Never Take Her Love From Me, Charlie Rich, Nothing in the World, Bob Luman, World of Unhappiness, She Called Me Baby, Carl Smith. She Wants Crowded House for $6.99, Debbie Blair. I gotta make sure Danny doesn't want those before I do a bundle deal here. What's in this tub? My curiosity is piqued. Interesting. Miscellaneous. Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. Head, Hand, and Feet is country rock. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30. Danny gets this for $6.99. There should be 30. Bundle price on these, $115. $115 on 30. Biggest quantity we've had so far. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. John Barry has offered $100. Sold. Come on, John Barry. $100. Boom. Boom. Done. Keep going. Signing off. Keep going. Signing off. Keep going. Keep going. Signing off. Going. Sign off. Going. Sign off. Keep going. Sign off. Keep going. Sign off. Keep going, sign off. Go or sign off. Go or sign off. Sign off. Keep going. Go on. Keep signing. Keep going. Sign off. Going. Sign off. So. Going. Sign off. Done. Put it. Boom. Boom. Ding. Da da. Boom. Ba da. Ding. Da da. Boom. Ba da. Shit. Boom, bada, ding, da da, boom, boom, doom, doo doo, doom, bada, dee da da, bada, boom, bada, dee da da, doo doo doo, da da da, da da, doo doo doo. Yum, yum. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Control. Yum, yum, da, da. 8675309 75. I got your number. Up on the housetop. Do 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 do. Bum bum. Ba da da. Bim ba da da. Ding ding ding. Ooh do 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 dee dee dee. All these are $6.99. Fanny Charity Ball. I Contina Turner. Proud Mary Keep On Rolling. Santana, Everybody's Everything, Santana Evil Ways, Journey Separate Ways, Living Color, Cult of Personality, Badfinger, Lost Inside Your Love promo, and the Black Crows, Hard to Handle. Hey, that's a good one. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Man, there's some $20, $30 records in there Jim B could triple his money on. First thing, we had the Black Crows, so to Chris Frazier. We still got Badfinger. We still got Living Color. We still got Journey. We got Santana. Ike is so to Wolverine, and we still got Fanny Charity Ball. Fanny, Santana, Journey, Living Color, sold to Danny, and he was second on Black Crows. Those are all $6.99. Sean Cosley was next on Proud Mary. Jeremiah Stasich next on Living Color, and Debbie Blair was first on Journey. How much are these, Chad? They're just $6.99. Surely you're joking. I mean, surely you just didn't put all those out there for $6.99 each. I did. We got Joe Turner, Corinna. We have Stevie Nicks, Leather and Lace with Don Henley. Happy Birthday Baby, vocal by the Tune Weavers. Neil Diamond promo, You Make It Feel Like Christmas. Whistling Jack Smith, I Was Kaiser Bill's Batman. Kaiser Bill. Tommy James and the Shondell, It's Only Love, and Don't Let My Love Pass You By. Those are all $6.99. Most of these in here, $30, $40 a piece. Jim B should be all over these, easily be able to triple and double his money on some of these. These are all $6.99 each. First thing we have is Tommy James. We got Whistling Jack Smith. We got Neil Diamond. We had the Tune Weavers. And then Stevie Nicks, so to Debbie. Danny Thomason was next. Joe Turner was left over in that handful. Next handful, these are Somewhere Beyond the Sea with Bobby Darin. Somewhere Beyond the Sea, $6.99. Bobby Day, The Bluebird, The Buzzard, and The Oral. Wilson Pickett, Land of a Thousand Dances. Unbelievably great dance tune. Buddy Holly, I'm Gonna Love You Too on Coral. Rodney Crowell, After All This Time. Rodney Crowell, She's Crazy for Leaving. And John Anderson, I'm Just an Old Chunk of Coal. Classic. $6.99. $6.99. Wow, that's a cool record there. All right, so what's the flip side of Black Crows? The flip side of Black Crows was Waiting Guilty. Okay, first thing we had here is the following. Wolverine on EP. EP for him was, I bet he meant Wilson Pickett, right? Wolverine, you put EP, you meant WP for Wilson Pickett. If that's not right, it goes to Jeremiah. Wolverine also got Buddy Holly. Danny Thomason got John Anderson. And EP was WP. That left Rodney Crowell, Bobby Day, and Bobby Darin. Somewhere Beyond the Sea. These are all $6.99. Angie, Silver Trains to Flip. Richard Chamberlain, All I Have to Do Is Dream. Bobby Helms, Fraulein on Brunswick. The Beach Boys, Rock and Roll Music, and the TM Song. The Doobie Brothers, Whoa, Listen to the Music, and Long Train and Run, and Double Hits. Chicago, Harry Truman. George Thorogood, I'm Ready. And Stories, Brother Louie. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Next thing over here, what was the Bobby Day? Bobby Day is the Bluebird, the Buzzard, and the Oral. The Oral, I can't say that word. I never have, never will. And then the flip side is Alone Too Long. $6.99 on that. Jeremiah Stasich wants the Rolling Stones. Angie. Oh, Angie. That doesn't sound like Mick Jagger, does it? Stories, George Thorogood, Chicago, Doobie Brothers, Beach Boys, Richard Chamberlain, and Bobby Fuller. How much are those? They're just $6.99. My gosh, surely you're joking and you're not actually selling these for $6.99. I am. We have I'll Be Home for Christmas, Bing Crosby, The Gentry's Wild World, and The Gentry's has a KVFD radio station stamp and gold vinyl. Chubby Checker, The Class, White Christmas, Bing Crosby, Roger Miller and Willie Price, Jump in the Saddle, The Curly Shuffle, Jigsaw, Sky High, I love that one, and Nice, The Beatles, Ain't She Sweet, and Nobody's Child on Atco, $6.99. Whoa, great price on that is $6.99. Susie Breedlove gets The Stories. Susie Breedlove on The Stories. That was right here, Brother Louie. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. All these are all $6.99. Wolverine on B for Beatles. And then Samuel Kopich wants the Bing Crosbys. He put Bings. So to Samuel and so to Samuel. And that left Jigsaw, Sky High, Curly Shuffle, Roger Miller, Willie Nelson, Chubby Checker, and The Gentrys. And believe it or not, those are only $6.99. I know that's hard to believe, but I heard it through the grapevine. It does have an address label on the label, but it's Marvin Gaye, original. Roxy Music, Love is the Drug. Honky Tonk Women, the Rolling Stones. I Said, Neil Diamond. He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, Neil Diamond. Heart, All I Want to Do Is Make Love. Boy, what a deal for $6.99. Funkadelic, One Nation Under a Groove. Wow. All those are $6.99. Wolverine says he'll take the Bobby Day. Let's pull that from one of these previous stacks. That was right here. Sold to Wolverine. Bobby Day, $6.99. Marvin Gaye is sold to Wolverine. Sean Costley was second. Tony McDaniel third. And then I Said, Neil Diamond. That's sold to Wolverine. Susie Breedlove put Grape. And she put Grape. No grape here. We'll move on, see if she auto-corrected. Jeremiah Stasich got Roxy Music. Jeremiah got Roxy Music. Wolverine got Funkadelic. Debbie Blair got the Rolling Stones. Jeremiah Stasich put Fun, and that was for Funkadelic. And then Danny got FD. That was already sold. Funkadelic. Jason next on Roxy. Jason next on Funkadelic. That left Neil Diamond, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, and Free Life and The Heart. All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You, and Call of the Wild. That's the only two left out of that handful. $6.99. Also $6.99 is John Wade, an 80s classic, Missing You. Juice Newton, Tell Her No. War, Good Feeling. The Hollies, Magic Woman Touch. Kenny Loggins, I'm Free from Footloose. Wilson Pickett, International Playboy. Hey, we had one of those earlier. Spanish Gold, Out on the Street. We had one of those earlier, and now there's another chance. How much are those, Chad? They're just $6.99. Surely, you're joking. I'm not. These are just $6.99. Spanish Gold, Wilson Pickett, sold to Wolverine. And then we got Kenny Loggins, The Hollies, War, Juice Newton, and John Waite. Missing You. Those are all $6.99. I know you think I'm crazy, but yes, these are only just $6.99. Here comes the next handful. These are also just $6.99. Chic, I Want Your Love. We have Guy Lombardo, Odd Long Sin, or however you say that. Elvis Presley, Are You Lonesome Tonight? Giorgio Moroder, Reach Out. Track theme from the official Olympics, 1984. The Foundations, Baby Now That I Found You. Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl. And Judas Priest, Rock You Around the World. For Judas Priest. Those are all just $6.99. Jeremiah Stasich gets Heart. That was from this last stack. That is sold to him, and these are all $6.99. We got Judas Priest. We got Paul Abdul. The Foundation sold to Wolverine. Georgia Moroder. Elvis Presley. Guy Lombardo. And Chic. Okay, Susie Breedlove gets Chic. And Jeremiah Stasich gets Judas Priest. Those are all $6.99. Danny was second on Judas Priest. Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. Wayne Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Chris Christopherson, Loving Her Was Easier. We have Paul Williams, We've Only Just Begun. We have J.J. Jackson, But It's All Right, and Four Walls, and great deal here. A super cool Beach Boys picture sleeve, The Little Girl Once Knew and No Other. Don't get that one as often, just $6.99 on the Beach Boys. Just $6.99 on the Beach Boys. How much are these? These are just $6.99. Beach Boys. We had J.J. Jackson, Paul Williams, Chris Christopherson, Wei Chung, and Paul McCartney. Spies Like Us. Wolverine gets the Beach Boys. and these are just $6.99. I'm about to show you another handful, and these are also $6.99. I know that's a little crazy, but it's all $6.99. We got Paul McCartney Press. We got Bob Seger, It's You. We have Record Hit of the Year, The Majorettes, White Levi's on the picture sleeve, Curtis Mayfield, Freddie's Dread, and Freddie's Dead, that's theme from Superfly, Sandy Nelson, Teen Beat 65, and Paul Stuckey, Wedding Song, There Is Love, and then a great hit from Stevie Wonder, Yester Me, Yester You, Yesterday. Those are all $6.99. Wolverine got Beach Boys, Samuel 2nd, Susie 3rd, Danny 4th. And then Curtis Mayfield, Jeremiah Stasich, That's So to Him. Sean Costley was 2nd, and Wolverine 1st on Stevie Wonder. Paul Stuckey, Sandy Nelson, The Majorettes, Bob Seger, and Paul McCartney is all still available from that handful. Now, you can't say that location has anything to do with speed here being first, because I'm pretty sure Wolverine is across the ocean. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's across the Atlantic Ocean, somewhere in Europe right now, and by the time I show a record, his comment shows up less than 3 seconds. So I could literally say Stevie Wonder, and it's less than 3 seconds. And he is literally thousands of miles away on the other side of the globe. So I don't know what kind of internet they have over there in Europe, but whatever it is, it's better than American internet because he is so fast. He watches almost in real time. Plus, he works for the British government, so that helps a lot. The Majorettes over here, I don't know if he works for the British government or not. That's my theory. The Majorettes is in VG plus condition. VG plus condition. Yeah, it's got some hairline scuffs, but no major problems. And the sleeve looks pretty clean. Yeah, I would grade that one VG plus. All right. There's that. All right, over here we have more $6.99. This is Undisputed Truth. Undisputed Truth, Smiling Faces Sometimes, Matthew Southern Comfort, Woodstock, Bill Withers, Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone, Rare Earth, Born to Wander, If You Want It, Here It Is, Come and Get It, Badfinger, Sonny and Cher, I Got You Babe, and Ashton, Gardner, and Doc, I'm Your Spiritual Bread Man. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Wolverine on for Undisputed. Sold. Wolverine on Wood, and that's for Woodstock. Wolverine on Bill Withers for Bill Withers. Susie next on Bill Withers. Wolverine first on RE for Rare Earth. Tim Vergari third on Bill Withers. Susie Q first on Sonny and Cher. Wolverine second on Sonny and Cher. Danny next on Bill Withers. Jason Forterat next on Bill Withers. That left Badfinger and Ashton, Gardner, and Doc. All these are just $6.99. Oh, man, a classic. In the Midnight Hour, Wilson Pickett, Gladys Knight and the Pips, If I Were Your Woman, John Denver, Starwood and Aspen, Bee Gees, Lonely Days, Delaney and Bonnie, Only You Know and I Know. Those are all $6.99. I know that is crazy, but those are all $6.99. Here's another one, Stiller and Miara, Laugh When You Like. I don't know what that is. It's Jerry Stiller. Oh, man, that's cool. Jerry Stiller, Frank Costanza. That's pretty cool. I'm still looking for his album. I had one time, and I sold it and didn't realize what it was at the time. But those are all $6.99. Okay, Wolverine got Wilson Pickett. Susie on Mid, and Mid was for I Don't Know. And then Wolverine got Gladys Knight. I bet it was for Midnight Hour. Yeah. So Susie was second. Wolverine got Gladys Knight. Sean Colsley was third on Wilson Pickett. Danny fourth, and Tracy gets Jerry Stiller, which is Ben Stiller's father. Very cool. Delaney and Bonnie, Bee Gees, and John Denver. Okay. These are all $6.99. I Hear a Symphony, a classic from the Supremes. Also, Laverne Baker, C.C. Ryder. Come on now, Touch Me, Babe, The Doors. The Beach Boys Melody, and the flip on that one is God Only Knows. Dave and Ansel Collins, Double Barrel, and Waylon Jennings doing Norwegian Wood. Waylon Jennings, $6.99. How much are these? These are all $6.99. Waylon Jennings, Dave and Ansel Collins, Beach Boys, The Doors, Laverne Baker, and the Supremes. Wolverine first on the Supremes. Susie Q first on the Doors. Jeremiah second. And then Susie put What? And she's trying to get Waylon. And then Danny was next. And that left Laverne Baker, Beach Boys, and David Ansel Collins. Moving on. These are all $6.99. We have Jethro Tull, The Whistler. I like that one. The Sapphires, Who Do You Love? The Fifth Dimension, Aquarius, Let the Sunshine In. I Container, Tra La 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 on Sue. Ohio Express, Yummy Yummy Yummy. Sherry Wonder, My Sherry or More. And Brown Sugar, that is the Rolling Stones. Those are all $6.99. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. I must be out. Danny next on the doors. Regina next on the door. Susie first on Jethro Tull. Susie first on Jethro Tull. Danny first on GN. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then unless he's saying good night. And then Wolverine first on Daphne. Daff. Wolverine put Daff. D-A-F-E. So Susie put Jethro Tull. Danny on GN. Okay? GN. And then Wolverine on Daff. I bet that's for Sapphires. Wolverine got the Sapphires. Susie got the Ohio Express. Wolverine got Ike. Susie got Brown Sugar. Stevie Wonder went to Wolverine. And then Jeremiah put TD. If that was for the Fifth Dimension, it's yours. Davey put OEX, Jeremiah put RS, and Stanley put Yummy. I think all of y'all were all second and third and fourth on all those. That's what it's looking like on my end. Mary Jane Girls, Walk Like a Man. Louis Armstrong, The Night Before Christmas. Graham Parker and the Rumor. Vote Local Girls, I Want You Back. UB40 with Chrissy Hine, I Got You Babe. Melanie, Ruby Tuesday. Alan Parsons, Project Time. And Bob McFadden and Door, The Beat Generation. Those are all $6.99. Okay, Jeremiah was next on Stone. Stanley next on Yummy. Wolverine gets the Fifth Dimension. And then we have Susie on MJ, Mary Jane Girls. Susie on the Night Before Christmas, not The Nightmare. And I left Bob McFadden and Door, Alan Parsons Project, Melanie, UB40, and Graham Parker. Those are all $6.99. Here comes some more. Also all $6.99. Teach Your Children Well, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Carry On, that's even the better song. Bob Hope, America's 200 years old and there's still hope. The Bop Stops, I Shall Be Released. And then we have Boston, Used to Bad News from Don't Look Back and Feeling Satisfied. The Youngbloods promo, Darkness, Darkness. The Youngbloods promo, Sunlight. And a promo of One Is the Loneliest Number That You Ever Heard. Okay. Denise put Beat Generation. That might have been in this handful. No, that was right here. I thought so. That's so to Denise. Beat Generation, the one that was on Brunswick. Regina, you were second on Mary Jane Girls. Susie Q first on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Susie first on the Box Tops. Wolverine put BT for Box Tops. And Susie got One Is the Loneliest Number. Debbie Blair was next on that one. That left the Youngbloods promo, Boston, and Bob Hope. Okay. All right, let's go through another box. These are all the ones that just sold. Let me straighten them up before we have a Jenga problem. All right. Oh. Okay, I'll do that one next. One almost got left behind. Bum, dun, ba-dun, dun. Dolly Parton, I've Lived My Life. Menu Windu Wando, Hold Me, promo. The first edition, But You Know I Love You. The Angels, Wow Wow Wee, He's the Boy for Me. Bobby Sherman, Little Woman, and The Four Seasons, Dottie or Doty. Those are all $6.99. Stanley Richmond gets the Boston. That's sold to him for $6.99. All these right here are also $6.99. Susie Q on Dolly Parton. That also left the Four Seasons, Bobby Sherman, The Angels, the first edition, and Minuendo, okay? Wolverine on AN for The Angels. That's sold to him. Susie got Bobby Sherman. That's sold to her. And Wolverine on the Four Seasons. These are all $6.99. I'm going to start a new tower right here. A new tower. Hopefully there's not many and we end up selling all these. I have Chairman of the Board. Just give me a little bit more time. That's a classic. Van Morrison, Wild Knight, that's a classic. Edwin Starr, War, that's a classic. Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans, that's a classic. Johnny Horton, North to Alaska, that's a classic. And Chi Coltrane, Thunder and Lightning. I don't know if I can call that a classic, but there it is for $6.99. These are all first come and first serve, okay? All these are $6.99. We have Chi Coltrane, Johnny Horton. We have Edwin Starr, Van Morrison, and Chairman of the Board. First is Wolverine got Chairman of the Board. He also got BM, which was, I think, Chairman of the Board. And then he put ES. That's Edwin Starr. Samuel Kopich got, no, he said VM was BM. So Wolverine got Chairman of the Board, Van Morrison and Edwin Starr. Samuel next on Van Morrison. Jeremiah next on Van Morrison. Samuel, I'm going to give you both Johnny Hortons unless you just want one of them. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for both. And then over here, Tim Vergari next on Van Morrison. And then Jason Frodat next on Starr. Okay, and then we have Chi Coltrane, Thunder and Lightning, $6.99. These are also $6.99. We have Billy J. Kramer, I Know, The Box Tops, Turn on a Dream, the Sly and the Family Stone, It's a Family Affair, Bangladesh, George Harrison, Petula Clark, My Love, and Delaney and Bonnie, The Never-Ending Song of Love. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. We have Delaney and Bonnie, Never-Ending Song of Love, Petula Clark, My Love, George Harrison, Bangladesh, It's a Family Affair, Sly and the Family Stone, The Box Tops, and Billy J. Kramer. Susie put Billy for Billy J. Kramer. Susie put Sly for Sly and the Family Stone. Wolverine got The Box Tops. Sean next on Sly and the Family Stone. Samuel next on Billy J. Kramer. Jeremiah next on Sly and the Family Stone. That left George Harrison, Petula Clark, and Delaney and Bonnie. Those are still available. Also for $6.99 are these. We have Carole King, It's Too Late. Marvin Gaye, I Heard It Through the Grapevine. We have the theme from Tommy, See Me, Feel Me. Johnny Nash, I Can See Clearly Now, The Rain Is Gone. Carly Simon, Anticipation. And Neil Diamond on the Solid Rock label, Cracklin' Rosie and Sweet Caroline. That's like back-to-back hits there. Those are $6.99. Wow, Denise needs to put back Beat Generation. I will only charge you $1 million putback fee because I'm having to pause and find it, but I will find it and I will put it back, and I will only charge you $1 million putback fee for breaking my stride, Denise. $6. I'm on a roll. You can't interrupt me now. Carole King is sold to Susie Q. Marvin Gaye is sold to Wolverine. Susie was next, then Sean Costley. Jeremiah Stasich on The Who. Stanley Richmond next. We still got Neil Diamond, Carly Simon, and Johnny Nash. I Can See Clearly Now, The Rain Is Gone. Neil Diamond is sold to Matt Shepard, and that still left Carly Simon, and that still left Johnny Nash. No changes or putbacks right now. This is we're on a roll. Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me with Silence. Bill Conti, Gonna Fly Now. Jack and Diane, John Cougar, Ponytails, Born Too Late. The Temptations, Papa Was a Rolling Stone. Carpenter's Goofus, and James and Bobby Purify, Shake a Tail Feather on the Flashback label. These are all $6.99. If you can believe it or not, that's all I can say. James and Bobby Purify. We have the Carpenters, the Temptations, the Ponytails, John Cougar, Bill Conti, and Thomas Dolby. It all begins with the Ponytails, and that is sold to Wolverine. Jeremiah Stasich got Thomas Dolby. Wolverine got the Temptations. Samuel Kopich on Petula Clark. And that was, where was Petula Clark at? Was that in the last stack? That was over here, My Love. That's over here to Samuel Kopich. Sean Colsley next on the Temptations. Jeremiah next on the Temptations. Susie next on the Temptations. Matt Shepard next on Thomas Dolby. And Josh Brown on Rocky. That's Bill Conti. That's from Rocky. That left John Cougar, the Carpenters, and James and Bobby Purify. These next records are $6.99. Neil Diamond, the original label, Sweet Caroline, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. James Brown, a classic. Ooh, Child, The Four Stair Steps, a classic. Dee Dee Da Da, Da Dee Da Da, The Police, Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand, and the Chambers Brothers, Uptown, and Love Me Like the Rain. These are all $6.99, if you can believe it or not. These are just $6.99. First thing we have is Wolverine on Neil Diamond, sold. Wolverine on James Brown, sold. Jeremiah next on James Brown. Stanley Richmond next on Neil Diamond. Sean Costley next on James Brown. Tim Vergard next on James Brown. And Wolverine got Ocean. That left Chambers Brothers, The Police, and The Five Stair Steps. Ooh, Child. You know, things are going to get better. Something like that. Bare Naked Ladies. Wow. The Old Apartment, 1996. And Lovers in a Dangerous Time. The Bee Gees, Tomorrow. Kentucky Woman. Who? Neil Diamond. Cliff Richard, Dreamin'. James and Bobby Purify, I'm Your Puppet. Wild Thing. That's the original version by the Trogs. And the New Colony 6, Love You So Much. These are all $6.99. We had JBJB Ocean, Susie Q on The Police. That's so to Susie, and she got first on Bare Naked Ladies. They're known for their hit It's Been 1 Week Since You Left At Me. Wild Thing, so to Jeremiah Stasich, and then Susie on Puppet. I'm Your Puppet. That was James and Bobby Purify. And then Matt was next on Bare Naked Ladies. That left New Colony 6, Cliff Richard, Neil Diamond, Kentucky Woman. The flip is Time Is Now, and the Bee Gees, Tomorrow. Matt put T, and T was for possibly something that's already sold. If not, let me know. All right, moving right along. Believe it or not, this next handful is also $6.99. First record is Parliament, Bop Gun, Frank Sinatra, and that is Chicago and Witchcraft. Aretha Franklin, Every Girl Wants My Guy. Mickey Newberry, An American Trilogy. Clarence Carter, Too Weak to Fight. I like that one. Carly Simon, That's the Way I've Always Heard It Should Be. And Mark Denning, Teen Angel. One more, The Vogues, You're the One. Those are all $6.99. Believe it or not, these are just $6.99. Believe it or not. Trogs, you were second on the Trogs then. Jeremiah Stasich first on Parliament. Wolverine on Clarence Carter. I'm Too Weak to Fight. That's a good one. So to Wolverine, and Susie on Clear. So that left the Vogues, Teen Angel, Carly Simon, Mickey Newberry, Aretha Franklin, and Frank Sinatra. Clarence Carter, that was probably what she was after. It's already sold. This next handful is also $6.99. We have Roy Orbison, Mean Woman Blues, an original monument. Mary Wells, Two Wrongs to Make a Right, Motown. Dick Hurlis, A Tombstone Every Mile. The Five American, Sound of Love. The Fifth Dimension, Another Day, Another Heartache. The Fifth Estate, Hi Ho, and Hank Williams Jr., Long Gone, Lonesome Blues. $6.99. How much are these? They're just $6.99. Wolverine got Roy Orbison. Wolverine got Mary Wells. We got Hank Williams Jr., The Fifth Estate, The Fifth Dimension, The Five Americans, and Dick Hurlis. Those are all $6.99. This next handful is also $6.99. Believe it or not. Johnny Rivers, Something Strange. The Four Seasons, Come On, Marianne, USA, We Are the World. George Jones, Bartender's Blues. Suzanne Vega, Luca. Roy Orbison, Indian Wedding, and Gary Granahan, No Chemise Please. What does that say? A couple of these I haven't ever seen before, which is hard for me to say because I think I've seen about every top 40, 45 ever manufactured, but I get surprised on here every night. The flip on Fifth Estate is It's Waiting There for You. It's Waiting There for You. Denise, first is Matt Shepard on Hank Williams. I think that was in the last handful, wasn't it? Wasn't that in the last handful? It was right here. Hank Williams Jr. That is so to Matt Shepard. Wolverine first. We're now tagging from this crate, right? Gary Granahan, Roy Orbison, Suzanne Vega, George Jones, We Are the World, Four Seasons. Okay, Johnny Rivers. So now we're in good shape. Wolverine got Four Seasons. Susie got Johnny Rivers, and Jeremiah Stasich on Suzanne Vega. All right, those are all still available. Now, for $6.99, believe it or not, this next handful is also $6.99. Yep. The McCoys, Up and Down, Dion DiMucci, Johnny Be Good. I don't think I said that right. I'll Call Your Name. I like that one from the Buckinghams. Robin McNamara, Lay a Little Lovin' on Me. The Rolling Stones, Ain't Too Proud to Beg, Come On Eileen. Dexy's Midnight Runners. And Al Cooper, You've Got It First. Here are two tough samples from their forthcoming LPs and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is a flexi Blood, Sweat, and Tears Al Cooper promo sampler, and Nancy Sinatra Memories with a promo sticker. These are all $6.99. How much? Just $6.99. Wow, Chad. How could you possibly be selling these for $6.99? I got Nancy Sinatra. I have Al Cooper, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Dexy's Midnight Runners, the Rolling Stones, Robin McNamara, the Buckinghams, Dion, and the McCoys. First is Wolverine on Dion. That sold. Susie wants the Buckinghams. I Call Your Name. And Matt Shepard on DM. And DM was for Dexy's Midnight Runners. Come on, Eileen. Those are all still available. Next handful, these are just $6.99 as well. And the first thing I have here is this. The Kinks, Father Christmas. Andy Williams, A Taste of Honey. Quiet Nights, Holy. Wow. Andy Williams EP, The Kinks, Father Christmas. And again, new edition. It's Christmas all over the world. Annette, My Little Grass Shack. White label promo from Vista. Bobby Helms, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Rock. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Let Me, and one more. We have Brenda Lee, a classic, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, and a happy, Denise wants Gary Ganahan, which was right back here, $6.99. This is sold to Denise, okay? Susie on the Kinks. I'm assuming you'll take the Father Christmas picture sleeve, and then Susie also wants Paul. That left Brenda Lee, Paul Revere, sold to Susie, and that left Bobby Helms, Annette, New Edition, The Kinks, and Andy Williams. Debbie Blair wants BL, and BL was Brenda Lee, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, and something. Dun-dun. All right, that left Perry Como. There is no Christmas like a home Christmas. Perry Como, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Ruby and the Romantics, Our Day Will Come. An empty sleeve. We have the Nutmegs Coming Home. Axe, Hang On. I, Tina Turner, I Idolize You. The Esquires, Get On Up. That's a cool one. And Harry Simon Coracle, Do You Hear What I Hear? A boy. These are all $6.99. We have Harry Simon, The Esquires, Tina, Axe, The Nutmegs, Ruby and the Romantics, and Perry Como ×2. First is Wolverine on Ruby and the Romantics, sold. Next is Ike, and that is sold to Wolverine. Get On Up is sold to Susie Q. And that left Perry Como's, Nutmegs, Axe, and Harry Simon Coracle. Next is $6.99. I have Rufus featuring Shaka Khan, Once You Get Started. Wilbert Harrison, Kansas City. Art Garfunkel, Amy Grant, Carol the Birds. The Intruders, Old Love. The Intruders, By the Time I Get to Phoenix. Eagles, Please Come Home from Christmas. ABC, Chicago Part 1. Jan and Dean, A Sunday Kind of Love promo. Carl Douglas, Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. Ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding-a-ding. They kids were fast as lightning. Which Nutmegs? Nutmegs Coming Home, and A Love So True on red vinyl. A Love So True and Coming Home, and it's on red vinyl. Also for $6.99, we had these. And Debbie Blair was first on PC. And PC for Debbie Blair was possibly already something sold. Perry Como. I'm assuming you're going to want both of those, Debbie. Perry Como ×2 for Debbie Blair. And then we had JD for Wolverine. And JD for Wolverine, I showed too many. JD for Wolverine was Jan and Dean. Susie got Carl Douglas, Kung Fu Fighting, and Denise wants the Nutmegs. That left ABC, the Eagles, the Intruders, Carol the Birds, which is Art Garfunkel, Amy Grant, Wilbert Harrison, and Rufus featuring Shaka Khan. Also $6.99 is this right here. Cleo's Back, Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Bing Crosby, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Bing Crosby, Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells. Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. Steely Dan, Ricky Don't Lose That Number. I Need Your Lovin', The Human League. And we'll pause there for 1 second. Shoo-be-de-da-da-da. Okay, and then that left Susie Q on the Eagles, Please Come Home for Christmas. That's sold to Susie for $6.99. And then Debbie Blair put, no, it was Wolverine first. He got Cleo's Back. And then Debbie Blair on BC for Bing Crosby. I'm going to give you both of them. And then Wolverine got SD for Steely Dan. And then Susie got Working in a Coal Mine. That's Devo. And then Jeremiah Stasis was next. And that just leaves Human League, I Need Your Lovin'. And there's 3 left in the box. Johnny Rivers Midnight Special, Marty Robbins That's All Right, and Donny Hathaway This Christmas Promo. That's all that's left. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Okay, and then over here we have Johnny Rivers, So to Susie, and Wolverine on Donny Hathaway. Okay. Who wants to buy all of them that's left for $100? I bet somebody might do that deal. Everything that's left for $100. Wow. Both of those stacks, $100. Both of those left for $100. How could you say no to such a deal? Everything that's left for $100. All right. Anybody have any last request? I didn't expect to do that, but we just sold a ton of stuff. It always works, especially on Fridays and Saturday nights, sometimes on Tuesday nights. We've now been live. We've made it almost to my 8 hours that I usually do. 7 hours and 42 minutes. 7 hours and 42 minutes. And we could cap off this incredible show by selling those last 2 stacks for $100. Bundle deals. Anybody have any other requests or reclaims? Here is 2 more other. There's another $6.99er. Wings arrow through me. That was a buy now from earlier. And I only set 2 or 3 off to the side. 1 I want to keep, and 2 or 3 I want to auction tomorrow, which is Great White, Led Zeppelin, Beatles, and Beatles. I'll let 1 Beatle slip through because I didn't expect to see it on Atco. So there's a couple more over here that's, I'm sure there were some others in there that were $20, $30 records, but I know for sure these Zeppelins and Beatles will do well. So I'm going to pause there. I was hungry 2 hours ago. Now I'm really hungry. I don't know if there's even any high nutrition food in this building. So I'll probably end up going to Whataburger. I hadn't been there in a while. And does that include the space to put them in? No, you got to come up with the space yourself. I plan on tomorrow morning in the group posting a bundle. I mean, I'm trying to sell off all these leftovers. I'm thinking I'm going to sell a whole box, a box this size, $125 shipped. I now have 25 boxes. I have 2 Pez dispensers left. I've got 2 silver Pez dispensers. We already sold 1. There's 2 left. But yeah, I think I'm going to fill up boxes like this and sell them for $125 shipped. Or if somebody internationally is buying them, $100 plus postage. It should be like 150 records. I just got to get rid of them. And if we could sell all 25 boxes, that would be quite a bit of cash freed up for 45s and space. I need space too. We got 25 leftover boxes. Can y'all believe that? Since we've been doing that this year, we have over 25 leftover boxes. That's the leftovers. And it's not like it's bad stuff. I mean, it's top 40 and pretty well-known hits. So, but I've got a lot all of a sudden. If you have any other requests, I'm going to try to get back early tomorrow and do a big sale. When I say big sale, I mean like stuff on sale. And 2, I wanted to stop 2 hours ago so I could get posters and autographs ready. Now I'm crunched for time because I've got to clean up, eat, make videos, and get to the gym and still have time to sleep. So if I can get to work right now, I can come up with some great stuff to end this week. If not, we'll have a killer week tomorrow. Okay? With that being said, I am signing off, and I'll see y'all next time. What a great show. We've been live for almost 8 hours. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We'll try to hit 8 hours tomorrow. We easily can if I can start earlier. I mean, I didn't start till 6:30. If I could have started at 5, we'd been live for 9.5 hours, which is okay with me. And I probably would have sold 5 more crates of records and 200 more 45s. But sometimes sleep cuts in, and then, waking up, trying to figure out what day of the week it is, and shower and eat and drive here and walk in, talk to everybody, turn on my equipment, turn on my mic, and finally go live. And then usually it's like 6:30. If I get here early, everybody's like, wow, Chad's here earlier. Can we have a press conference? And I'm like, oh, no, everybody's waiting. I got to go. All right. Thank y'all. I'll see you tomorrow, and tune in then. Y'all can message me on CollectCo page or Chad Williams' account. I'll be awake for the next 7 hours. I'll be awake for